This week on E-Forum.
See the origin of rapper, and I saw heard the real definition of rapper. Rapper and Casano, 77 previous, I shut down fan cans and Papa Bia.
And by the more time, no, they were not that they were so raw, but they were close to real nature. So they could communicate and then also even monitor movement of animals and other species to also forge part of their music.
But when you start rap, so I'm for the street to me. Until I say, I quite to say, for the street, so. Street and so come over. It is I will say yes street kind of music there. You must also follow what the street wants.
What if ya? No one could see uncle Breu Mojenia unyebindi. For me, I think in the contest I could a boss annual. If you're a good analyst, you would give him the benefits of the doubt, say
E-Forum airs this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
No, I'm not gonna declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, be responsible for them.
I think she's very malicious, and whatever vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the book. However, what she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with her money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wants it?
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. When the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Ajato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things, where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
Now, back canocre. To sound quite be a want on and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like menya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar Ekumfi, download to Lemonade Finance.
On Saturday, February 18, 2023, Ghanaians woke up to the unfortunate news of the demise of Christian Atsu. For close to 2 weeks, Ghanaians have been praying that the blaster swinger who had been trapped in the rubble of a building in Turkey following an earthquake in that country was going to be found alive. Our hopes and our aspirations never materialized as Atsu was on Saturday confirmed dead. We are at Ashalibotwe, an area where his family resides, to speak to people in the area on their fondest memory of him, what they will remember him for, how they reacted to news of his demise, and some words to his family. How did you hear the news of Atsu's unfortunate passing?
Okay, this morning my brother came to me and he told me they've discovered his body, and also said they found him, they declared him dead on Sky Sports too. So when I heard the news, seriously, it really pained me, because someone should go. I think it's been almost 2 weeks, and I wouldn't wish that for any other person. So when I heard the news, I was really down. Yeah.
What's your biggest memory of Christian Atsu?
Okay, let me see. It was, I think, a Ghana match against Lesotho. He scored a very nice goal, a finesse goal, I think outside the 18 box. Yeah, I really like that goal.
So what message would you give to his family who are going through the pains now?
I would like to tell them that we are all in this together, but they should take heart.
Actually, I woke up this morning and I was just scrolling through my phone, and it was so funny getting to see the age intervals, and it hit so hard on me. What is wrong? Is this guy really gone? Until I saw one blogger giving out the information that we didn't hear good news this morning. It was so heartbreaking. Like, I don't know how to say it, but being in this neighborhood, Christian has been one of the people that you could easily hear and then be proud of, that there's someone who is nationally recognized and is in this locality. But coming out, I know it's difficult for me. I don't know how the family is going to take it right now, but to we as the people in the society where he lived, it's not easy for us. Me personally, I can say that. Actually, I have a little bit close relation with the family, because I don't know, but I just want to wish them the strongest condolence that they can ever have, because it's not easy having a child who has brought this joy to the family and passing out as if just a nightmare, like just one day, and then everything is just gone like that. So I wish them to stay strong, and then I pray and encourage them that there are good people that are yet to come in the family, just as he also came. So I wish them strength.
One of my colleagues just told me about the news. I wasn't having data, so I couldn't follow the update. So I just heard the news, and in fact, I was really sad. I don't know. I'm even short of words. And I believe we have lost a great legend. All I have to say right now is my condolences to them, to the family. May God strengthen them. It's not easy.
Someone came to me today that they said Christian Atsu is dead. And so it's so very sad. And we are praying to their family to, hold it. And what I'll say is, it's very painful, but everything is in the hands of God.
Sadly, we just wake up just one day and we just said there's an earthquake that happened in Tiki. And that very day, before the match he played, he scored a goal. And he was relaxing and the earthquake just happened. So up to now, we are all still waiting for what is the news coming up, whether it is true, whether he is found or not.
Yeah, but today, the report came out today.
He's gone? Yes. Okay. For now, they have not have concrete evidence that whether he's gone or not. We are still waiting. When the body is found, we all can believe that the body has been found and he's gone. This is sad news to all Ghanaians. We are very, very much, because he's a good player. Everybody, I like the way he plays his football. So it's very, very, very sad. I'm very sad, in fact. I really like the way he plays his football.
What would be your message to his family who are now going through the pains of losing a loved one?
What I would like to say is that my condolences to all of them. It's very sad that we hear that our brother is gone. It can happen to anybody. It can happen to you. It can happen to me. So just take heart.
I feel very sad. At the time I was having my breakfast, I don't know what to say again. I've been telling my wife I have a bad day this morning. I'm very sad.
So we've been hearing from some residents of Ashalibotio, where Christian Atsu's family house is located. It's sad that the man who wowed Ghanaians with his amazing talent is no more. It's unfortunate that the man who helped rescued prisoners could not be rescued when he needed it most. As the nation grieves and as the family grieves, GhanaWeb wishes them its deepest condolence.
This week on E-Forum.
Utrisi the origin of rapper, and I saw heard the real definition of rapper. Rapper and Casano, 77 previous, I shut down fan cans and Papabia.
And Pedumo time, no, they were not that they were so rural, but they were close to real nature. So they could communicate and then also even monitor movement of animals and other species to also forge part of their music.
But when you started rap, so I'm for the street to me. Until I say, I quite to say, for the street, so street and so come wo nti say we say we street kind of music there, you must also follow what the street wants.
What if ya na wan ko chin anko brew mojeni a unye bindi. For me, I think in the contest that Kokudality boss anyway no, if you're a good analyst, you would give him the benefit of the doubt, say enyompa.
E-Forum airs this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. When the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Adjato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
No, I'm not gonna declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, be responsible for them.
I think she's very malicious and whatever vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, what she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with the money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wants it?
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
Now,
back canoe crane. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. We just send this guy a coffee. Download to Lemonade Finance.
It is clear that after 8 years, if you pick somebody in the government as your presidential candidate, I mean the party in government, after your 8 years, they'll pick somebody who is also part of the government. then you are not likely to succeed.
For a lot of election watchers and persons interested in local politics in Ghana, their eyes will be firmly glued to the two leading political parties in the country. I'm referring to the National Democratic Congress and the New Patriotic Party. This conversation is about one of those persons who are eyeing a high office in the incumbent MPP. My name is Atsu. Welcome to Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest is a former member of parliament for Mampo in the Ashanti region, and he's had a lot of spells in engineering. Honorable, please welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing us into your space. Yeah. So Francis Adenimo is one of the people who are eyeing the seat of flag bearer of the NPP. Honorable, how have things been? It's been some 2 weeks now since you announced your bid to run.
Or just a little over a week ago.
Okay.
Last week, Wednesday, the 1st of February.
Okay.
When I held a press conference to communicate to the press and through the press to the good people of Ghana and the world at large, announcing my intention to seek the leadership nomination of the New Patriotic Party.
Right. Just for the benefit of our viewers, I want to know who exactly is Francis Adenimo.
For Adenimo is basically born in 1965 and yet to be 58 years from Asante Mampong, where both parents of mine come from. I had my secondary education at Navrongo Secondary, now Navrongo Senior High School for 5 years for my O-level. And from there, I pursued my advanced level education, A-level. I don't know whether HAU went through that educational system.
Not at all.
I'm sure you probably went through JHS and SHS.
I did.
So, because of the educational reforms. And I went for A-level for 2 years at Kumasi High School.
Okay.
And then from there to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, where I pursued a first degree in civil engineering. And then I've been a member of the Ghana Institution of Engineers or Engineering. I'm a corporate member. In terms of education too, I hold my executive master's degree in public administration. I've also acquired knowledge and skills training from some international institutions, including international procurement knowledge from International Law Institute in Washington, project and programs management from REPA in the United Kingdom, road asset management from Swedish International Development Agency in Sweden. I've had opportunity to be trained in emulsified bitumen, which is used for roadworks, for production, for application of that as a road construction material. And so, in terms of working life, I've worked in both construction, road construction industry, and then road consulting firms. And then I've also worked with the Ministry of Roads and Highways before as a civil servant. So it was at the Ministry of Roads and Highways as a civil servant. Then I resigned in the year 2008 to contest for the first time to be a member of parliament for Mampong constituency. So I won the primaries in May 2008 and went on to win the general elections of 2008 and entered parliament on the 7th of January 2009. So for 2 terms, I served the good people of Mampong. Then 2014, I made my first attempt to seek the leadership nomination of the New Patriotic Party. Out of 7 contestants, I came in 3rd in that contest. And then, after that, we supported our candidate, then now sitting president, Nana Akufo-Addo, and the party won in the 2016 election.
It appears you've done nearly everything, your political life and all of that. Now let's just come down to the main crux of the issues. Now you want back in the race. Why now?
Well, this is an ambition that was based on my personal conviction, and my first attempt was in 2014. And you know, in life, you make progress. And that ambition has not been truncated. So if the opportunity has come for 2023, the new patriotic party will search or look or elect a new person to lead the party for 2024 elections. Once I have not truncated my ambition, I need to put myself forward.
You believe it's the right time?
Well, the timing cannot be more than now. In any case, in 2014, I was 49 years when I made my first attempt.
Okay.
And in interacting with the rank and file of the party in 2014, they saw the potential in me, and some encouraged me that even in 2014, if I was not successful, I should consider that in the future, I will still have the opportunity to lead the party. So we move on. Okay. It's not a step by step. And so if this year, which will be a competitive elections to be run by the party, and let me let you know that after 2014, the party has not held any competitive presidential primaries because the sitting president won, and then 2020 he had to run unopposed on the ticket of the party. So almost 8 to 9 years now, we are now going to have another competitive elections in the party.
It's interesting you mentioned that because as you are well aware, there are a number of faces, names that have come up who are also interested in this same position. How well do you see yourself in terms of performance?
Well, how well would I see myself in terms of performance when
because there are a lot of
2014,
big names, actually.
Big names do not win elections. Elections are won by your character, by your good self, endearing yourself to the electorate, articulating your vision, and they having the acceptability for you that you could be and you are able, qualified to be their leader. Not necessarily any name as such. And so, similarly, in 2014, when the 7 contestants that I was one of them, I was seen to be the underdog. I was seen to be somebody unknown in the political environment of our country. The other 6 contestants had all worked under Ekumfi's administration, either as ministers of state or deputy ministers of state. And Adenimo had not been in that position before. But when we went through that process in 2014, I came in 3rd, which was an enviable position that I secured for myself. And that shows the potential that the MPP delegate found in me and then encouraged me to make progress with this ambition. So currently, we are all expressing interest to seek the leadership nomination. The race itself has not begun.
Sure.
It will officially begin when the party opens nomination. And then one is able to pick the nomination form, complete it with all the supporting documents as it may be required by the party, together with the prescribed filing fee. Once you submit all these things, then you are in the race. And so for now, I'm sure you are also hearing names that may contest. But it could surprise you that at the opening of nomination, some of the names that you may have in mind may decline not to contest. Because conditions, every day, conditions are changing. Now I am championing the cause of a new phase for the party. Why do I say so? Since 1993, It has been an 8-year cycle between MPP and NDC. NDC had their first 8 years under Jerry Rawlings as their leader and president of the Republic. In the year 2000, we had Professor Mills as a sitting vice president. He became the candidate for NDC, the presidential candidate. But he could not break the 8 because he was part of the government. He was in the government as a sitting vice president. So he couldn't break the 8. Then in 2008, under J. Ekufuor-led administration of MPP government, the current president, Nana Addo, was a minister in J. Ekufuor's administration. He also became the candidate, the presidential candidate for the MPP in 2008. He was part of J. Ekufuor's administration at that time. He also could not break the 8. Then 2016, which is the latest one, he had Mr. John Dramani Mahama as a sitting president with NDC 8 years. His effort to break the 8, he couldn't make it.
So you're drawing all of these on a pattern?
Yes, of course, and that is clear. And it is clear that after 8 years, if you pick somebody in the government as your presidential candidate, I mean the party in government, after your 8 years, they'll pick somebody who is also part of the government, then you are not likely to succeed.
But be that as it may, the MPP seems like a very unpopular party right now.
Well,
don't you agree?
No, I do not agree with you. Maybe some people may be disgruntled, some may be unhappy, okay? Some, the appeal may have declined, but it doesn't mean that it is unpopular, okay?
You don't agree it's unpopular?
No, the party is made up of individuals. We are all party members. I'm a party member.
Okay.
And so our base as a party still remains. And usually it is what we call the undecided voters or the floating voters that we want to appeal to, because by your own base, you may not be able to secure the 50% plus one to win the general elections. Then you need to stretch your hands and appeal to the undecided voters or the floating voters. And so, if one wants to make a claim that the party is unpopular, you may be dissatisfied with the character and behavior or performance of 1 or 2 or 3 people in government. But to make a general conclusion that the party is unpopular, I beg to disagree. Because it wouldn't be all the people in the party. It shouldn't be all party members whom that you or other people may be dissatisfied with. And that is why I say that it is not appropriate to describe that the party is unpopular. Maybe the behavior, the character, the performance of some personalities in the party at the moment may not be satisfactory.
Let's have a scorecard. Let's mark the MPP on a scale of 1 to 10. Where would you put the party?
In terms of what? You know, if you want to score, you must have your criteria.
Maybe we can start from the economy. On the economy, score the MPP.
Well, I mean, it will not be prudent on my part to give a score from 0 to 10. Honestly, it will not be appropriate.
Maybe let's move away from the economy. How about on the delivery of promises?
But of course, we are experiencing difficult times in the economy. I agree. We are experiencing difficult times because of the level of indebtedness that we have, both external and domestic. And government is taking the steps to see how the economy can improve by the microeconomic indicators in terms of interest rate, inflation, the exchange rate, how we can achieve stability on all these microeconomic indicators so that the happiness of citizens can be fully restored. Yes, we are experiencing these challenges, Now government is dealing with the debt exchange program. We're talking about some haircuts here and there, you know. So all this approach is intended to restore the confidence back into the economy and to stabilize the economy with all these indicators. And it is possible that it will take a year or a little over a year to see some signs of recovery. Okay, to see some signs of recovery. And I also believe that once government also prudently looks at the expenditure side of the budget equation and then be able to cut down on some expenditures that may not be necessary for government, it will also help to cushion the liquidity of the country for our ability to service our debt and still have sufficient funds for our investment project.
Let me hold you right there. When we return, I would pick the conversation right from here. We are speaking to Honorable Francis Adenimo. We're still here with Honorable Francis Adenimo, who is seeking the nod of delegates of the NPA to become their flag bearer. Honorable, before we took those messages, you were actually talking about cutting down on expenditure, unnecessary expenditure. There's also the issue of the DDEP and all of that. What do you say about what's happening now? The government asking people to more or less enjoy all these haircuts and things like that, yet itself, as a government, is not taking a lot of the forefront doing these fairs. What do you say about that?
Eche, there's a problem. And the problem is that our debt is not sustainable. We are using about 70% of our domestic revenue to service our debt. So how much is remaining to pay for compensation? How much is remaining to pay for other government services and statutory payments? Then how much will remain for you to undertake investment projects in terms of infrastructure, roads, schools, hospitals, you know, and then even the ability to feed yourself. So currently we have a problem. I do not want us to focus our attention on what I will put in quote, Nahu Kosam. At this stage, where there's a problem, you look for a solution to the problem. Then when the solution is secured or is found, then we can come back home and ask ourselves, who is the causative agent or who caused that? And then once we identify who caused that, then we can say that we are prescribing this punishment for you. We have a debt on our neck. Our economy is in distress. It's in crisis. We are seeking $3 billion loan, concessionary loan from IMF. The IMF money is not going to be free. Because we are a member country of IMF, that is why we are getting it at that low interest rate. But it is repayable. But the IMF also wants to make sure that by extending that credit facility to Ghana, we have the ability to pay it back at the appropriate time. So they are saying that, look at the level of your debt. Do something about it. Let's see how the program you have to contain your debt, sustain it, be servicing it, whilst you take on board to our money, and still you'll be able to service that money at the appropriate time when it is due. The best thing in my view to do is to engage citizens. And I'll give, for the benefit of viewers and listeners, an incident, a situation that happened in Germany. At that time, we had West Germany and East Germany. When the Berlin Wall was broken and the unification came, West Germany was more developed than East Germany. So there was this differential. Then the chancellor at that time came up and said, look, those from the West, the East guys are our brothers and sisters. We need to help to develop the East as well. So let every individual make a contribution for the development of the East German portion of the entire unified Germany. And by the engagement, the citizens of West Germany accepted that we are now one country. Let us help one another. And they all made contributions to support the work of the government. And today, if you go to Germany, the east portion or east side of Germany even has modern infrastructure more than the west part of Germany as at that time today. To relate it to our country, we have a problem. Let's look for the solution. What I will admonish the Akufo-Addo-led government is that they should engage people. They should put the figures down. I know pensioners who have invested their pensions in bonds are so dissatisfied and they said they will not participate in the debt exchange program. Because some say, you won't pay me until 10 years. Even my coupon that should be paid maybe twice a year, you are also going to reduce the rate for me. And my principal will be in 10 years. By 10 years, will I be alive or not? These are genuine concerns that they have all expressed. But granted, we also have a problem. So the admonishment goes to government for government to put the figures down. This is the total number of pensioners who have invested their pensions in bonds. The total number is this. The quantum of their investment is so much. If we have to pay this, pay that, we are unable. The spreadsheet will indicate. And then the government can decide, let us perform some iteration. We vary this, we vary that, we vary that. Whilst you, government, you are doing that, check your expenditure side. Maybe the president can decide to issue a directive that henceforth, apart from the president, maybe the chief of staff and the executive secretary to the president, the speaker of parliament and the clerk of parliament, and then the chief justice and the judicial secretary and the vice president and his secretary. No government official should travel outside the country on board business class. Everybody traveling as a public official on government business, we should travel economy. No, that directive can be issued. If you are a minister of state and you are going outside the country on government business, why can't you also sit in economic class in the airplane? You know, it will also be it's part of cutting down the government expenditure. Maybe expenses on fuel. We should need to look at expenses on fuel. Can we reduce so that you encourage all public officials or appointees, government appointees, to use saloon cars whilst they are in what? In the capital city of Ghana and working. If they have to trek to other parts of the country, then they can have access to their cross-country vehicles, the V8, and then travel.
It's very clear.
These things are things that administratively, it can be done.
Sure.
It can be done.
But these are things you can do.
Sure, absolutely.
Now
and
it's
they are
clear.
part of the things that I have in my mind. That is why last week when I announced my intention and within my speech, one of the areas I said was how we would improve on our public service delivery. And therefore, we will not go into the usual business of incremental budgeting. Now is the time for us to do budgeting from first principles. If a state institution, you have computers, laptops, or office equipment, or office furniture, and they are just a year, 2 years, 3 years, and they are still in good use, Why would you want to continue to purchase those items again in the ensuing year? Because you have budgeted for those things? No. So we have to look at budgeting from first principles. And once we do all these things, administrative expenses can be lowered. Then it comes to public procurement. Procurement of contracts, especially the large value contracts, where you have to allow for competition. Because where there is competition, then you can be sure that you achieve quality and achieve value for money. Because all players in the game, everybody is now going to the drawing board to be very competitive in pricing, in all the proposals, the technical and the financial proposals that they will submit for the job that they have been asked to tender for.
Let me allow you to also get us into your bigger picture of what you want to do for the country. You've already painted a very gloomy situation of what it looks like now. What exactly is the message you'll be selling to Ghanaians? Okay. And then we can look at how much of the campaign is going on.
Actually, in my speech of last week, 1st February, which I will share copies with you, I outline 7-point policy development program for our country under my watch. My team, my good self, we have studied the situation and have developed the 7-point. There is an 8th point, but that one is reserved until I secure the nod, and then once we are into the competition, the campaign competition with our competitors next year, then I will share that 8th point.
So the 8th is the game changer?
Yeah, that is
that what
going
is
to
tied to the breaking the 8th?
Well, the breaking the 8th has 3 basic conditions that need to be satisfied. The unity within the party itself must be strengthened so that we maximize our efforts. Then the government performance is also key, to help the party to break the 8th. And then the 3rd condition is the face who will lead the party to be able to break the 8th. But on my 7-point policy development plan, the first one is on agriculture. And as a country, we should be able to feed ourselves. We should be able to provide our carbohydrate needs, our protein needs, and then our minerals and vitamin needs as a nation. And all these we can do. For carbohydrate, we know is the cereals, maize, millet, rice, name the rest of the cereals. We also know the protein, livestock, poultry, fish. We should be able to do all this to be able to feed ourselves. Then vegetables and fruits. So the policy is that no Ghanaian should go to bed, go to school, go to work hungry.
And we can do that on our own.
To achieve that, yes, we must look at agriculture and food sufficiency and security. So that is the first point. The second point, having eaten and you are satisfied as a human being, you are concerned with your education and your health. So the second and the third can be education and health, or health and education, because they are all social sectors of our economy. You need to develop, you need to go to school, and in terms of our education, technical, vocational, and skills training will be key under my watch.
I'm tempted to just ask a follow-up question just on this. We know how many times politicians have invested in education and health in particular, but it doesn't seem like the same politicians want to be part of that system. Their children don't school in the same schools. The politicians don't use those health facilities.
So we need to reverse it.
How do we do that?
If you come up with that policy, then you must believe in it. You must believe in it. And leadership is by example. Okay? So for now, we are pursuing free senior high school education, which in my opinion is very fantastic policy. So every child right from kindergarten or nursery, through kindergarten, through basic education, primary, JHS, you should end up at least at the senior high school level. And that is good. So it is for government to improve on the quality of the educational institutions so that all of us, I should find my children, provided I have children who are still young to go to school. And for in this particular case, I do not have. My kids have all completed and tertiary institutions.
Okay.
But everybody should be encouraged. Because if you are introducing a system and you cannot participate, then it means you don't believe in it. You must believe in it, participate in it, because it's leadership by example.
The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. When the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Adjato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things, where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
No, I'm not gonna declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, be responsible for them.
I think she's very malicious, and whatever vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, what she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with her money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wants it?
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
This week on E-Forum.
Who see the origin of rapper? And I saw heard the real definition of rapper. Rapper and Kasano, 77 previous. I shut down fan cans and Papa Bia.
And by the time, no, they were not that they were so raw, but they were close to real nature. So they could communicate and then also even monitor movement of animals and other species to also forge part of their music.
But when you start rap, so I'm for the street to me. Until I say, I quite to say, for the street. So street so come until I will say yes, street kind of music there. You must also follow what the street wants.
What if no one could see uncle Breu Mojenia unyebindi. For me, I think in the contest boss if you're a good analyst, you would give him the benefits of the doubt, say
E-Forum airs this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
Now, back canopy. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from lemon and finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
time we are on stage with Slim Buster, like my brother will take the CD to the DJ to make that, like to do the selection for the performance. So he will put our song at the end of Slim Buster's performance, which Slim Buster is not aware. So after we finish backing him, he leave the stage for us to do the last dance. So after he leave the stage,
they play your
then they will put our song.
You're welcome to another edition of Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. Today I have some very important dignitaries here when it comes to the music industry. They've got all the experience, they've seen it all, and today we're going to go 360. Life, career, everything. So do stick and stay. It's Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. You're welcome back. It's Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. Today, I've been joined by FBS, Ghanaian Music Group. They've been there since Olumambuge days, Kill Somebody, featuring Girl. You have one with Apietus, I forgot the title.
Buy one, get
one. You Pay As You Go, as Heads Upon Heads, and even now you have a new one with Mr. Jujo, which is a big one. And I know you have an EP too. You made mention in our last interview. Great. But FBM Music, with those who have been following you, then times, you used to be a 3-member group. Someone will say, where's your 3rd member?
You know how it is when you're growing. When the going gets tough, that's the English, right? You know, we leave Ghana to stay in the UK for some time. And we got married. People, like, things start changing. He got married to somebody who doesn't have Ghanaian culture, so she's like, you know, you don't have to come. So we have to be coming down. And you know, with music, your presence is really needed. You get it? So going to studio, you're not there. So for about 10 to 12 years now, that we've been doing solo stuff. So automatically, they become the two of us. But we are so cool. We talk every day. We are cool.
So absolutely no bad blood.
No.
Great.
No beef. Nothing.
As we're talking now, it's in London.
It's in London. Yeah, it's okay.
Great. So live having to go on a break for some time. Did you regret, or it was just a decision you had to take a break to focus on family?
FBS never had a break. You see, one thing about music is we don't, as a musician, you need to know your target audience. At a particular time, you might sing a song that might be hitting here, and maybe for some period of time, then it's changed to another country. If you're an artist that you are really, really observant, like you move, you know how to, because that is your job, you understand? When we stop doing music for Ghana, we're doing music for our local people, for our language, because we've been traveling from all the local areas, from the northern part of Togo to all those places, to Ivory Coast, to Liberia, and all those places, still doing music. But it's just like we've not released a major song for Ghana. You understand? But we've been doing songs. We've had a lot of songs going on, and it's been amazing for all those time. You understand? So FBS have not gone to break, but it's like just diverted the attention to another crowd.
So according to Najo, you did not take a long break. It was just that you're not doing music for Ghanaian audience.
Yes.
Great. Yes. So music, away from music, you spend some of your time abroad. Coming back to Ghana, everybody says, oh, the system and all that. How did you settle in?
You see, when we came back to Ghana, we realized one thing. We realized things have changed, but certain things we started way back, it's still there. It's like we see ahead of time.
Okay.
When we say see ahead of time, like this TikTok dance that is raining now, in our years, we started those things. We bring music with dance, and then we make sure every music that we do, it has its own movement. So we get it so easy on that side, because already it's like we know the system or the global world.
That has been our trend.
Yes.
Exactly.
So we didn't get it so difficult too much on our side. Do you understand me? Like with a Mr. Drew like this, when we release, it just go viral like that because already it's something that we're already doing.
Great.
You understand me? So, and we are even happy. Likes of Mr. Drew Dems and those guys are following the trend and stuff. So we jumping in. I didn't see it so.
It's anything
no,
new.
No.
Okay, great. So now I know you brothers. One would say, how did you come together? Did you come together because of the dance, or you came together originally to do music?
We started from dancing.
Okay.
If you know so much, if you know the history of FBS, we've been from National Dance Factory, National Dance Ensembles, from backing of musicians to back Slim Buster. We back a couple of musicians, and from there then we jump into music. So we started from dancing. From Embassy Pleasure Double Do to name it.
We've been everywhere.
You know the Embassy Pleasure Double Do,
you know
right?
what is called Embassy Pleasure?
Then I was younger, so maybe.
Oh, she
not.
don't have
Maybe I the new cheese.
It's a national dance competition for Ghana.
Yeah, for Ghana.
Oh, okay.
Last time, sorry to say that there's a embassy called.
There's a cigar company that sponsored.
Called Embassy.
Oh, great.
So they were the sponsors for the program.
Sponsors for the dance and this thing. Yes. So we've been a dance champions for ages, and we do a lot of adverts like Tampico adverts, Fangigo adverts.
I think I remember an ad be like that.
Yes, those years.
Great.
Tampico. Sorry to do adverts for them.
No, but
we were part of the video.
Great,
some of the part of the TC, you see us in the mask and stuff.
All right. So you've made a name for yourself in music and in dance.
We started in dance.
Great.
We started breaking barriers in dance. We travel a lot.
Sure.
Before we just switch in. We have the music in our blood already, so
it was not a big deal.
To switch is so easy.
So when you speak to artists who've been there, as we love to call them, the OGs, they talk about back in their days it was difficult. Music was not just how it has become so modernized in our time. You know, you have to book a studio, wait hours, days before it gets to your turn, recording. When you are done with the whole thing, you have to even market and get the music to the audience. Can you walk us through how was it like starting on the onset of your career?
Okay, our career has been tremendous. It has been superb because there is two things about life. You see, when the business you are doing becomes your hobby, even if it's difficult, you don't see the difficult part of it. Because FBS, we love dancing already. We used to dance for free, for fun, because I feel like if I don't dance for a day, it's like I've lost something. And then so when we started doing music, and we feel like it's not even difficult because the dance we put in when we were dancers and the dance we put in when we were singing it was limited. And when it comes to studio section, I did not see any stress going to the studio because we were privileged. Our first song was recorded in the studio of Slim Buster.
Okay.
You understand? Slim Buster was out with his friends, and then his engineer was there. It's called Uncle Otu, what's his name? Uncle Otu was something. He was an old man who was Slim Buster's engineer. So we were like, Uncle Otu, do you know that we can sing? He said, oh, we say, we've even written some songs. He said, and then we an old man now. So Slim Buster was not aware, so we started doing something. So he was like, okay, he played this beat. We have to sing what we want with our mouth, and then he was like, okay, this is a good thing, so let me play. So he played the beat. After that, we sang the first Old Man Boogie. It wasn't the one you are hearing now. There's the one that we did the demo part of it. You understand? It was nice. So when he did it, we did the voicing and everything. He was not being able to mix it because Slim Buster came, so we have to stop it. After 3 days, we asked him, Charlie, just give us a copy like that. It was like, the moment I'm in your time, I'm mix it, and you give it to us. So what we did is when he gave us that song, anytime we're on stage with Slim Buster, like my brother will take the CD to the DJ to make that, like to do the selection for the performance. So he will put our song at the end of Slim Buster's performance, which Slim Buster is not aware. So after we finish backing him, he leave the stage for us to do the last dance. So after he leave the stage,
they play
then they will put our song. He being in his dressing room listening to it, he didn't know it's our song. And they will dance with it, and the crowd love it. So we were unlucky. We were at Takoradi or somewhere. He didn't go to his dressing room. He was like around his car, and then they put the song, and then the crowd was like, boom. So when we were coming out of the stage, the crowd followed us to him. And you know what they told him? They were like, yo, Slim Master, you better power chop and janyum no. Now concentrate on Kwalawe because enyum na almost at the end no. A very your future obeneska.
Wow.
Some man just prophesied to him straight. And not knowing that thing God, he didn't feel okay because imagine we are his pillar at that time. We are the one that making him Slim Basta and so you're telling him to retire and concentrate on us. That was like a big blow. So he was like, so he was.
When did you guys do this?
He didn't ask us that day. He didn't even talk to us.
Oh.
We were like, we are dead. We see him like our father. We as Limata, we clicked so much. He was watching us. He didn't give us food. We were like, hey, it's bad. So we just still have to, you know, mingle with it. So for some time, we realized that the communication is that the relationship is no longer that strong. So we have to leave and then start doing our thing because he wasn't concentrating any longer because he realized we betrayed him.
But would you call that a betrayal? You took an opportunity as you were narrating the story.
You see, as an artist, if like right now, I'm in Slim Basta's shoes, and I have a dancers like us, and then we are going for the goal, like you understand, and all of a sudden we are backing up. Charlie, it's a big blow for him.
I get it.
Because me and my brother, we are very loyal. When we are with you, when we're with Slim Basta, we will not back any other musician. Unlike the rest that come to join, they can go and do their own thing. But if you see us, you see Slim Basta. So he's proud. The whole thing becomes like a brand, the three of us. You get it? And then my brother does the TikTok thing because Slim Basta has featured TikTok on couple of his songs. So if TikTok is not there, my brother will do the rapid service sleep, that kind of thing. So the vibe was there. You get it? So he was so comfortable with it, and all of a sudden, we feel like we can do more than dancing, and so that's what's really bring the breakup between we and Slim Basta. And after that, it was so good. And then Bulare started giving us programs. They were calling us Talibans. You know, when we go to show, we used to tie our hair with some white scarves. So from one place to another, and things start getting better. And Bulare was like, yo guys, this your Boogie is really getting famous now, and people are loving it. But it's demo, so why don't you go see JQ? That time JQ2 is getting the vibe. So it's like, why don't you go see JQ? We said like, Charlie, we don't even have the money.
Charlie,
they said, go tell JQ that I'll pay. Record, I'll pay. When we got to JQ2, we don't know how to record. Like, it's a long story, see that. If I have to tell you all that,
we'll save it.
But it was good. JQ recorded us. And
it became the hit. Great.
It.
So in December last year, the big shows, you rocked there. I met you at Beam Concert. We had a very good interview. The dance was on point. I'm like, hey, this is where did they get the energy from? And you don't miss a beat. Like the formation, you turn. It was such a pleasure to watch you. In 2022, you released one of the hit songs, Joe, which featured Mr. Drew. One would say, why feature Mr. Drew? Do you see yourself in him? Because he also sings and dances. Like, how did you settle on that, and how did the collaboration come?
You see, Mr. Drew has been good. Like, Mr. Drew is good. Like, you understand, Ghanaians know. But we did not like discover him earlier. Like, this thing could have happened long ago, but we did not discover Mr. Drew earlier because we are not familiar with the industry any longer because we've been traveling in and out and stuff. But the first time I saw him, my brother wasn't there. I was the one that saw him at a lunch he was performing. I was like, yo,
this guy.
Like, yo, Ghana. So Ghana have started this. Then that means Ghanaians still love that because I love everything about him. So I was like, yo, I called my brother there and I was like, yo, I've met that guy. So which I said, this guy is good. We need to work with this guy. We are about to retire, but with this guy, we have to do something. So I asked him, I said, yo, find his number, because he is fan of that. When I say find his number, he's going to
find,
I say, find his number, call him, let him know we want to do something. So about a week, he found his number. He called him. He was like, "Yo, is it Mr. Drew?" He said, "Yes. This is FBS." He said, who? FBS. Are you sure? He asked. He said, "Are you sure?"
I could know how they feel because he also danced looking at you.
He's not even believing. Yeah, what?
Are you sure?
Then I hear him telling somebody, FBS is talking to me. Then I think somebody say, "Oh, he's lying."
He's lying.
Then I say, "It's FBS." Like, if it's FBS, let's meet her.
They say, then come.
Then come, let me see you. I want to see you.
Then we say, okay, send us your location.
He sent location, we see him.
Then. So then he agreed to the collaboration. And
now, when we went to his place, not knowing, he also have an agenda for FBS. That he wished he could have met FBS.
Yeah.
Because I think he had a conversation with VGMA, because they said the last year's show, he murdered it. And people were like, okay, you've done whatever you want to do. People have seen it. So this year you're on it. What else will you do? So if they say, but if you want to do something, then you have to do something bigger than what FBS have done.
18 years ago.
So this is what FBS did 18 years ago.
No, let her know. We're holding the record on VGMA. 18 years ago, nobody have win
that show. Like we came with like the chair and the umbrella at the same time. We performing.
Are you getting it?
8 years ago, I was younger, so
on VGMA record, nobody have performed open act like what we did before. For 18 years, the crown is on us. We are holding the title.
So they were like, okay, watch this and then do like
that,
or
team
up with them and do the same thing. And I was like, that would be a good thing if I team up with them. That would be a very good thing. So we came and said, yo, you want to work with me, fine, but let's put the work aside
and focus on the VGMA.
So what is it? I'm going to VGMA and I want to go with you.
Wow.
I said, really? Go just on what basis? Because before we were thinking, maybe we're going to dance with him on his song. He said, no, I'm doing your music on VGM. It was like, yo, really? He said, but it's going to be a surprise, just we and you. I didn't let VGMA know I've gotten you. So I just took the idea, but I didn't give them the assurance I'm doing it.
Wow.
You understand? So we surprised them.
And that was it.
That was it. So and then we told him, we said, like, listen, this is going to be big. Because honestly, Ghana didn't really have enough of us. So it's going to be, say, yes, he knows it's going to be big. It's okay, let's do it.
Right. I'm really interested in that story. But then we'll take a quick break. When we come back, the conversation with FBS continues. Welcome back. You're still watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. I've been doing this with FBS, the music group. They dance, they sing, they do everything. You should see their performances if you have the opportunity to ever see them on stage. It's fireworks. They don't. I don't want to talk much, but let's continue the conversation. Before we went on that break, we were talking about your collaboration with Mr. Drew. Yeah. Currently in the music space, which other young artists would you love to work with?
That's a big question. Honestly, we would love to work with everybody. You see, there is something about FBS that up till now, for me, I'm not really comfortable. You see, because of the dance, it has covered our talent for music. Because people don't really pay attention and know what FBS can do musically. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. All they concentrate is on the dance. You understand? But they've forgotten that the dance comes with the music. You get it? But I think it's our time for Ghanaians to know that, okay, FBS can really sing. So when it comes to featuring somebody right now, you see, most of the artists feel like, oh, FBS, yeah, if it's not dancing music, I cannot feature. You understand?
Yes.
So people are feeling they can't work with us because they can't dance.
It has to be a danceable song.
No, but when you listen to our EP, it's only one danceable song in it. And trust me, we're good. We're very, very good. Me listening to the industry we are in now in Ghana, FBS is really, really good when it comes to music.
They don't know. They don't know.
Yes,
that we
because
can write. They are not.
So
aware.
you write all your songs.
Yeah, they don't know we are very good writers.
Great.
They don't know that.
We have never gone to the studio and recorded song, let's say a song, and then go We are just there. You play the beat and we finish it.
That's it.
That's how Joe was recorded. Instantly, the beat, the song, everything instantly. Like that's it. We don't go home and come back and say, "Oh, give me the beat. Let me go listen." No.
Is the raw talent and how the crowd receives you? As I stated earlier, if you have the opportunity to see you perform, everybody jamming to it, from your songs even to the new ones that you have right now. I listened to an interview, a 2022 interview we had with Larry, and you made mention that back in the day, P Square came, you know, asking that they wanted to be like you. Can you throw more light on that story?
That controversial interview.
Yeah, that controversial interview with Larry.
I made that.
Yeah,
that he started on one of TV station like that, and then Larry too took it, and they're talking, and some of our fans or some of the Nigerians are not taking it lightly. So I choose not to be answering that question because some people who are not there, they will not believe you. They will not believe. And you hear them coming hard on you, thinking you are undermining or you are rating. So we choose not to answer because there's more to it than what I said. There's more, and
but you don't want to give us some gist.
When in our biography, in our record, we have performed with a big art. Casey and Jojo, we performed with Casey and Jojo in London. We performed in Wembley before. Those times there's no social media. We were there. We have done a lot. We are ambassador for peace. This Liberia. This we work with UN. These things. So if I talk about P Square used to or the ask. And people are going gaga crazy, so I choose not to answer because. And I learned one guy said they talk to P Square. They say they don't remember. They remember VIP.
Yeah,
and then it's okay. Yeah, because
maybe in his narrative mind.
No. But it was true. It was true. They might remember because at the time Alumambuge was hitting. VIP was representing FBS in Nigeria.
Oh, okay. So, you know how social media they can twist things and all
and
that.
As I'm saying, in record, as we are talking about success, in record we don't have bad blood with anybody. We have our journey, 22 years in this journey, very nice, sweet. We don't want to do this social media thing
bees
like, who are you guys to say P Square, blah, blah, blah.
Right. Now talk about bees. Some people say that it's good for the industry. Currently, some people can stage, oh, let's plan it. Let's just say we are fighting because maybe you have a project and all that. Do you think that beef is good for the industry? For some people who are ready to eat beef. for us, vegetarians.
For us, listen, our legacy, we want to end it well. You understand me? We want to end it well with good notice. We will not just take your beef somewhere else.
Now you look very young.
Yeah.
Earlier when we started this conversation, we were talking about the fact that when I was younger, I used to listen to you. But you're going to tell me that, oh, you're still young.
We were all younger at that time.
Najo, please. Olumambuge came not now. You made mention that VGMA 18 years or 19 years ago.
Yeah.
What is your secret to looking good, young and all that? Apart from you defending that you are still young, which you are though, but then what do you do to look young and radiant?
You see, I realized one thing about life. The more you stress, the more you grow old.
Yeah.
Okay.
The more you consume yourself with unnecessary things. What is unnecessary? You feel like, oh, I'm not hitting. My song is not on time. You have to be on top of this. We can be in Ghana, VGMA, you won't see us there. You will not
see us anywhere.
We can go clubbing, and we see the artists that they're doing their celebrity lifestyle. We'll just be here. You won't even know FBS is. They're like, we had that free mind. You understand? We have that free mentality because I feel like if I have done it before, I owned this before, and you are having it today. It's just the time difference, but it does not really matter. I have it today, and you will have it tomorrow, and that's it. You understand? And we feel those are the secret of life. Like, just love yourself.
Yes.
Love the time you are in it. The little you have, manage it.
Don't let that life, celebrity life, you know.
I will tell you, we are very successful financially, but we have never posted anything that we owe.
Sorry to say, if I want to talk to a girl, I don't even want her to know I'm
FBS.
Oh, that's your secret.
Then
let's pretend I don't know you are FBS.
I don't fancy that thing.
Having to use.
If I come to club FBS in down.
You love to keep it on the low.
Could you believe till the Joe song came, one of my tenants didn't know I'm FBS.
Me up to now, my area.
One of my tenants, I think about a week ago, he was like, boss. I said, like, yeah, what is it? He said, please, my sister says she wants to come and snap a picture with you. I said, you are in this house for over 3 years now. Now you want to snap it? Because I didn't know you are there. I was like,
okay.
So you see the way the whole thing is. That is life.
We don't.
You know.
That's what I'm saying. Like this beefing, this social
unnecessary stress.
You know,
drugs. You see, all these things lead you to drugs.
Exactly.
Because when your brain is too hot, you need something to cool it off.
Yeah, you want to do
so you are stressed, you take in drug, it cools you. You get stressed again, you take it. And before you see, you're a drug addict.
Yeah, addicted to it.
And then, bro, you see yourself.
We've heard how drugs have destroyed a lot of celebrities and all that. Stay away from
drugs. Some is positive for them, but the time it becomes negative is when stress gets involved.
Then you have to be always on it.
Drugs are very, very
addictive.
very addictive. When they only want to get you at your weak time. At your happy time, you might think drugs is everything, but when you are weak, or when your career starts going down financially or mentally or married, like if you have an issue, then the drug will get you. You understand? And it will destroy you.
Thank you for that advice. I know the young folks who are going to chance on this interview will really appreciate it. Now here in Ghana, we've had some people, I would call them legendary entertainers, say, oh, here in Ghana, they don't really appreciate their legends until maybe, excuse me to say, when you are late, that's let's celebrate you. What would you say about that? Do you think that there's more that can be done, or Ghanaians, the thing that we say that we don't celebrate our own is false?
It goes in the two ways. Always I say this, when you don't make room for something, then there's no room for it.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? We have not created an industry for the old songs, for the past songs. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because even the new songs, the industry we create for the new songs is even limited. Trust me, we have named them the legends. Have you ever had a program that every year we line up old artists to come and perform? So if there's no performance going on, how do their legacy becomes relevant? You see, you have a lot of things in your head. Presenters have, you are doing your show for people to watch you, right? You want a current vibe. You want something that will sell you. So if you don't mention any old artist's name on your program, it's not your fault. But if an old artist went to perform at a particular event and he made a mark, you would talk about it. Do you get what I'm saying?
So we should get a platform where we line up and then... There should be an
industry for the old arts. There should be something that is going on.
Some awards have to go in, not that
something has to go on.
Somebody would take the idea and he will stop it somewhere.
No, it has to be continuation.
Some will take an idea and it will be selfish, not to call in somebody. No, we have to be a national something. Like, listen, yearly, this award, this is it. It goes on, and we can remember you for doing this for Ghana. Ghana say thank you for this. When you do this, but they are waiting for you after maybe they have hit 10 years. Stoneboy have hit 10 years, then the young chap will come, then you compare him to Stoneboy. That's what Ghanaians are doing.
Yes.
So if you are doing that, so the legacy is gone. You understand me? I watch one person is saying, oh, right now the Black Sheriff is more than all the... Then they are making big arts, like Stoneboy, like Shatawale.
And even I saw Blacko come out to say he doesn't like that comparison, because sometimes the people that are even compared, they are not into that, but then social media folks, for whatever reason. But then before we wrap up, I know you have new things, the EP and all that. Let's just talk about currently what you are up to in 2023, the plans.
We have put on our EP. I will not say let's say release in some way. It's on social or the digital platform. It's a five tracks in there, and we want Ghanaians to just pay attention to that EP a lot. And people who are looking for content, who want to write, who want to bash, who want to say anything about FBS should go through the EP. The EP talks about now, talk about
the
who
current
FBS are. FBS music, we are blessed with a lot of talent, which the dance is taking over it because we are very vibrant.
Yeah.
So when you have this opportunity, you don't talk about how do you write, how do you compose? You're good. Because of the dance, you don't talk about it. So we want all Ghanaians, all the listeners or the people who are watching us now to just go on digital platform and type FBS Takeover. That's the title of the listing. And the rest, you can write it. Anything you want to write about it. If you want to insult us, if you are not good, you just tell us. So 2023, we give you a challenge.
Great. Yeah. Nadja, it was a pleasure having you talk about music and relive all the good times. Any final words before we wrap up?
Okay, I would say keep it calm. Love yourself more. Say less. You know, talking too much make you irrelevant because you end up saying nonsense. And then focus. Whatever it is you want to do, just stay by it. Focus towards it. Pray over it, and you succeed. And to our fans, Yanzango, to Munanguao.
Great. D.
I'll just my last word is to the youth, every youth is a hero. Every youth, wherever you find yourself, just say to yourself, you are a hero. If I tell you how we started, you will not say, listen, me in go school that. My school is just some class 1, class 2. I don't remember how many classes I sit in my life. Yeah. But trust me, I'm doing a lot in my life. So I'm just trying to send this message to the Zongo youth or all the youth in Ghana that, listen, keep it tight. I know it's not easy, you know. You might be on high something, but still now tell yourself you can make it. Do you understand me? You can make it, you can see through. And look within you, inside you, you will find your talent, you find what you can do the best.
Thank you very much, FBF Music. So bad that I couldn't, get to dance with because and all that. But I wish maybe you could play. You could play. Yeah. Can I play any of your songs? Which song do you love? We just wrap up with it. Joe.
Joe or Hala.
Hala.
Joe Hala. We take over.
Hala.
I swear. Hala is on a boom play. Go boom play.
Hala and take all of.
Okay, then let's do Joe because let me just do Joe. Okay.
You, my baby.
Can we get some of the dance moves?
Baby, make I please. Baby, I want my knees. Oh, I can feel your pain. Let me take it away. On top your cake. And make I look your face.
If it's you that I want, baby, move to the dance floor. Baby, just,
move your body, just, move your body,
I'm for love.
Baby, just,
move your body, just, I'm for love. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, FBS.
Thank you. Anytime we are on stage with Slim.
This week on E-Forum.
Utri see the origin of rapper, and I also heard the real definition of rapper. Rapper and Kasano, 77 previous. I shut down fan cancer, Papa Bia.
And Pedumo time, no, they were not that they were so raw. But they were close to real nature. So they could communicate and then also even monitor movement of animals and other species to also forge part of their music.
But when you start rap, so I'm for the street to me. Until I say, I quite to say, for the street. So street so come wo. Until I will say, oh, street kind of music there. You must also follow what the street wants.
What if ya? No one could see uncle Breu Mojenia, bindi. For me, I think in the context that boss if you're a good analyst, you would give him the benefits of the doubt, say,
E-Forum airs this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
Worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof, when the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Adjato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things, where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
No, I'm not gonna declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, be responsible for them.
I think she's very malicious, and whatever vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, what she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with her money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wants it?
If you do that to your partner, you're literally hating. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
What is your view on the efforts of this government on import substitution?
I've got some strong personal views of my own, which may appear to coincide with that of the government. When we hit the snag, I went around speaking to whoever wanted to hear me out. Why is it that everything that you can think about is being imported in this country, which has such a terrible effect on our currency, our foreign exchange reserves? So it's about time that we took a serious look at this particular issue. Then when my nomination came up and I had to do a little bit more research, it became apparent that Cabinet actually is taking up the issue. I have been told that in October last year, a committee was put together by Cabinet to specifically deal with this matter. And colleagues, when I looked at some of the issues that had been raised, I actually, this is speaking for myself, I was scandalized. I brought two documents. One is that one. It's been decided at that level that we should be looking at about 50 specific areas where it's probably important to look at issues of import substitution. And what I found scandalizing is what appeared at paragraph 4 of the item that they are listed. You know what we're importing into Ghana? We're importing guts, we're importing bladders, and we're importing stomachs of animals to Ghana. to complement, I think, our food, whatever. And that alone totaled, a year that's in the question, about 164,570,000 plus some hundreds of dollars. I thought this is a little bit of a scandal. But it's on the list. It's a committee is put together. A decision has been made that we should, as a country, seriously consider as much as possible to institute some policy to ensure that we have some substitution for some of these items. It's not only this. This is what I found scandalizing. But there are other things on the list. You're looking at rice. You're looking at beverages. You're looking at. I mean, rice alone. I also happen to have found out that we were smuggling rice into the country without disclosing. Because you look at how much is produced locally, you look at how much we consume, and then you do the subtraction. There's a gap of close to about 500, 600 metric tons, which has been consumed but not accounted for through the system. So there is that, and then second-hand vehicles, second-hand clothing, and quite a lot that government feels that to ensure some sanity in the system should be looked at. So I have very clear views in my own mind. What should be done? Obviously, encouraged by what I've read in the government papers.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar Akofino, download to Lemonade Finance.
Thank you very much for joining us on today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Today we've traveled all the way from Accra to Ekumfi in the central region. We are here to tour the farmland and also visit the factory to see how your favorite eku juice is processed for exportation and for your perusal. Now, how is the Ekumfi factory faring under government's 1D, 1F? How is the exportation of eku juice been so far? Come with me as we explore and also answer these questions and many more.
This is our Aubrey site. As you can see here, we work every day, we keep planting every day. So this is far greater than what you saw the last time you came here. We're just around this side, which was quite big. But now see, we go up to the other end because of our capacity for production and then what the future of this company is. I'm sure you know that we are hitting the markets in America in the course of the year, and then we need to grow so much. So that's what we are doing here. We plan doing around 1,200 acres. Okay, so as you see, we keep we keep expanding every day. So if you ask me where we are today, I may not be able to give it because we keep working every day. On this site. On this side, but there are many other sites. So from here we are getting onto, because we acquired land in the area, and then we work on it as the days come by. So from here we're going to, these are some of our large farms. Okay, we have about 5 of these, and then 1 in preparation at the moment. So we are working on that. In all, if we are working comfortably with 6,000 acres, we are good to go. But we are looking at going up to 12,000, so that we have a certain buffer. We are delivering to Ghana, but people call us and say we can't find it. We can't find it. It is because what we are delivering is not just juice that you're going to get water, sugar, and all of that as juice. So if you have demand, you just have to push it. For us, we cannot push. This is what we have. We grow 14 months time. It becomes fruit, ripe fruit. We take it to the factory. We press it into juice, and that is what it is, with no water, nothing. So I mean, this is a premium product, and that's why we are stepping out there. We have 3 planting schemes. So the first one is what we have even deviated from the traditional outgrower scheme, because it has some challenges. So what we have is a shared grower scheme, where with people in the community, we do the farms, and then there's a scheme to keep them as workers. In that same scheme, they are outgrowers, and another scheme, they are owners. So we call it a shared grower. It's a deviation from the outgrower, although it has the tenants in it, but it is modeled around the traditional booster system. So they take a third, we take a third, and that we do. Here. So that is one scheme. The second scheme is where an independent person says, I want to grow, because of the capacity. Of our machinery, we are not into 10 acres, 20 acres, we're into large. Okay, because our production capacity is 10 tons per hour. If I say 10 tons, I mean 4 acres of planted pineapple in an hour. So if you give me, say I have 20 acres, that's like my 1-day production, or even less. So okay, so where independent people have large scale investment in pineapple production, but it doesn't just happen, because we also keep a certain policy where we're not just buying pineapples, because we're just squeezing these pineapples, adding nothing, but just squeezing them and then taking them through our processing into the box. We want to be sure which pineapples we are processing. Okay, so the large scale, that's the second scheme, where an independent person says, I can do 50 acres, I can do 80 acres, I can do whatever. Then we come in and have an agreement with you, and we control your practices, so that we are sure of the kind of fruit you are bringing. So that's the second scheme, where independent large-scale producers will also come and link with us. And then there's what we see here, that is the factory itself generating these fruits. So where we'll be visiting today are our factory-owned farms. Our company is called Ekumfi Fruits and Juices Limited. What the meaning is in the name. So we deal with various fruits. Okay, and so we do various juices. I mean the mixes. We are doing pineapples because if you want to do juice, we'll come there. So we're doing pineapples because of the fact that pineapples grow every day. They are not seasonal, so they are all year round. So that's our base, but we have the others. So here on our farms, there are 3 varieties of pineapples that you know, and we grow all here. In fact, we've added a 4th. So we're doing the smooth cayenne. There's the smooth cayenne. That is the abrobe, the Ghana known abrobe. When I was a kid, they call abrobe. It is white. It has this pores inside and all of that. It's bottle. It is bottle shaped, etc. That's the sugarloaf. You know, it has its properties. Along the line came smooth cayenne. That is bulky. That is yellow. So you can see that yellow color.
it is sweet, but not as sweet as the sugar. We do that here because, you know, we are doing mixes. In fact, I will not give you the kind of ratios we're using, but at least they come with their individual properties. So sugar loaf will come with the sweetness. Smooth cayenne is bigger, the juicier. So it gives us more juice. And then there's MD2, which is also in the market. So we're growing that one here. We are trying another variety called the Queen Victoria. That one is smaller, but you know, as the name implies, it used to when it came up in the time of the Queen. So it was called the Queen of Pineapples. It is small but very expensive. We grow that one as well here. And so those mixes make the eco juice that you drink, and that's what we grow here. But beyond this one, we also grow watermelons here because we have the land here. So anytime we plant our pineapples, before they come up to be full grown like this, we would have grown our watermelon and harvested them, even before the pineapples take over like we have. And the other lengths to get citrus from Asebu. So I'm sure from here we'll look at the Asebu project as well. We are getting ginger and all of that. So there's a wide opportunity for you to come in.
While we toured the Obri, Ekumfi Sado and Ekumfi Edumafa farmlands, we met the Director of Agronomy, Baini Isaiah Kankam, and this is what he told the news team.
We harvest from the farm. We take the cows out, then we load it into the car, then we send it to the factory for processing. So here, because we are not out, no, the machine cannot take this one. So we have to, normally we call it decrowning. You do that so that the fruit can be washed in the basin so that the machine can crush. You know, we are not doing hand peeling. When you get there, you see it. So it's properly washed, then clean before it enter into the crusher. So basically, every week we do production. So this week we are sending 250,000 fruit to the factory. So we have these 2 cars. There's one also loading at other side. So this one, this morning, this is what we are doing now.
We finally arrived at the factory, and since it's a food produce, one needs to be properly dressed. The news team were tasked to take off all earrings, watches, bracelets, and necklaces. We were also given headgears, and the men in the team were given nose masks to cover their beards. Rubber to cover our feet were also given to us. The Director of Operations at Ekumfi Fruits and Juices Limited, Frederick Kobina Aqua, was our tour guide for the day.
Today we'll be seeing our processing. It's going to be a very short trip. Right, so I will thank you. Brushes with water, and as the pineapples fight against each other, the brushes are washing them, and then from here they go up to the expander. There's an overload, that's why the machine is automatically stopped. If we are doing ginger, we mill the ginger and add to the extraction. If we are doing citrus, we add it up here. If we are doing watermelon, we add it up here. So you can see this is citrus and tropical fruit processing. It is a poly fruit, and poly means many. Right.
So as I told you earlier, from the farm we came straight to the factory, and as you can see right behind me, they are processing the fruit. So first they wash the fruits, like it's automatically done. They wash the fruit, then it goes through the process, through the machine, and then we get the fruit juice that comes out already made.
Here we come to these receiving tanks, but you realize that the juice will be going into opaque boxes on which you write shake well, etc. But how well, you don't know. So we have invested in a system called a homogenizer. This, what the homogenizer does is that it is a mechanical process that shakes the juice, such that it sits down for 1 year. There's still no separation. Unlike you would have typically of the fruit, the pineapple juice in a bottle, where you see that you see a certain particle down and water up. So that one is gone. From here, we come from the homogenizer, we come to this one, which is a preheat. Preheat because we have harvested from the farm this morning. It has come into water regulation here. It has gone through extraction. You are taking it to the UHT, and the UHT will take it up to 125 degrees. You don't want the juice to still experience some shock. We are treating the juice like a human being. So before you take it to so much heat, you have to prepare it so that it is conscious of some heat coming. So it goes through preheat. From preheat, it goes to the pasteurizer, where we do the UHT. From UHT, there's a chiller system on it. So by the time it leaves here, there will already be water drizzling because it is chilled. Okay, and from here, it goes straight into filling. That's our parking line. That's what we do. Once the machine stops and it has to start, there's a calibration. So it calibrates to leave some. So that's why we have here. And then it begins like this. Okay. So that's your super premium Ekumfi pure juice. And then from here, I can so small that you need a straw. Bring up the straw.
How many people do work here?
So typically in the factory, we have about 75 people working in the factory. But then many of the jobs we have are downstream on the farms, where, as you saw, all those light trucks, they are human beings that do them. Yes.
So in all, both direct and indirect?
Okay, so we are in the thousands, but because we keep shifting, I don't want to be giving figures. Yeah. Yes. We keep it depend on what work we are doing at what time, but we run in the thousands.
Okay. So earlier it was reported that the place had been temporarily closed.
It has never been so. So it has never been so. Sometimes I wonder why people will only want to, but it becomes news when somebody says it's not working. Okay. So as you saw from the farm, every production is triggered by the agronomy team. So when the fruits are ripe and makes economic sense to do, it will trigger production. So like if I grow 1,000 fruits today, I expect 1,000 1 year or 14 months from today. But it might not exactly happen that way. So they trigger it. So there are times there will be harvest or there will be ripe fruits. But we'll say, you know what, we can't work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and be doing. Sometimes we need to aggregate and run maybe 4 days in a week in a row. So somebody comes in a day that you are not running and is already out there, they are not working. I don't get it.
So how far with the exportation of the Eku juice?
Yeah, sure. So your premium quality Eku juice has hit the stands in the US as we speak. We are working to begin full-scale export in the course of the year. We're working at the UK, we're working at Dubai as we speak.
So today we've gone through the entire process that Ekumfi Fruits and Juices Limited go through to produce the tasty fruit juices that we enjoy on the market. don't hesitate to buy from them because it is a Ghanaian-owned company. Reporting for BizTech on GhanaWeb TV, my name is Ernestina Sewa Asante, and Biz Headlines is right next after the show.
Hello and welcome to Biz Headlines with me, Mauli Aholimega, right here on GhanaWeb TV. Now let's get straight into our stories for the week. Dr. Kiso Atsu has hinted that about 17 banks are at risk due to government's domestic debt exchange program. Dr. Atsu noted this is according to a report by the Bank of Ghana. After the government announced its decision to exchange domestic debt, questions have been raised about the viability of banks and how they were going to survive, since most banks were engaged in government business. Dr. Atsu said the debt exchange program has shown that government is looking to transfer its bankruptcy to the private sector. Minister of Finance Ken Ofori-Atta has said Ghana's bilateral mission to China has been postponed to somewhere in March this year. According to him, the postponement is due to the National People's Congress of China, which is expected to take place earlier in March this year. He made this known when he held bilateral talks with the German Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, Mrs. Sevenger Schulz, in Accra. The Finance Minister, however, said bilateral talks with China will continue ahead of this important mission. The government of Ghana has started to actively engage external debt. The government of Ghana has started to actively engage external debtors with the view of getting debt cancellation, especially from the Paris Club of Creditors. Now let's move on to the telecom sector, where Telecel Group has announced that it has completed an agreement to acquire 70% in majority shares in Vodafone Ghana. This is the most recent major change for the Ghanaian telecoms company since 2008, when Vodafone Group PLC purchased a controlling stake in GTCL and established Vodafone Ghana. Telecel is an African-focused telecommunications company with a brand founded in 1986, operating primarily in Africa and converging telecom with fintech, e-commerce, and tech startups. The completion of the agreement to acquire Vodafone Ghana by Telecel Group presents an opportunity for further innovation and continued delivery of unparalleled service to Ghanaians. Let's stay on the domestic front, where Fitch has downgraded Ghana yet again after the country missed on its important coupon payment as part of its Eurobond. The development comes after the government missed the grace period to make a 40.6 million coupon payment on its 1 billion 2026 Eurobond. Due to the current economic challenges in the country, Ghana has suspended making payments on external debt components. The latest verdict by Fitch comes after Ghana's local debt rating was downgraded to restricted default on February 14, 2023. Now let's move on to Parliament, where the Appointment Committee of the House has been vetting a number of nominees selected by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Deputy Minister Designate for Trade and Industry, Dr. Stephen Amoah, has stated that taking a salary cut will not pose a problem to him once the Minority Leader of the House, Dr. Kiso Atsu, does the same. According to him, he was ready to take up the charge if need be.
Chairman, I think I said something here. My knowledgeable Dr. Atsu and I, the only difference is the height. So the way we are brothers, if he sees me on the corridor, he says, "Our brother, let's cut," and he cut his, I'll cut mine.
Can you consider rejecting or refusing the appointment of the president as a contribution to Ghana's current problem?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not a lawyer, but I know that Article 78 mandates the president with approval of the parliament to do as such. I don't think if I'm asked to serve this country, I'll deny the good people of Inshiaeso and this country by doing that. Thank you, sir.
Now let's move on to the case involving Beige Bank Limited, where a witness has accused the former CEO of the bank of siphoning customers' funds. A chartered accountant with KPMG, Julius Aivo, who is currently on secondment to the office of the receiver of the defunct Beige Bank Limited, has testified that reviews conducted into the affairs of the defunct bank identified a number of transactions that were suspicious and unusual in nature. According to Mr. Aivo, former CEO of Beige Bank, Mike Nyinaku, said the suspicious and unusual transactions involved the siphoning of funds that had been deposited by customers of the defunct bank by the former CEO to himself and companies related to him. This, he said, caused the government of Ghana to settle the affected customers with taxpayers' money following the collapse of the bank. He made the allegation when he testified in court as part of the trial. Now let's move on to the technology space, where an engineer and inventor is advocating for increased investment in Ghana's technology space to propel development and create jobs. According to him, this investment in the sector will ensure Ghana can take advantage of emerging trends to create jobs, especially among the youth. Speaking in an interview with GhanaWeb Business on the sidelines of the Tech Job Fair in Accra, Professor Fred Magbon-Lori, who is also the president of the Academic City University College, said technology can be leveraged on to propel the country's national development plan.
We all know where India is today is because of the tech industry. Some of the biggest billionaires in the world are tech entrepreneurs from India. So I think we need to take advantage of the fact that with new technological advances, people can actually sit here and work for companies anywhere else in the world, right? So we need to have some entrepreneurship funding to support young adults who have ideas that they want to launch. But we also need to figure out how technology itself is an integral part of our national development plans. So in our Greek sector, we've heard what are the policies again, the plan for food, what is one district, one factory, what are the impacts, what kind of impact can technology bring to this sector? Whether you are talking about using drones to inspect farms, to spray farms, for insecticide, among other things. So I think we just have to, we have a national ICT policy, but we need to deploy it. We need to realize it. So I think there's a part for government and there's also the part for the private sector that we need to make sure that these kids are getting access to internships while they are still on campus so that they'll be job ready.
That's all for this week's edition of Biz Headlines on GhanaWeb TV. But before we go, don't forget to log on to our website, www.ghanaweb.com, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mauli Aholimega. Do have a lovely weekend.
No, I'm not gonna declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, be responsible for them.
I think she's very malicious, and whatever vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, what she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with her money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wants it?
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
week on E-Forum.
Utri see the origin of rapper, and I also heard the real definition of rapper. Rapper and Kasano, 77 previous, I shut down fan cancer, Papa Bia.
And Pedumo time, no, they were not that they were so raw, but they were close to real nature. So they could communicate and then also even monitor movement of animals and other species to also forge part of their music.
But when you start rap, so I'm for the street to me. Until I say, I quite to say, for the street. So street and so come wo. Until I will say, we street kind of music there. You must also follow what the street wants.
What if ya? No one could see uncle Breu Mojenia, Unyebindi. For me, I think in the contest that Kokudality boss annual, if you're a good analyst, you would give him the benefits of the doubt, say,
E-Forum airs this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. When the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Adjato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
What is your view on the efforts of this government on import substitution.
I've got some strong personal views of my own, which may appear to coincide with that of the government. When we hit the snag, I went around speaking to whoever wanted to hear me out. Why is it that everything that you can think about is being imported in this country, which has such a terrible effect on our currency, our foreign exchange reserves? So it's not about time that we took a serious look at this particular issue. Then when my nomination came up and I had to do a little bit more research, it became apparent that Cabinet actually is taking up the issue. I have been told that in October last year, a committee was put together by Cabinet to specifically deal with this matter. And colleagues, when I looked at some of the issues that had been raised, I actually, this is speaking for myself, I was scandalized. I brought two documents. One is that one. It's been decided at that level that we should be looking at about 50 specific areas where it's probably important to look at issues of import substitution. And what I found scandalizing is what appeared at paragraph 4 of the items that they are listed. You know what we're importing into Ghana? We're importing guts, we're importing bladders, and we're importing stomachs of animals to Ghana to complement, I think, our food, whatever. And that alone totaled, a year that's in the question, about 164,570,000 plus some hundreds of dollars. I thought this is a little bit of a scandal. But it's on the list. It's a committee is put together. A decision has been made that we should, as a country, seriously consider as much as possible to institute some policy to ensure that we have some substitution for some of these items. It's not only this. This is what I found scandalizing. But there are other things on the list. You're looking at rice, you're looking at beverages, you're looking at, I mean, rice alone. I also happen to have found out that we were smuggling rice into the country without disclosing. Because you look at how much is produced locally, you look at how much we consume, and then you do the subtraction. There's a gap of close to about 500, 600 metric tons, which has been consumed but not accounted for through the system. So there is that, and then second-hand vehicles, second-hand clothing, and quite a lot that government feels that to ensure some sanity in the system should be looked at. So I have very clear views in my own mind. What should be done? Obviously, encouraged by what I've read in the government papers.
On E-Forum.
We trace the origin of rapper, and as I heard the real definition of rapper. Rapper and Casano, 77 previous, I shut down fan cancer and Papa Bia.
And by the more time, no, they were not that they were so rural, but they were close to real nature. So they could communicate and then also even monitor movement of animals and other species to also forge part of their music.
But when you start rap, so I'm for the street to me. Until I say, I quite to say, for the street, so street and so come over. Until I will say, oh yes, street kind of music there. You must also follow what the street wants.
What if ya? No one could see uncle Breu Mojenia, Unyabindi. For me, I think in the contest that boss if you're a good analyst, you would give him the benefits of the doubt, say,
E-Forum airs this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. When the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Adjato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things, where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
No, I'm not gonna declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, be responsible for them.
I think she's very malicious, and whatever vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, what she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with her money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wants it?
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
6th February 2023. So as you can see, the barrier party is marching briskly with the mortal remains of our dear brother, and they will come and then place the mortal remains here. And after, the clergy will give us the prayer. May I also respectfully acknowledge the presence of the Turkish ambassador. So as you can see, the barrier party is marching briskly with the mortal remains of our dear brother Christian Atsu. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Ghana's ambassador to Turkey. So the barrier party will march off. I respectfully invite the military clergy to give us a word of prayer.
Mr. Vice President, distinguished guests, let us continue this ceremony in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen. Let us pray.
Let us pray. Lord, hear our prayers and be merciful to your Son, the late Christian Atsu, whom you have called from this life. Welcome him into the company of your saints, in the kingdom of your light and peace. Father, God of all consolation, in your unending love and mercy for us, turn the darkness of death into the dawn of a new life. Show compassion to your people, especially the family of the late Christian Atsu and all Ghanaians in our sorrow. Be our refuge and our strength to lift us up from the darkness of this grief to the peace and light of your presence. And as always, we make our prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Let's go. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن والاه. اللهم ارزقنا في تيسير كل أسير فإن تيسير العسير إليك يسير ونسأل التيسير في الدنيا والآخرة. اللهم رب الناس أسر الباس اشفه وأنت الشافع لا شفاء إلا شفاءك شفاء لا يغادر سقما. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين.
Dear Lord, we continue to pray for all sportsmen and women of our nation scattered in other parts of the world, especially our footballers. We commit them into your hands, and we ask that, Lord, as they lift up the flag of Ghana higher in other disciplines of sports, you continue to protect and guide them. We pray, dear Lord, for all those who lost their lives in this calamity of earthquake. And we pray in the name of Christ Jesus that by your mercy forgive our iniquities of the world, that these calamities will stay away from us. We pray, O God, that you receive the soul of your Son, Christian Atsu, whom you have called to your eternity. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and
So as you can see, the Barrier Party will briskly march with the remains of our dear brother, with the clergy in front, to the heirs. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the body of our dear brother Christian Atsu has been put into the heads and it will move straight to its destination. We've come to the end of this brief event here at the VIP lounge of the Kotoka International Airport, our dignitaries will take leave of us, and after we all follow. May the soul of our dear brother Christian Atsu rest in peace.
No, I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, be responsible for them.
I think she's very malicious, and whatever vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, what she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with her money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wants it?
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. When the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Adjato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
Now, back canocre. Susan, I be want to be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Mipoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Thanks for joining us for another episode of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. Today on the show, we are looking at the content of some of the songs that you've been listening to. A number of people have been raising concerns. I'm going to say, in fact, last time I heard, what's his name? Oh, Yahiti. And so Yahiti, and so Yahiti, Yebenya Sikachna, or the Mekani, But that's what we are going to discuss. Do you have an issue with people singing about Sika, money, Yebenya Sika, Yepia Kwabontian Kopesika? And then crying and inspiring for to sing about money. Is it the system? Is it lifestyle? Is it what they have decided to sing about? And I say a thing. And what really is the effect? That's what we are here to talk about on this episode of E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My guest, and then I have two Romeos. Ambassador Romeo is an entertainment journalist, and Nana Romeo is a DJ radio presenter with Accra FM. Guys, thanks for joining us, Madam Wasepa. I mentioned Nana Romeo. So before that, let me read Kafui Day's tweet.
Okay.
That is what is forming the basis for this discussion. He says, listening to some Ghanaian rap on radio, and all the songs are about money and how money they have, how much money they have, how they will make money by all means, how they have money more than the other people. Every verse has sika or money. Is that all there is to rap? Is that all there is to rap about? Then he did another post and said, recommend a Ghanaian hip life or rap musician whose music doesn't have the constant theme of money or body parts of women. I want to see something. Nana, I don't know, radio presenters, and you is that the case?
And you might already. Say they are available by any able. And the question is, I didn't know I jumped to phone. Eto and you want Sikane a Isa. Okay, the attendant say, you bet chia or her fuina. Now, Yadamasi, so much. The only say, Yakasa rap and Casa. Rap and Casano. Say, one could book Mukra, Uncle Ridi Crampona. What the back, your dada sitting among. You who rap say yo no. You swing no yo. I say you who rap say be and Kenyan sasem. Yo. I say street kind of music bisa. And no so because we had see the origin of rapper, and I saw heard the real definition of rapper. Rap and kasano sabi previous. I shada fan cancer papa bia. Oh yes, rap music and kasano. I am more of say o de bragging, o de boosty, o de bragging. I say o de dwewanum. Most rappers,
but it be the account. I said, Papa.
Yes, but do na so and de bragging.
Okay.
And the hip hop music na nkasa rap one element of hip hop no. So o hwe ni pa na enya Ghana nko a. Said the na Kafui Day ka no. Enya Ghana nko a. The originators are rap music no a free America any Jamaica no. Omo ye the originators na nkasa akra no sika more rap music no kra sen Ghana ha de ya kase bobo e betimi abobo din ni sa ye wie rappers be brave, American rappers be brave, Jamaican rappers be brave na uti rap music I say or the only and all kaso ti over here rappers tambia so mo pe dressing na chi kakaka di no da no kum enso okofia kom di no oni kapre but opia bontia opese amansan hu say ne ho atona because I say rap na nkasa dwuma na afa to no ho so no the definition na nkasa no pia bontia or poetry ama manfo ate ase enti o hear rap nkasa krampo da kwa fa so bae no first kra no mon kan rap no mon kan MC enti ana ehu ni say ti say bia o ye MC e wo event bi ase na bia DJ no di instrumentals bi a ase o MC no na moderate program no enti but yo everybody sa hona na rap music ni start free by enti rap ankasa no enshada nka hwe I say be dwawonum
and they say me no nya adwo
no honestly that is the real definition of rap music ankasa say the make no over here enwum bia rap won bia na say rap wonwum bi mu no mostly no chorus no and anom kan sem papa wom rapper no ba wo dey ati obedemu nyina hya ase no enene ne kura ati obedemu say chorus no nipa no tuni singer no tuni ye wi a na rapper no ba ana odi number bia abusa say I say rap no ne chorus no mfa because say okay bo oba ena oba no ena obi eso ma me ena me feel ye ena ena me da me range mu sa rap is about bragging most of the rap music ena enne mafo nko awo yankai ye nua penyini say titi nyina Lord Kenya mu days nyina no na omo di sika and like rappers
but as you say no say all can as say adoso pa because Lord Kenya yes or sika Abriwana now also had a song sika Yemfree rap zone no mukra ne enko high life pa Thomas etu sika enkofo be
Daddy Lumba
but as you say no send your no who be a sika.
The woman seminar generation biya ne de ho. Whether we like it or not, sa generation we aba. Yeah, generation na ye susua no. Na ye ni miriska. Na sika kra the last thing na ye dwene ho. Ye susua na ye nyini no. Those days no kra na ye susua na ye hu ma pe no. Ani ye girls no. Sa atam kra na nye sex o. Opese ye kasa o girl ni keke, oni age. Bia obetimi akodi fie akosra no mabonkomo. Waso ne nsa bi keke. I say eno na efe. Na ye nwini sex ho. Now, ye hwe enkwala ya bayi. Onya girl na ne ya opeso aso obieja. Say no ewiase no social media na aba no. Ene enoma ye di ani hu no. Ye ntumi go back to the olden times na wiase no said ye pen na say nketie no na etie no. Ye nya ne sabiem. Because it's all social media. Obi e flanti de wo. Inti young guy na ono ni kapre no. The only thing obetima ni say oye nwoma obedwa nanum wo ne nwum num. Inti wo ne fan na wo feeling no ebe yo say odo a manso no ni kapre. Eni nti na nei bebre krampo no say bi ontumi kra nkokere ba bi ote.
Ambassador, should it be a cause for concern? Say yes ye nwum say ayiska ska obi e tu ska.
I think it should be a source of worry for true lovers of rap music and I say music in general. Jenna utie in recent times, you know. Sigani mbasama utie, you know. Any rap pe. Even like regular songs, it go a hip life. Na ibia a chorus crowd man ring na raw ska. Utie I say. But I would like to differ a little with my brother Romeo. At some point, a rap in Shedan Canyons as Sam Kakrano. That's where
the way I know building up, exactly.
In the beginning, it has to do with some element of bragging to show who is the boss. Who rules whichever enclave or orphan. But there are people whose wordplay like deep. I don't think that people are unable to really salute Manifest here. Because Manifest in here, one of those common rappers are or throw about words like so easily, especially Skaska and Ambamba.
Yeah, and Kafu Days post, you know.
Exactly, I could have just mentioning
Manifest. They mentioned Kirani Ayat. They mentioned Pure Akan.
There are a lot of people whose wordplay were born out of that poetic element. I'm a building, I'm a cover out of. Now, when you talk of rap battle artists, this is Sarkodiyemu, Yaponumu. These are people whose element of survivor has always been bragging, supremacy. But when the rap element is about touching souls or educating people, no, the real element of poetry. But if it has to do with bragging or who is supreme, who is the boss, then and sometimes Nkrofo say they are tired of Sarkodie, but unim the entia. Sarkodie's rights growth on the streets, battles, and he has conquered most people through this channel. He still wants to stamp his authority. I saw announcing the presence. And you see the same thing too in Yapo. So there are people who a friend is saying this northern rappers, Makasio, Muni, Fancy Gadamu, some more different trend. But the entire cafe day business I said generally, and yet rap no kwa. I said the focal point of the youth front no about mbani sika. I say uye juma unze first no me say abrantipa me media be 7 years free. Na me nje one cedi those times from new generation days TV Africa. Na me nje one cedi po. But ne ufre young person be some bra programmer opeska. People wanted the experience, so they did a lot of things for free, and then you had the connections because Uko shows Abishawi, Namo Build, it was you should never Moscow, but contacts no and never Moscow. But people now are looking for that instant impact. This is a friend beyond friend, but people are not looking forward to building relationships anymore. And don't think as can semni iron abeji abetu to see this kind of your musical front. Another aspect to Romeo tackle generation. That number more time no. It will be a kuti ankwa. Because you are the kuti anyum kwa nebo. Even there was a time where gospel, even till now, gospel cry kutia. Ebum. Ubi is asenti. A kuti ankwa no mbeti mi. Edi abonyu manase gospel ameka nsempa na kuti ankwa na. Inti I feel say that generational element also has a lot of stake in this decision. Now here come as a baby fade, a bit baby before. There was a time they diane. Banku kukunti se oh and once obi na hook bi na fe say na eko afi wu say no afi na enche na afi de ba be ye ade foforo. See for me I feel say it's an observational critically Osha you don't blame because you also what you see is what you get. The microphone panel. That's what the people also look out for and put it. I can't insert in their songs because someone said those are the elements people are looking out for to jump to. So
the generation now we na mene Japan din komo speech production and I was sending me we say make a chance I'll read on the show. So I have his permission. He said so the culture of money comes from hip-hop rap, where that's the main focus. They have influenced our generation, so they obviously write accordingly. Those days when Ampedu will write about animals in the past, but this generation can do better. Fact is, nobody wants to listen to advice anymore. So if you are Samuel Wusu, you will listen to your own song. Our writings are always influenced by our surroundings, and you and I can attest to the fact that this generation respects money even more than academic credentials, especially when we see opulence on display. No wonder someone like so if you want this to change, then we must start showing the youth that money is not everything, and that can be done consciously through our movies and music, and that will take a lot, which I don't think our government and creative sector is ready to do. So we can lament, but the real solutions must be found and executed. We are in crisis, but we are not realizing it. So really, it somehow touches on what both of you have said, that is generational, and then it's about culture. But one thing that he mentions is how the current situation in the country has contributed to it.
Prevailing circumstances.
Yes, but you have said those
days, those passions.
But we know that those days, not the situation was not like this, but people were singing and rapping about money.
Those days, cars and dogs now we had a lot of bushes, so animals were closer to home, so people could easily monitor the movements of animals. Even Mr. Bensuano, if I'm a writer. Some poem I wrote some time ago, I'm on Siano. You see the element of my environment directly in the poem. And the environment na influence writing there automatically be influence onyum. And pedumo time they were not that they were so rural, but they were close to real nature. So they could communicate and then also even monitor movement of animals and other species to also forge part of their music. And even that time when we talk about there's no private there's no privacy in Africa, like we are one thing obi abefie those times obi abefie nti ebusuansem ne mpanyinsem obi a betiti bi no so atiti bi dia nanyum. When people are telling you that Lumba is unique, not because of anything, that Lumba yes is otro nanyuma na ne wo fa bi oye chiame or one fee
amamra de omunim kasa
sa so no de nim ko no atro no mpanyinsem no translating mpanyinsem maybe akase bia sa abo bi ko nsu ya kan mpanyinsem sen no akire no. So people had that element of culture. There was wisdom close to home where ombetimi I tap from. But now it's not like that. Obi any abre they see a cry can cry so akase bia ampedu and advice on how to write a song. Because you might not write what this current dispensation then.
Okay.
It is a normal to now deforestation. When was the last time I woke up? It was 3 times. What you say? My friend, I'm wild animals be cry like how birds be some special yellow birds na say for na ehun say anya forest and I say baby a omo say omo birds na nkasa unhu yellow bird. All these things are factors.
And I we wanted to do that.
Okay, the thing say like I was saying, you know, say Ghana happen obebo rappers a omo to nyum on massive niskasem you get only a few. Besides that, you know, most rappers see themselves some street boys. It is believed say rap and kasano air for the street, said the American earlier no. Into obi or that be but when you start rap so I'm for the street to me. Into I say I quite say for the street. So street no so come wo. Into dey na street ne say no ho beton. Into they portray their dreams. Because street boy be da how imagine say oh radi nyame adom pa na minya me range bia. They always dream like that. Until say we say oh street kind of music there, you must also follow what the street wants. Until abasa na by all means also be boa mo dream together. Until when we most of those things na ya na yete wo nyumu no sa we sing na yete nyina no. I say imagination. I say what's the literature when you know I said they imagine how fantasies, yes I said imagination, it is not their real life but they make it look say nyame adom na menya sika e bia me da me benzo me say ni nyina imagination
na adena DJs mo vary nyum na mo bo no na te se kafu ide si wo tie ya sika adena mo vary mo
oh blame DJs
question with the
so
the issue is
okay the issue is mami nyina no abrantepa jolo ha we se upie na ko paduane adi na obia ton rice wo ha nti imagine say aha na ben wo unika unimoto there's no means of transportation be adeba ko bia Roman rich you are compelled to eat the rice.
Okay,
nti se ano this is what they are giving us. These are the kind of songs our artists no produce unless sebi foul language be wo ebia sebi you know, you and I know what you know. Say no, na sika or bragia. I don't see anything wrong.
Does it not get boring?
Not at all. Not at all.
And they think they okay. They say we are la munyum kwanom bebo. We are la munyum kwanom bebo.
Kina iso gbamo.
And ananka ndi na say no so no so bebe. People are looking for crazy on top. And DJ no so per listenership open numbers. Until the microphone pen no. And no so bebo. That's it. Even Nigeria is these elements are constant. Enyemba iska. Omo be fire enter odo yiwu odo enye mbase na iska.
Okay, right. Yenko break a very short one. When we come back, we'll continue with the conversation. It's e-forum on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away. Welcome back. You're still watching e-forum on GhanaWeb TV. Atenasi Edim Komafa Nyuma Abanan saying Kafuide is a broadcaster. In fact, he's one of the most experienced broadcasters that we have in Ghana. He's a fantastic MC. I remember the book How to Be an MC. I've forgotten the very title, but I have that book and I have been reading it. It's a very nice book. I think that's the title, How to Be an MC. It's a white and red background be like that. Those days when I was at university, I remember I had a conversation with him. So Kafuide says that the songs that we are listening to nowadays, it's full of sika, ema, sika, ema. My panelists are saying, say, generational. Nemafona bane say ubia country system ni mwaeshi. But you see, there is back in the day, I listened to some songs, rap songs that about money, and they were really nice. Lord Kenya, Sikampong Fano, that was a very fantastic song. Sika, that's also a very nice song featuring Kessie. So, with the ones that we are listening to now, comparing to those songs that I've mentioned, and even the ones that I have not mentioned, content-wise, yes, yet I say generation in here ska. System ni mo But will you say in terms of content, they are actually giving us good content, a good song that talks about money, whether they have money or they will get money or what they are doing to get money.
Okay. You see, Abrantipa, if someone sings or raps in a song to encourage people to work hard to make money, or encourages people or discourages people from stealing, or injects that kind of desire to Charlie Memo Abemumbu, you can make it. So like Lord Kenya Sika song, it was encouraging, like trying to let you know that money is not really okay, but it's not everything. So like don't die for Sika, like you get it. People come and go, money will still stay. So try and then navigate your ways properly. That kind of advice is fine. But now, for me, a good music has some elements, educative, advice, and amusement level.
Entertainment.
You get it. The amusement last entertainment. But most of this generational songs, they lack that advice, they lack that education. It's just about amusement. If the person has a hook, most of the songs, even if you listen to the real lyrics, they don't make sense. But gone are the days, if you pick those legends track, sometimes, even till now, people are now understanding some that the Lumba songs. People are now understanding some on Ohinba Kisi songs. Like some terms they used. If you want to know but so your car term no cra won't say obviously no, but it's educative, it makes you think deep. What you say is not served on a silver platter.
I'm saying, you want to educate me. Then you say, to the point. By the time I decipher the song, you see, intellectual measure is actually
weighed on the face of who is deep. What you say? If you're making this assertion, then that Lumba will just be an ordinary musician like any other person. But the person is unique because of those things. You have to think deep before you understand the song. Just like Manifest. People find it difficult to understand his songs because his element of rap, or what I say, deep to the extent say, as a literature. Because literature books you are a poetry and art was say. But it's not in plain language. You have to understand through the reading. You have to decode. And this is education. It puts you on your feet as a critical thinker. But if a track, there's no education in this, I don't think I've been to stand the test of time and channel your refi.
But these songs, sometimes I know a pastor is my colleague. Or say on 1 2 we are singing. But there was a day before he realized he was singing Yebepienia Kwabontia Kuchinchin Disika Befie. That's Kokudalenti. Not to pick on him, but that song, does it fall within the category of those that have good content or those that inquire?
This will be based on pure analysis because
unless we analyze the full song.
Exactly.
Lyrics by lyrics.
Exactly. In one breath, it makes sense because Abrantie, ma fifia me chia me nam traffic me me dru he. U kofi a hope ni se obenya bibi da den. E dia kofi. Kakra ye bedi enti. So in that context, on another term, and I was a bit in I cry a bit in Tiamana Basa, said the obedienti, what if ya? No one could see Uncle Breu Mogenia, Unyabindi. For me, I think in the context that could a boss annual. If you're a good analyst, you would give him the benefits of the doubt, say, because a too fupa. Because it defeats a quadro laziness. And I seen at the mechanism. Because what if I come to add so? Tessa Uchi
Obisobeka said, ye be pienia quabontin, a cochinchini, a pesica befie. Until you no quabontina or befia or den sapine ebano. And was so per quabia suneska deba because it is believed so pian quande, so befia or discover. Until say a human now coin, no entia kawenyeska because be our yeti and I'll be TV expect so wako krum and on discover banti when yeska a human acquire na kwan boni bia so wait me pesca dia banti enyo no I just say e tie nyum no ya we nyum no atumi analyze but say the eka no and then to be honest said your motu sika ne de to be honest abane wo mu ne yakakra bi said your kind no I say the fun part of it in the hiomo but those days you know that lumba to sika e wi asemu hia ya sika edabola so krafa you know o tufo or church said the sika si hia emani pa bia but no ebi kura de title sika duro ne ho I say no man no utie nwum na na busan say are they trying to educate the mass and I say
ebi kura open fraud like Sakawa
yeah
yes
there's a Sakode Shatawale collaboration Abisaka boy that my life yeah
I think say the Eka say even though a generation in there na man abasa no but we should also be mindful. You see, the way you be at the wedding, or channel beginning, or Baba Kokra, you ever born your matro. Well, we say, wow, Timina me to new way. Yay, me yanka. Satam, you can't go back. The system change anything. Intina, I think that advice I bet him there, my union, I'm going to say, in as much say system no demand, ska hunchra banadi adinano. Yes, I told you, man, a bank encourage you to know. I'm one who say, Abrabon in any iska, abotre. And I say abutre ewie man couldn't be. You know, man in yes sika and sika no so to be honest. Make I say mostly no a Kumasi artist no. Kumasi rappers no no mostly most of them no Kumasi boys no. Kumasi boys no uti omonyo man kasa Kumasi young guys na eba no. I said they are hungry for something.
But is that hunger not good? Because what you wanna say? Bibia mpusuwa. You see, nkofo is we say common ne wa unsu enyansa. Enti bia enu na epusu no. E na emo obo say
okay, say what boss?
Kimpaluta. Ono na me Kimpaluta ya hate. The song that features Strongman and Amrado ne one other person I've forgotten. Pardon me. Yes. Enti nya na epusu ma wo ye adwumaden.
Okay, how long na because wa to sika honyo? How long? Because one trend ebe fono said me will be kasa akode me to be honest me obede ni nyom ntimi fono me da because enyum bia won a message and or rapping so said them kind no why we have kasa on Kenya sasem ba follow ni ya ubon se bi wo ha nsem no si so ene bi won so just for fun enti enye rappers ni nyina na bia omo to sika nkwa ebi so to enwom a utia abawo ba dodo na de akoya maniska man said e kafuika no akoya maniska but yempo eno na e wo so said you first no na oba obehu ne sere ho se kura no abre first oba hu se uhu ne sere ho a said yeti said wa fan pepepe nti na oba sere ho de ubeduru ho no na ebra so se okoye wa said yes be ma
no bono tete no aya na nkrofodi ntete idware bazia obi am because e free e da pampa so e you free
first obi am go tedware no woni ba ko na
yes hu ko feel like bubrunya no said on na e see and obi am free obi am go because da
ko social media da ho bebre nti say no de bi ameka say sebi producer and sexual weakness yare a rampant pa because a member na human ho say no because they be a hu an be ma sorry nti asori woni nika mu sama afi ohu oba na nkasa no da ho oda ho naked kwa ade na sorry kwa no bre because wa sorry wo krom sa bre you see nti say no yempo generation way do and no ma dey ba no I don't think say we can do anything about it. Ghana, even in America, it's all over. But yeah.
So there's nothing wrong singing about money, but what is important in your content, no?
Yes.
My content.
No.
And yet the leading for astray.
That's it.
Okay.
Give us a good content. Me entie wo nyum nyanka say wow akwala na bi moto. Because
you go dalent nipa nyum no.
Yeah. That's a very nice song.
Nice song.
Yeah.
So yanka say you should be perfect through all out.
No.
But then bonyansa nyuma that chin say bi also kwa honjemu a. Ye de nyum no shemu a. Te say Batman say Linda nyum we. Those are near jame. Those oza jaishi na no musician. Asha say na fi say enyumfo. But we are critical analysis a kyerɛw say obiawo ne how to focus on one weakness na build up out of it. Nigeria will be no fighting.
That's right. That's
what
right.
you are saying. But as I said, so we will be out taking on the face value. You might think say your phone or kobo. Something music needs that critical analysis.
Right. McDonald Daniel Asari, aka Ambassador Romeo, is an event organizer, artist manager, Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman. And I think so Nana Romeo is a broadcaster. Accra FM. Nana will show no your time.
10 to 12, Monday to Friday.
Monday to Friday, 10 to 12. And Saturday,
Entertainment Capital, 12:30 to 3.
Nice one. Yeah. So, yeah, now we're no waiting you more. So, Busika.
Piako Piscaba.
Oh, boy, you know, say, Sikana, I send the message, hey, can't we this year with you? So, thank you so much for watching this episode of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. For more news, visit our website www.ghanaweb.com, and for more videos or more programs, go to YouTube, GhanaWeb TV, and then on GhanaWeb, so log on to the website. There is GhanaWeb TV where all our videos are there. You click and then watch our programs and then the events that we cover. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Benefo Boabin, the one and only Abrantepa in the whole wide world. Me come because me who says Zion Felix so was that you so Abrantepa. On a mouse in a me Abrantepa Zion Felix. Hey, Zion. Yes, steady you all.
You know what to take.
Alright, my phone.
The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. When the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Adjato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things, where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
No, I'm not gonna declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, be responsible for them.
I think she's very malicious, and whatever vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, what she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with her money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wants it?
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
Now, back canocre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Menya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
What is your view on the efforts of this government on import substitution?
I've got some strong personal views of my own, which may appear to coincide with that of the government. When we hit the snag, I went around speaking to whoever wanted to hear me out. Why is it that everything that you can think about is very important in this country, which has such a terrible effect on our currency, our foreign exchange reserves? So it's not about time that we took a serious look at this particular issue. Then when my nomination came up and I had to do a little bit more research, it became apparent that Cabinet actually is taking up the issue. I have been told that in October last year, a committee was put together by Cabinet to specifically deal with this matter. And colleagues, when I looked at some of the issues that had been raised, I actually, this is speaking for myself, I was scandalized. I brought two documents. One is that one. It's been decided at that level that we should be looking at about 50 specific areas where it's probably important to look at issues of import substitution. And what I found scandalizing is what appeared at paragraph 4 of the item that they are listed. You know what we're importing into Ghana? We're importing guts, we're importing bladders, and we're importing stomachs of animals to Ghana to complement, I think, our food, whatever. And that alone totaled, a year that's in the question, about 164,570,000 plus some hundreds of dollars. I thought this is a little bit of a scandal. But it's on the list. It's a committee is put together. The decision has been made that we should, as a country, seriously consider as much as possible to institute some policy to ensure that we have some substitution for some of these items. It's not only this. This is what I found scandalizing, but there are other things on the list. You're looking at rice, you're looking at beverages, you're looking at, I mean, rice alone. I also happen to have found out that we were smuggling rice into the country without disclosing. Because you look at how much is produced locally, you look at how much we consume, and then you do the subtraction. There's a gap of close to about 500, 600 metric tons, which has been consumed but not accounted for through the system. So there is that. And then second-hand vehicles, second-hand clothing, and quite a lot that government feels that to ensure some sanity in the system should be looked at. So I have very clear views in my own mind. What should be done? Obviously, encouraged by what I've read in the government papers.
It might be a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana. and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we don't have any message from the President, neither do we have any formal communication from the Speaker. We will therefore turn to item 4 in today's order paper, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We will start with correction of votes and proceedings. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8.
Hello, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm Honorable Joseph Kumar. Yesterday I was here, I signed my name at the place and I'm marked absent with permission. Use the table of his code.
What page are you talking about and what item? What number?
Number, the absentees with permission. Number, let me see. They are not there. This is page 8. That's page 8. Page 6. Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker. There you are not yet in page 8. Sorry.
Is it page 8 or page 7?
Page 8. Page 8.
What number?
6. Item 3.
Page number 6. Very well. So table, kindly take note of that. We turn to page 9. Page 10. Honorable, are you up? Page number 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Yes, Honorable Member for Padaso.
Honorable Speaker, on page 16, Roman numeral VII, annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Film and Television Institute, not institution. Thank you.
Will you come again?
I'm saying that on page 16, Roman numeral VII, it should be annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Film and Television Institute, not institution.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Table, kindly take note. Honorable Joseph Kumar, Kentamponov, you said you were here yesterday, but you signed. But the record shows that you've already indicated with permission, and you didn't actually sign. So the records are right. You didn't sign. You've already indicated to Parliament with permission that probably you were doing something else.
Mr. Speaker, I was called from the office of the clerk, and I did indicate it was a lady, and I did indicate to her that I had come back, and she told me then I must sign. I was called from the clerk. But honourable member, you said you came in, you signed. Yesterday I was here, Mr. Speaker. I was in the smoke. What I'm saying, what you initially told the House was you came in, you signed the register. But the register is here, you didn't sign. And already you've given indication that probably you're going somewhere, you have something doing, with permission. I didn't sign. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I don't, with your permission, I don't want to, I'll take your direction. Thank you.
So we turn to page 17. Page 17. Page 18. Yes, honourable member for Northton.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, permit me to wish you a very happy birthday. It has to be on record that the House is in a celebratory mood, and we wish you good health, long life, and we pray that the Almighty will continue to bless you. Yeah, so you keep doing a good job. So, Mr. Speaker, the last paragraph at page 18, the draft public elections registration of voters regulations. Mr. Speaker, it should be 2022 and not 2023. So I hope the table office will take note. 2022, not 2023. What has been captured here is 2023. 18.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Table, kindly take note of it. We turn to page 19. Page 19. Page 20. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. And finally, page. Honorable, you have? Yes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am afraid the rendition here of the Committee of the Whole.
Which page, honorable member?
Page 32. And coming to page 33, Mr. Speaker, the impression is created as though the committee of the whole meeting continued successfully and ended at 8 p.m. But there was a disruption, and then leadership retired into conclave with the Right Honourable Speaker. That should reflect in our records. We don't have that here. Mr. Speaker, if you read the first paragraph of contained at page 31, it's as though the meeting commenced and continued and ended successfully without any interruption. But that's not what happened. So let the records accurately reflect, so that it will not be said tomorrow that we have held the committee of the whole. We know that we did not have the meeting. At the beginning, a preliminary matter was raised about the absence of the electoral commissioner, which led to a disruption of the meeting. So, Speaker, let's capture accurately.
Honourable Member, noted, but I think it will appear in the Hansard. So, let's hold on. It will appear in the Hansard, which will actually describe what actually took place in the chamber. So, honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 10th sitting held yesterday, Thursday, the 23rd February 2023, as corrected, are adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honourable members, we have the official report of 14th July 2022. Official report of 14th July 2022. If there's any issues about it. Honourable Member, you up? Okay, let's hear you.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, column 55, reading from the bottom, line 6, the spelling of Nyako. Speaker, my Nyako is N-Y-A-R-K-O. No, and the N should be replaced with R.
Will you spell the name, the N?
N-Y-A-R-K-O.
How was it spelled?
It is spelled N-Y-A-N. The N should be R.
Yes, table. Kindly effect the correction. Any further issue? Any further issue? Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the official report of 14 July 2022 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Yes, honourable members, we turn to item 5 in today's order paper, business statement for the ensuing 4th week. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I wish to seek your leave to present the business statement for and on behalf of the Leader of the House. With your leave.
Well. Leave granted, so you may take the podium.
Mr. Speaker, I present the business statement for the 4th week ending 3rd March 2023 for and on behalf of the Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I seek to employ the Hansard to capture the entirety of the statement, whilst I limit myself to just some portions. So the committee met yesterday, 23rd February, and has arranged business for the ensuing week as such. So in all, we have 45 questions programmed, out of which 7 are slated for the Ministry of Youth and Sports, 11 for the Ministry of Finance, 5 questions for Works and Housing, 10 questions for the Ministry of the Interior, 11 questions for the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and 1 question for the Ministry of Health. In accordance with Order 72, statements may be admitted, motions may be taken with their consequential resolutions. So let me take the opportunity to urge committee leadership to work assiduously in ensuring that all referrals are dealt with dispatch. The Speaker, the committee has programmed His Excellency the President to present the State of the Nation address in accordance with the Constitution on Wednesday, 3rd March in this House. On Wednesday, 8th March, and we will urge members to take good notice and to show up. 8th March. If the Deputy Whip will be patient for me to finish the presentation, and then, as we normally do, what I have here is March.
Leader, address me.
So the 6th of March, as we all know, is a public holiday, and we urge members to recognize it as such. The Minister for Health has been programmed to brief the House on matters of vaccines, and that briefing will be held on the 1st of March, Wednesday, on the 1st of March. All other outstandings, particularly relating to the Electoral Commission and the NIA and matters arising. Communication from the Leader of the House is to the effect that next week it will be taken, but some meeting will be held amongst leadership, after which we will program a day for Committee of the Whole. So I thank you, and I so present.
Well. Honourable members, the business statement for the 4th week has just been read to us. If there's any issue any member would like to raise. Yes, Honourable Member for Northton.
I'm grateful to you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the Majority Chief Whip for the presentation of the business statement. Mr. Speaker, item number 4 at page 1, addressed by His Excellency the President. The Majority Chief Whip has just told us, quote, "Honourable members are kindly to note that the message on the state of the nation would not come off as earlier advertised. It is expected that, barring any unforeseen development, it will be delivered by His Excellency the President on Wednesday, 8 March 2023, in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution." Mr. Speaker, that's all we are told. The House is not given any reason why the earlier advertised date, which we have all prepared for, is not coming on. Mr. Speaker, this meeting of this session, this is the most important constitutional assignment. Mr. Speaker, if I may read Article 67, it provides, Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution, the President shall, at the beginning of each session of Parliament and before a dissolution of Parliament, deliver to Parliament a message on the state of the nation, unquote. Mr. Speaker, this is a constitutional imperative which ought to be prioritized. And for the Majority Chief Whip to just tell us that it's been postponed, the earlier advertised date would no longer be followed, Mr. Speaker, that cannot be good enough. It cannot be good enough. We have to be told why is it that this constitutional imperative cannot be followed by the President as earlier advertised. Mr. Speaker, the second issue that I wish to raise for the attention of the House and your good self, Mr. Speaker, relates to what transpired yesterday here, which the Majority Chief Whip has noted and given us some information that hopefully next week, following a meeting with leadership, the Committee of the Whole will reconvene to consider the matters relating to the NIA, the Electoral Commission, and the outstanding CI. That presentation by the Majority Chief Whip, Mr. Speaker, confirms exactly what transpired here yesterday. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, out there is a lot of misreportage of what transpired. And I want to draw attention to the front page of the Ghanaian Times of today. The front page reads, registration of voters. Parliament adopts CI to make Ghana card sole registration document. That's the front page of the state-owned media, the Ghanaian Times. And Mr. Speaker, if you go to the story at page 4, it reads, Parliament has by majority decision adopted the report of the Special Budget Committee, which backs the use of the Ghana card as a sole document for registration of voters. Though the minority was opposed to the idea, it lost the voice vote to the majority caucus, as determined by the Speaker of the House, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby. Mr. Speaker, this is not what transpired here today. And for the state-owned media to carry this, it's on the front page. And this morning, those of us who've had to engage in media discussions, it has come up. And we've had to, really debunk this and say that it is not accurate. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to you to really urge our colleagues in the Parliamentary Press Corps. I know that they do a tough job. I know they try, they do their best. But this is not what transpired. When they get it wrong, they should be humble to admit, they should concede. I will ask you to rule that the Ghanaian Times issue a rejoinder and capture accurately what transpired here yesterday. We have not passed any report or approved any report which paves way for a CI to be laid where Ghana card becomes the sole document for registration, as has been carried at the front page. This is dangerous, and it can really mislead the public, and these are not matters that we should take lightly. It can even destabilize our democracy. So I want, Mr. Speaker, for you to really make the necessary consequential rulings so that this will be corrected, and the true and accurate account of what transpired yesterday is what should be carried by the press. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Boy. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, I'm a point of order. I am of the view that we have not formed quorum to start business. And with your permission, I'll read 102. A quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all members of Parliament. I have cross-checked, and we are not up to that number. This business statement is a very important statement. This is what is going to determine what we are going to do for the whole of next week. So for a few of us to take a decision regarding what we are going to do next week without quorum, I think there's a problem with it. And I want to draw your attention to this breach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, leader.
Speaker, with respect to my colleague, Order 40, if he's seeking to come under Order 48, we know the conditions inherent. So raise it properly and leave the rest to the Speaker. Because what he said, I don't know what you're saying. Are you coming under Order 48 or what are you doing? So do it properly. Do it properly. Do it properly and leave the rest for the Speaker to rule on.
Mr. Speaker, the person to determine whether or not.
Honorable, I haven't called you again. Yes. Yes. Honorable First Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the standing order gives you an option that if you notice that you don't have sufficient numbers, you may ask the bell to be rung. And if after an interval of 10 minutes, the numbers are still not sufficient, then you may proceed to adjourn the House. I invite you, Mr. Speaker, to be guided by Order 48-2 and have the bell rung so that after 10 minutes you may be able to determine whether the numbers are so supported. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, I'll peruse the business statement as presented by the majority group. And
Honorable Member, Honorable Bamboy has already abandoned his initial. Honorable Sandra, let me hear you.
I was waiting for a ruling. I've not abandoned anything. No, he said, he mentioned my name, that I've abandoned it. I've not abandoned it. Should I sit down? I'm saying that I've not abandoned it. He mentioned my name. He mentioned my name. He mentioned my name. He mentioned my name.
Honorable Bamboy, very well, you sit down.
And I'm saying that I've not abandoned it. I'm not referring to the standing orders. I'm referring to the Constitution.
Honorable Bamboy,
and
very well, I've heard
you. Subsidiary to the Constitution.
I've heard you. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say this. That even if in the course of a directive that you are giving, a person's name is mentioned, an honorable member's name is mentioned, that honorable member cannot immediately rise up and start talking. The conduct of business in this house is structured, and people should learn to respect the conduct of business in this house. We are not in a marketplace. You get up and you are talking. Let's respect the structures. Let's respect the structures with the greatest respect.
Yes, Honorable Member for Savda.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, there is one other outstanding matter before the issue raised by my brother Yusuf, and that is in respect of the prayer that the Honorable Okujeto made to you regarding this misreportage. It's such an important matter. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the editor of the Ghanaian Times said to this house, because yesterday at the committee of the whole, there was no media house represented. So on what basis did he go to town with this information and splashing his front page with the picture of the speaker? Mr. Speaker, in academia, we rely on newspaper publications for research. So it is not simply sufficient for him to issue a disclaimer. He must be invited to this house to tell us the source of his story. There was no media house when we met yesterday. There was no media house. That's one. Two, Mr. Speaker, I'll peruse the business statement. And we have a lot of private members' motions and a lot of referrals. I see that under item 3, the committees are being urged to expeditiously work on referrals. But it will be proper, Mr. Speaker, if we have an idea as to the pending referrals that we'll interrogate next week or the forthcoming week. Because a lot of the referrals are outstanding before the committees, they are not worked on. More referrals are given to them. The work keep piling up. For instance, last year, I made a very important statement regarding the fact that English, as a requirement for getting admission for postgraduate studies in England and European countries, should be a thing of the past because we should be considered as an English-speaking country. The referral was made to the committee. The committee has done its work. So I don't know why that report has delayed thus far. And it's such an important thing that other students or other interested parties have been asking me, what is the fate of that referral? So it's important for me that we see the number of referrals that are due to be reported on before the House. Mr. Speaker, these are my concerns on the business statement as presented. Thank you very much.
Well. Honorable Leader, may you respond to?
Mr. Speaker, I think the issues raised by my colleague, the Honorable Ablakwa, first one relating to the reportage by the Ghanaian Times is a matter of concern. But it is also a fact. It is a fact that we adopted the report. The reports that was put out, the House adopted the report. The falsehood in the publication, I humbly suggest the leadership would have to engage the editor of the newspaper and get it withdrawn and probably issue a rejoinder as soon as possible. Of course, I couldn't have agreed more with him, the potential danger associated with that story. So I would agree and suggest strongly that we take a strong exception to such reportage and probably use that and extrapolate and engage all the editors, especially those who have representatives in this House. That it's high time we begin to get a bit more cautious in the reportage on development in the House. I think it's a matter of prime concern, and the House will have to take a decision on that. The other concern by my colleague, the Honorable Dafemepo, I think is not lost on the clerk and the business committee. You agree with me that this meeting is relatively short, but I'm sure that in due time, what you are raising will be programmed and will be dealt with. Concerns about Article 67, I don't think we have gone wrong anyway. We are within the provisions of the law. So, Honorable Blackwood, I think that there's no problem. The presentation of State of the Nation address, it's clearly spelled out in the Constitution, and I don't think that we have faltered in any way. I'm not sure, Honorable Blackwood, I'm not sure that the President has to give a reason or the Business Committee have to necessarily give a reason. As long as we are within the provisions of the law, I think we are on all fours, and there should be no problem with that. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gender balance.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw this House attention to the visitors and driver center that's been built and commissioned. Mr. Speaker, it's taken Parliament more than a year to officially open the center for its use. So I would like to urge the majority leader and the business committee members, if next week they can include in the business statement the opening of the visitors and driver center, because every now and then you see visitors at a tea and coffee shop and walking around this place, which for security reasons, I think something will have to be done about the center. Official opening should feature in our business statement for next week. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Bongo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sorry that I have to come back to the newspaper report. I think that, you see, you have a CI that is so, that has so much interest and very controversial. And so any message you send out, which is not right, and you do not immediately correct it, it becomes a problem. I would want to appeal to you that the bureaucracy of Parliament should be made to issue a statement immediately, stating that this was never done. It is not a record of the House. It is important to do that. But the second point that, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about is about what the Chief Whips talked about. Making leadership to call him and tell him to withdraw the statement, the publication, is not enough. Because, see, this is a reckless reportage that can really plunge this country into chaos. But if people were to know, and assuming that it was true, that they knew that, oh, the CI had been laid before Parliament and Parliament had adopted it, and they decide to react to this. People have different interests on this year. People have different opinions about this year. People have different opinions about this year. And so I think that...
Members, please. Let's listen to it, please.
In accordance, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our standing orders, I think that the editor should be invited before the Privileges Committee. There will be able to know exactly what happened. As to whether, because one, there was no media house in this place. Maybe in the course of that investigation, we will know whether it was planted or that it was just an imagination or maybe a concoction that the man himself just put in this is what we call the newspaper. So I'm appealing to you that we should not just limit it to the invitation by leadership of the House to do that, but that he should be invited to face the Privileges Committee in accordance with what they call it, our standing orders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Abu
Thank you. Gavin South.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, I saw the headline, and it's wrong. No CI has been laid here for it to be approved by Parliament. This is the second time in a week that Times appear to have had it wrong. Indeed, at my vetting, I said I will sack MMGCs. Well, I don't have the power to do that. But the Public Affairs Department should react to this. They should write to them and let them correct it. This is not a privileges matter. If you are going to call people here for wrong headlines every time, they will not even find time to work in this house. If they got it wrong, they got it wrong. And even some of our members, yesterday when I was on the floor, some of our members even don't appreciate what is going on. But if the reportage is wrong, it's wrong. And they should be corrected. That is all. And I agree that they didn't know what they were saying. And indeed, there's no way when a CI has not been laid at all, you claim that it's been passed. It means that they got it wrong. That's where it should end. Not drag them to privileges or... and even the aspect that it will incite people in what way? When an instrument is passed in this house, and we don't agree to the instrument, we know where to go to. Whatever it is, we know where to go to. Nobody should stand here and say that it will incite people and people. If you don't agree to an instrument or a law passed here, you go to the Supreme Court. What is this business of inciting people? And if you don't call them, people will react. React in what way? React in what way? The only reaction they have to react to should be through the legal way. Not that people will take the law into their own hands. Is that how we operate here?
Yes. Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that the issue raised is very important. State-sponsored newspaper got it very wrong, and I think the point that was made is what we must all agree to. The public relations department must write and set the record clearly that this is not what transpired yesterday, and set the record that there has not been any laying of a seer in the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, and that has to be done by the communication outfit of Parliament and must be done immediately. I think that should settle the matter.
Very well. Honorable members. Okay, leader.
Speaker, just to conclude on this, I think there's just, if you read the report, first of all, I don't see people are saying that the editor should be invited here. There's a name attached to the story. And that person is known to be a reporter of the Ghanaian Times in this chamber. And the name of the person is Julius Yao Pitichi. He's the one who authored it. Sometimes the reports that they sent to their various media houses are not maybe the ones that appear in the paper. If there is a mix-up, yes. But if you read the report, I think is the caption is different from even the content. Because the first paragraph says, Parliament has by a majority decision adopted the report of the Special Budget Committee which backs the use of the Ghana card as a sole document for registration of voters. That was the Special Budget Committee. That's the report. And we voted on it. We approved the report. However, as you all do know, it was preparatory to the laying of the seal, as of yet not being laid. And in any event, approving of an instrument or regulation is not by the vehicle of the Special Budget Committee, but by the Subsidiary Legislation Committee that we all do know. So I guess if we have to close this chapter, the reporter here, we should allow the Public Affairs Department to set the record straight today, so that by tomorrow it will appear in the Ghanaian Times that they got it wrong, what they reported on. As simple as that. But they hold somebody before the Privileges Committee on a daily basis in this country. We have papers that are misreporting events in this chamber. Is it the case that on daily basis we'll be hauling them before the Privileges Committee? Please, let's really be a bit circumspect in this. We are saying that the report is wrong, it's inaccurate. Let's get the Public Affairs Department to correct it. As simple as that. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Well. On that note, we direct that the Public Affairs Directorate get in touch with the editor to Honorable member, please. So the Public Directorate should please get in touch with the editor to correct the story. Please, we are dealing with journalists, and at times we have to be careful with them. So let's temper justice with, please. Let's take the directive. The directive is that the Public Directorate should get in touch with the editor and do the appropriate corrections. So on that note, the business statement for the ensuing week, which is 4th week, as discussed and corrected, is hereby adopted. Yes, honorable member for.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. There was an issue of quorum raised by the member of Parliament for Bole. I do not think that we have exhausted that issue before you adopted the business for the week.
Very well. We will, if Bolbambo, you are still insisting. Are you still insisting?
Your Speaker, yes, I'm still insisting, and I find it problematic that we will take a decision on such a major issue without quorum. Your Speaker, I've checked. After your 10 minutes, I've checked again, and we still do not form quorum to take such a major decision. And you have adopted the report.
I am now about.
But I think that you should close the house.
I'm now about to ask the bell to be rung. The bell was rung not under my directives. So I'm now directing that the bell is rung. Yes. So the bell should be rung now. So until then we move on. Item leadership, do you go for statement?
Speaker, item 6. Item 6.
Very well. So we come to item 6, page 3, urgent question, and the question stands in the name of a member for Dade Kotopon, Ms. Wetana Oderisua. Is Honorable Minister for Rules, will you take your appropriate seat? It's not.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I couldn't make it to conclave. But I was briefed that it is the agreement that after adopting the business statement, because members on this side, today is the final day for the picking of nominations by the candidates for the new National Democratic Congress, as has been the convention. On said dates, including the day of elections, we make sure that we adjourn and we make business very light to enable members to be able to go and pick those nominations. You know, yesterday was too much loaded. If that has been the understanding, I just wanted to plead with members, maybe because we didn't inform them. So the members with questions, once the answers have been advertised, then they help the House for us to be able to adjourn for members to go and pick complete. Once that was the agreement, I believe we must be able to go by it. I know that is why the member for Bole Bamwe was raising the quorum, and this is because he was not briefed. But that has been the agreement. If we can go by that agreement.
Well. Yes. Leader, I think at the conclave, we had some agreement.
With respect, in fact, it was a suggestion, and let me set the record straight. It was a suggestion that came from Honorable Abuja. The initial suggestion, Speaker, as I communicated to you, was that we should reschedule the questions. But when we got to the floor, I related to him again, and he varied it. He said, no, we should go ahead and ask the question, but we should just ask the question and probably do away with the follow-ups. We should do away with the follow-ups so that we can exhaust them early enough. So I think I'm in agreement with him. We should do it. We should take the questions.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it has happened before.
We don't have
a sitting member of this house was disqualified for contesting because of his inability to comply with the time period. Honorable member for Amenfi Central. In 2016, George Atta. So, picking of nominations and filing of nominations, it is 3 days. The first day, we sacrificed to do business the whole day. Yesterday, we sacrificed to do business from 10 o'clock up to 9 o'clock in the evening. Today is the... So, Mr. Speaker, if we had this agreement, and Mr. Speaker, you've agreed that you took it as an agreement, but the Chief Whip is saying it was a suggestion. Chief Whip, we have been accommodating you in supporting to make sure that everything goes on. If the members will comply, question, while the answer is here, even rescheduling, while the answer is here, I don't think there will be too much perturbed. Leader, you are the leader of the House. Comply with us on this, so that nobody will be disqualified because of his inability to pick his nomination for. Today is the last day. You've been given 3 days. The first day, you didn't go. The second day, you didn't go. The last day is almost 12 something, and we are still here. Oh.
Speaker, indeed, in this House, we've always agreed to disagree. And this shouldn't be a matter that we'll split heads over. But you see, let this be a lesson to your side too. It should be a lesson to your side. We should all understand that we need each other. We need one another as a house. You are calling on us to make a compromise for you to go and pick up forms. When it matters, you should also make the necessary compromise. No, I have to say this. When it's important for you to compromise, make that compromise. So on that score, I will agree with him that since the answers are published, we will make the necessary compromise. Let them note these dates. That when it matters most for us to compromise, for you to go and pick up your forms in your constituencies, we did that. And when it matters most, you should also do same. You should do same. So I have nothing more significant to add.
Honorable members, please. At the pre-sitting discussion, this issue came up, and we agreed that the questions will be stood down because the other side will be going for. We agreed on that. So personally, I'm not privy to the discussion, subsequent discussion between the Chief Whip and the minority Chief Whip. So leadership,
Speaker, I've just seen that the questions that are being asked have been all constituency-specific questions. Members would want to know from the minister what is being done on roads and bridges, which are specific to their constituencies. And when we are pressed for time, sometimes we allow just the person who has filed the question to ask the question, and sometimes there's no space for even supplementary questions. As far as I'm concerned, the answer should be specific, and they should also satisfy the members who have asked the questions. Suffice it to say that the minister is even saying that the urgent question listed was not posted to him. So there's no response again for the urgent question. So, Speaker, I believe that if members agree, the responses given to the questions could then be availed, and then we can move on from there. Now, having said that, Mr. Speaker, I think there's one little thing that we could do in respect of item listed as 9. Item 9, presentation of papers. We could finish with that and then adjourn the House.
Mr. Speaker, that we can go forward. Just lay the papers and then we can move on.
So, honourable members, before we put the House to adjournment, let's take item number 9. Item number 9, page 5. So we will begin with A by the Minister of Health. Leader. Page 8. Page 5. Item number 9A. Minister for Health.
Mr. Speaker, I want to seek your indulgence and, of course, that of my colleagues to enable the Minister for Roads and Highways present the papers on behalf of the Minister for Health, Science, Technology, Innovation, and also Transport. The papers listed.
Well, leave granted.
Annual statements by the Audit Committee of the Food and Drugs Authority for the year 2021.
Honourable members, the statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Health for consideration and report. B, by the Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation. But before then, the Speaker is here and he wants to take the chair.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader, I think you can continue with the laying of the papers.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, for the year 2021.
Honourable members, the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Council is accordingly referred to the Committee of Science, Technology and Innovation for consideration and report to the House. Yes, which other paper? Yeah, because so far those annual statements were referred to the sector committees. That was the guidance I got from leadership some days back. So that's what we've been doing. Majority Leader, any contrary view? No. Mr. Speaker, I thought that there was a little slip. The committee is Environment, Science and Technology. I think you added innovation. You added innovation. I was saying that no. Yes, there's no innovation in our committee. You are right. Yes. C.
Annual statements by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Airports Company Limited for the year 2021.
Honorable members, the annual statement is accordingly referred to the Committee on Transport for consideration and report to the House. 9D.
Annual statements by the Audit Committee.
Please, both Roman 1 and Roman 2.
Annual statements by the Audit Committee of the Office of the President for the year 2021.
Roman 2.
Annual statements by the Audit Committee of the Public Sector Reform Secretariat for the year 2021.
Leadership. Which committee should handle these annual reports? Is the sector committee handling this report? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think it should be the Committee of Finance.
Finance.
Yes.
Honorable members, the two reports are accordingly referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. 9E.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Indian Kofi Annan of Excellence in ICT for the year 2021.
Honorable members, the annual statement is referred to the Committee on Communication for consideration and report to the House. 9F.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources for the year 2021.
Honorable members, the said report is referred to the Committee on Works and Housing for consideration and report to the House. 9G. Chairman of the Committee, Youth and Sports. The chairman is not available. 9H. 9H. Not available. So, honorable members, we are done with this item. My understanding is that there was a plea for these papers to be laid and for the House to be adjourned. Having laid the papers, I think we will now proceed to do the writing. My deputy, yes, Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I turn to ask the Chairman of the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs whether their report for H is ready. H. The Chairman is there, I don't know. What report? I'm sorry, Majority Leader, we've gone past that one. We've gone past laying of papers now. Well, he says that the Chairman says it's not even ready. The Chairman says it's not even ready. It's not ready, yes. So I went beyond that, and I said, whilst observing proceedings, I heard and saw members' request for an adjournment to allow members on my left side to go and submit their forms. And I heard the exchanges on it. I was happy with the spirit, and particularly when the second deputy speaker insisted that agreements at conclave must be observed on the floor of the House. And so please, now that the papers have been laid, I think the proper thing is to adjourn the House. But before we do so, let me plead with members. The House is having too much sound and fury. Are you hearing me? There's too much sound and fury on the floor of the House. I want to urge leadership to take up this matter. Leadership yourself must show the way. And I'm sure your members will follow your good examples. The House is a house for brain, not for brow. The brow belongs to another arena, not on the floor of the other's house. So please, let's continue to judge your indecency. There are some exceptions, but it should not be the rule that every day the heat is being generated rather from Parliament, not from mob action outside Parliament. I don't think that is right. I don't think that is right. Please, I urge the two caucuses to immediately organize workshops. The budget is there to fund the workshops for you to go through the rules together, particularly the etiquettes of the House. I'm getting a lot of concerns being expressed by Ghanaians. If I don't convey this to you, I'll be failing in my job as the Speaker. Honorable Member, I don't want to mention your name. Please, this House is so fragile, and we must all be very, very careful in how we conduct business in the House. And so when this morning we're talking about the fact that the media got it wrong, the media got it wrong was during the adoption of the reports. It was not during the sitting of the Committee of the Whole. During the adoption of the report, a number of you also got it wrong. During the debate. So how do you blame the media for getting it wrong? Apart from that, we need to work on the audio. You know how we struggle to hear each other. It's worse in the press gallery. And I want to urge the clerk to expedite action on this matter. We worked on it. The contracts were awarded long ago. There's so much delay in upgrading the system. And it's affecting the conduct of business. I sit here, I struggle to hear what you people say, particularly the leaders. Most of you at the backbench are rather lucky to have better microphones. I can tell you, I hear you better than your leaders. I think that we need to work on this seriously. This is the only house we have. We should not allow it to collapse on our heads. This is the only hope. Africa is looking up to Ghana. We can't afford to fail them. I know the quality of MPs we have. I've been here since '93. This is one of the best houses that we have composed as a country. Your quality is very high. You are very articulate and well informed. The only thing is how to calm your nerves. That one I understand because the composition is also very different. Even though in earlier parliaments we almost got there, particularly 2001 to 2004, it was very close. But the difference came when we had by-elections. The incumbent government won those by-elections and increased the number. That was the only difference. Then later, you all know what happened in the previous elections. So Ghanaians are looking for power sharing. And you recall civil society kept on talking about it. There have been some resistance because we are used to majoritarian system. But these elections have shown all of us that Ghanaians prefer power sharing. That's why the numbers are so close. So please, it's a plea to you, and particularly to leaders, lead the way and let us go on. I thank you for your patience and for your attention. With this, I proceed to adjourn the House. I think Majority Leader, you want to say something? Speaker, just little announcements. Concluding yesterday, we thought we'd be able to deal with this committee of the whole meeting yesterday. Unfortunately, the circumstances of the time did not allow for that. And when you came in, you gave the reason why it couldn't continue. In the night, I got information that the ECA officials had established contacts with the chairperson who had agreed to come down today for us to have the committee of the whole meeting. Then, getting in touch with the leader for the minority, it came to the fore that because members have to pick their forms, it will not be possible for us to do that. It will not be wise for us to do that. For which reason, the chairperson then has delayed her coming, and is coming Monday in order for us to have the committee of the whole meeting on Tuesday, rather. So just to inform members that because that was not known, it didn't feature in the business statement. So Tuesday, we will continue with the committee of the whole meeting. The Speaker, thank you. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for your wise counsel and say that we on this side are committed to ensuring that the work of this House is done and the people's business is done. But Mr. Speaker, we ask for two things. We ask for us to work together in trust and respect. And we believe that if we can find that and make sure we can trust each other and respect each other, all the things you've said, we are committed to ensuring that. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I think that we are in agreement that the committee of the whole can be done on Tuesday. Thank you very much.
I'm happy to hear that. Well, yesterday I was very clear that it should be held early next week. So Tuesday is early next week for us to have a meeting, a committee of the whole meeting. But before that, leadership, you will have to once again meet and then resolve the outstanding issues. We don't want to come and repeat what happened yesterday. I just also have to clarify something. The SONA, the date of the SONA. Initially, the business committee announced 28th February. After that, I in particular saw that the 28th February was not a suitable day. And so I personally got in touch through the majority leader with His Excellency the President. And after extensive discussion, it was shifted to the 8th of March. I was not available to give you this explanation early this morning. It's for good reason that His Excellency finally agreed to the 8th. Because the 6th, as you know, is a very important day for all of us, and there will be an important national event at home. His Excellency is expected. He must be there to perform his duty. Then on the 7th, definitely for good reason, it cannot be held on the 7th. So we both had to agree to sacrifice some other assignments to do the sooner on the 8th. And so that was what I did for and on your behalf. I should have been available to brief you, so it's my fault. It's not from His Excellency alone. So take it that we have finally agreed to have sooner on the 8th of March, 2023. Prepare, and the usual debate will take place. I will try to be on the chair to make sure that Ghanaians listen and understand the issues you are articulating on the floor. With this, I proceed to adjourn the House. Is drawn to the fact that you are not yet in my hands. I'm rather in your hands. So I will await your action.
Mr. Speaker, before I move the motion, I have instructions from my boss to acknowledge with satisfaction your words of counsel this morning. That we appreciate everything that you've said. Suffice to state that on our side, if we see signs of mistrust, it won't be an excuse to go physical. Because, Mr. Speaker, if there are signs of mistrust in any democracy, or signs of supposed mistrust, and anything, it shouldn't be an excuse to use your strength to attack another person. That will undermine democracy. So I would want to encourage the minority that no matter what, Mr. Speaker, quote him, brain power, not brown power. Brain power, Mr. Speaker says. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, they are incorrigible. They are incorrigible. You are incorrigible. You are incorrigible. I am on my feet. You are incorrigible. Mr. Speaker, they are incorrigible. Cross and come and attack me. That's not the way to use the brain. You get up quietly, catch Mr. Speaker's eye, then, especially when your leader is on his feet, you don't shout. Mr. Speaker, having put across my case, I beg to move this house. And move the house to adjourn till Tuesday 10.
He's moving a motion.
I am moving, Mr. Speaker, you see, again, brain power. I have to move this house to adjourn for another day sitting. And I should indicate that in my motion. That is the rule. Then, Mr. Speaker, you are teaching me how to move a motion. Abraka.
Stop amending what you said. Stop amending what
brain power. Don't do this, Abraka. Mr. Speaker, you see what he's doing? And his leadership.
Brain power. You should know how to move a motion. Brain power. Brain power.
It's not before we get up and you're talking. You should be
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the deputy minority leader must call his backbench to order. For now, you are the pro tem leader on your side. Somebody is disrupting your colleague in leadership. Call them to order. Mr. Speaker, I've moved my motion.
Honorable members, I know this on a lighter note. So, motion moved. Any seconder? Mr. Speaker, I second before I second the motion, let me say, Mr. Speaker, the reason we are where we are, you have given us advice. All the deputy majority leader had to do was to say that he accepted your advice. We saw the emotions he provoked. He is part of our problems. Mr. Speaker, I believe I will treat you. You have said that he's your son. I will urge you to invite him to your office and advise him that and show him the way to go. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I second the motion. In these matters, hairs are loose, tails are loose. So I don't know which one to choose. But with this, the House is accordingly adjourned to Tuesday at 10 in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
Mr. Speaker, the motion has been moved and seconded. I think you have to put the question into a vote.
Yes, First Deputy Speaker.
Speaker, before you put the question, somebody has graciously left me a phone on my desk. So if the owner, the phone is not missing, the owner is missing. So if the owner may contact me for his phone. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the first Deputy Speaker, I believe the first port of call should have been with the immediate past minority leader.
Honorable members, my attention is drawn to the fact that the venue for the celebration of the 6th March is not Ho, but Adakulu. Adakulu. Honorable member for Ho Central. Honorable member for Ho Central.
What is your problem? Mr. Speaker, what has been happening over the past few years is that the Independence Day celebration is being rotated over the regions. So we are celebrating it in the Volta region this year. Volta regional capital is Ho.
I realize that members are not really under pressure to go and file their claims. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this is very important. The celebration is in the Volta region, yes. But it has been advertised that the locus inco is Adakulu. It's Adakulu, it is not Ho. So Adakulu and Ho are not the same. They are not synonymous. So he cannot perform that it is in Ho. It is in the Volta region, in Adakulu. And the member for Adakulu is very particular. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, please, there should not be a debate over this. The honorable member for Ho Central simply stated that Ho is the regional capital.
he did not add that the venue for the celebration is home. So, please, you don't need to debate this one. With this, I put the question. One of my friends established a school called Brainy Brains. You all know it. You know that school? Yes. That is what is being exhibited. Brainy Brains. So I put the question. Those in favor of adjournment, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned to Tuesday at 10 in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
No, I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, be responsible for them.
I think she's very malicious, and whatever vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, what she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with her money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wants it?
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. When the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Adjato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things, where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
Now, back canocre. To sang quite be a want to Nambia, a man in quite be.
Mommy, you fish can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
A special edition of the Minister's press briefing. Usually the Minister's press briefing accommodates ministers. Then we have the State of the Regions report that accommodates the regional ministers. And then the State of the Agencies report that has a number of chief executives and heads of regulatory bodies join us. I heard one of our colleagues asking that, hey, today Minister himself is here. I'm sure you've heard the expression, Obia on a master. My master is here, so I have to show up myself. This morning, as I am sure you are aware, the National Petroleum Authority, as advertised, is joining us on this platform to give us a brief, in fact, two major briefs on a number of subjects. One, there are a number of challenges that the authority is grappling with, and they are resolving these challenges in a very impressive manner. We think it's important that we share with the people of Ghana and stakeholders through you what these challenges are and how they are dealing with them. Challenges like the integrity of the kind of products on the market, revenue mobilization challenges, etc. So we'll spend some time going through those challenges and how they are being addressed. Secondly, many of you have also been asking for some more, can I say, education on the Gold for Oil program. The NPA is one of the agencies that is strongly involved in that program. And so they will also be providing us a brief on that and how it is functioning. I want to very quickly acknowledge some of the officials of the NPA who are here with us. The Head of Quality Assurance, Kutia Said, Head of Economic Regulations, Abbas Tasunti, Head Policy Implementation, Annie Osabute, Director Corporate Affairs, Mrs. Mario Kwe, Director HR and Administration, Kojo Jackson, Director Gas, Mrs. Ekuya Kwache, Director Policy Coordination, Madam Sheila Abeimo, Director Finance, Ayi Yakubu, Director Security and Intelligence, Haruna Kamal, Director Monitoring and Evaluation, Dr. Joseph Wilson, Director Licensing, Benjamin Ejare. I also make special mention of Deputy Chief Executive, Mrs. Linda Sante, who is here with us. Linda, this is your first time here. Welcome. You've been here before. Welcome. And then my brother from another mother, Deputy Chief Executive, Curtis Perry Okujeto, who is here this morning. We used to struggle here together. Today he's come for homecoming. And then Chief Executive Officer, my boss, the Honorable Dr. Mustafa Abdul Hamid, who will be addressing us. So what we'll do is I will take the briefs, and then, as we always do, we'll do a quick summary in a couple of the local languages, and then we'll take your questions and respond to them. So please join me to welcome to the podium Dr. Hamid. Doc.
Okay, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen of the media, since the Minister has made my work easier by acknowledging all my directors and heads of department and so on, I will take that out of the equation and then acknowledge Mr. Ali
Ali is Director at the Ministry of Energy, responsible for the downstream sector. And so thank you, Mr. Ali, for joining us. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, praise be to Allah, Lord of the worlds, Master of the Day of Judgment. You alone we worship, you alone we ask for help. Guide us onto the straight path, the path of those on whom you have bestowed your favor, not of those who go astray, nor of those who earn your anger. Amen. Now, we are here today taking our turn on the State of Agencies report and to report on the petroleum downstream. So what we mean by the petroleum downstream is anywhere from refinery to storage to distribution. So, and if we are not refining in Ghana, then petroleum downstream starts from importation to storage to distribution. All the gamut of activities that take place within this space is called the petroleum downstream. And so it starts from, as I said, importation, which is basically shipping and discharge of petroleum products. And this is done by a group of people known as BIDEX. They used to be called BDCs, bulk distribution companies. Now they say they want to be known as BIDEX, which is bulk import distribution export companies. So there are 45 of them that the NPA regulates. Then we also regulate the refineries, as I said already. So we have Tema Oil Refinery, we have Platon and Akwaba, and then we have the Atuabo gas plant, which is operated by the Ghana National Gas Company. We have storage facilities. BOST, of course, the biggest storage company and transportation company. TOR has depots, and we have other depots owned by mostly BIDEX. In those days, it used to be the requirement that, well, it still is the requirement that to obtain a BIDEX license, you ought to show evidence of storage. Because after all, you are going to import products, so you ought to show evidence that you have the capacity to store. So all of these are 22 in number. We have the instruments or vehicles for transporting petroleum products across the country. They call them BRVs, bulk road vehicles. There are 4,241 of them. And every BRV or tanker that you see on the road, be minded that it is so registered with the NPA and authorized as such to carry petroleum products. So if you are not within the NPA's database, you do not have the authority to carry products, because all products that you find or see crossing the country are being tracked, by the NPA. So we know at every point in time who has taken what products from where and where that product is being discharged. We have the Volta Lake Transport Company that transports products by barges from Akosombo to Bupe in the Savannah region. And then from Bupe, then the distribution is done across the 5 regions of the north. We have 150 oil marketing companies and then 42 LPGMCs, being companies that deal in liquefied petroleum gas. We have 4,787 retail outlets across the country and 3 export companies. So we have other supporting companies and facilities that help to make the petroleum downstream whole. We have offshore mooring facilities, jetties, bunkering companies, tank cleaning companies, calibration companies. Anything that you do within the petroleum downstream, you are required by law to take a license from the NPA, and therefore the NPA has the responsibility for monitoring your activities. So the petroleum downstream industry, per 2020 statistics, contributes about 60 billion cedis to Ghana's GDP. That used to be computed to about 11% of GDP. So it's a huge industry, and therefore a very important industry for the development of our country. We've given you statistics and breakdown of petroleum distribution and consumption across the country. The highest consumption, of course, is Greater Accra, consumes about 34% of all petroleum products, and then followed by Ashanti, 18%, and the least is 1% by the Upper West region. There are a number of issues that we've been grappling with since this management took over the running of the NPA. So the petroleum downstream is mostly bedeviled by two critical issues. One, the issue of illegal fuels. People are normally concerned about the quality of fuel that they buy into their engines and machines and so on and so forth. I've had people ask me, even as recent as a few days ago, whether fuel is of the same quality across all oil marketing companies. In other words, there are Ghanaian people who think that if you buy from Goil or you buy from Shell or you buy from any of the top brands or the known brands, then you are more likely to have been delivered quality fuel than if you bought from some other small oil company like a Nuru Oil or something to that effect. Let it be stated that the Quality Assurance Directorate of the NPA has standards for fuel quality in the country. In any event, it is the same fuel that is fed Star Oil, that is fed Shell, and that is fed Goil, and so on and so forth. It's from the same consignment of fuel that is imported into the country. So there is nothing like any oil marketing company having substandard fuel or that quality that is higher or better than another. So that ought to be known. Even so, as I said, people find a way to do, for want of a better term, bad things. People import fuel illegally into our country and try to smuggle that to our pump stations. So we have mechanisms for doing that. We have a security and intelligence directorate in the NPA, which is led by an experienced intelligence officer. We have serious collaboration with national security, marine police, the Navy, and etc., etc. And often we are able to make arrests, and then our quality assurance directorate will come in and test the fuel. If it is found to be unwholesome for, if you want, vehicles and transportation, but has value in other spheres of national life, we conduct auctions together with the customs division of the GRA, and then the proceeds are paid into government kitty, and then the people are punished for it. So those are the things. We have problems with fraudulent UPPF claims. Now, UPPF means Unified Petroleum Price Fund. Now, that fund is what ensures that people in the Upper West and the Upper East and the Northern region, for example, buy fuel at the same price as people in the Greater Accra region. You would have noticed as Ghanaians that the cost of cement is not the same across the country. And the reason cement costs higher in Tamale and Bolga is because of transportation. So when people transport cement to Tamale, they'll put the cost of transportation on cement, and that's how come it is higher. But as far as fuel is concerned, or petroleum products are concerned, government does not allow transporters to put the cost of transportation on petroleum products. So whether you are in Bolga or wherever, you just do the transportation, and then you come to the UPPF fund to either make a claim or to pay into the UPPF fund, so that the fund now pays for the cost of transportation. I hope that explanation is clear. So that's what UPPF means. Of course, people would try to find a way to cheat the system by saying that I transported petroleum products from Accra to, say, Sunyani, when in fact he only transported it to Cape Coast, and would want to come and make a claim for transport fare, if you want, from Accra to Sunyani rather than from Accra to Cape Coast. So the NPA has put in place a mechanism for detecting all such fraudulent activities, and it's called the ECTS, the Electronic Cargo Tracking System, that allows us to track every vehicle and allows us therefore to see, to monitor in real time. We have a place at the NPA called the Command Center, where there are screens across board where young people are monitoring the movement of these vehicles. So if you stop the vehicle somewhere, for example, to try to tamper with the ECTS seal, to either adulterate the fuel or siphon some of it and etc., you would be caught. And if you are caught, appropriate punishment is meted out to the OMC that is concerned, or the driver, or the vehicle, and so on and so forth. Now, in terms of quality, or even if you want quantity, people often also allege that they are giving fuel at the pumps that is not commensurate with how much they paid for it. Okay, so together with the Ghana Standards Authority, we've developed what we call in the local parlance Ntiasie Krua. It's a 10-liter can that is at the station for verification purposes. So every citizen of Ghana is free to dispute if you are not satisfied that the fuel that you have been given is commensurate with how much you paid for it. You can invoke your right to verification, and then the 10-liter can would be used right in front of you to measure whether indeed you are getting value for the money that you pay. Now, all of what allows us to regulate this space is called the NPA Act. So everything that we do is backed by law, and the law that established the NPA is called the NPA Act, Act 691 of 2005. That allows us to do all the things that we are doing. The NPA Act itself is about to be reviewed by us. What I will call it a final draft of the new bill that we are proposing to go to the Minister for Energy. From there, it will go to the Attorney General's Department. We've held a stakeholder consultation among stakeholders in the petroleum downstream. We've received inputs and suggestions and so on, and all that has been inputted into the new bill. I'm sure when it goes to Parliament, the Parliamentary Select Committee on Mines and Energy would also invite memoranda from the public, and on and on. But we are confident that by the close of this year, we should have repealed and replaced the NPA Act, which is Act 691. The reason it is important to to replace this act is because a lot of water has passed under the bridge since the promulgation of that act. In 2005, when that act was passed, there were just about 3 BDCs and 15 OMCs. And from what I have said this morning, you now realize that we have over 200 OMCs and 45 BDCs. So first of all, the industry has outgrown its parent act. And in this era, when we are also talking about transitioning into renewable energy and cleaner fuels and etc., a lot is happening within the petroleum downstream industry, and we need to bring the law in tune with the happenings in the place. I am proud to say that in West Africa, and perhaps continent-wide, we are one of the few countries that has the highest quality of fuel. In fact, indeed, in West Africa, we are the only country that consumes a maximum of 50 ppm in terms of the sulfur content of the fuel. And the science people tell me that the heavier the sulfur content of fuel, the more likely it is to be hazardous to the environment. In other words, the lower the sulfur content, the cleaner the fuel is. That's the point I'm trying to make. And therefore, in the West Africa region, we enjoy the cleaner fuel. And now even ECOWAS has agreed that by 2025, the entire West Africa region should copy Ghana and move to 50 ppm. So there's a lot that we are doing to keep all of us safe as far as petroleum is concerned. We have something that we call a fuel marker. It's not something that you can see with your naked eye when you buy fuel from a station, but it has markers in there that allows our quality assurance people to tell whether this fuel is from a genuine source or not. And together with our inspections and monitoring directorates, our people are all across the country at any point in time. So even as we speak, there are INM officers and quality assurance officers in various stations and depots across the country as we speak now, testing the quality of fuels that we have. And if your fuel fails the quality test, your station is shut down and punitive measures are taken against your station. I've talked about the illegality in the fuel industry and how our people are working to resolve these things. The other vexed matter that we have been dealing with is in regards to how much OMCs owe the state, whether in terms of margins or levies or taxes. I'm sure you've heard and read various news stories about OMCs owe 400 million, OMCs owe 200 million, OMCs owe this millions, and so on and so forth. Now, the reason OMCs will come to owe is that the taxes and margins and so on that are paid on our fuel are basically consumption margins and consumption taxes. So in other words, as you consume, you pay. So the people at the pumps, the OMC owners and so on, are the ones who collect these margins and taxes at the pumps. And thereafter, after a month, after a 30-day period, they are supposed to come and account to the relevant authorities for what they have collected and what is due the government. So oftentimes people will collect these monies and will refuse to do the proper accounting at the end of the period to either to the government or to NPA or the relevant authorities that are so mandated by law to collect these margins. And then they fall into debt. Previously, NPA has had a very lenient attitude of saying that if people default in paying their margins and taxes on time, we give them what we call a payment plan, where we allow them to spread over a certain period and so on. But with the introduction of what we call in the NPA, the ERDMS, the Enterprise Relational Data Management System, it's a mouthful. With the ERDMS, product loadings are now done electronically. In other words, you have to be authorized by the ERDMS to load products. And therefore, if you are deactivated on the ERDMS, you are no longer able to load petroleum products. So now we are very intolerant of people raking up margins over long periods of time. Once you accumulate margins 1-2 times, we cut you off from the ERDMS and you are not able to load petroleum products again. Recently, we have had a collaboration with IOCO, where IOCO is going also after people who have basically collected government money and have either declared bankruptcy or have simply gone under the water. Many of them you saw recently that we published that about 36 OMC licenses had been revoked. Even so, it doesn't mean that it has ended with the revocation of their licenses. IOCO is still at their heels, and we would ensure that every penny, every dime that anybody owes to the state would be collected. That we can assure you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have been doing a lot. Hitherto, NPA was just basically doing its regulatory work. But since this management took over, we have also ramped up our public relations activities. So as I speak with you, for example, the consumer unit and the PR unit of the NPA has a team in the Upper East region that is doing public sensitization on safety measures in the downstream petroleum industry. They are doing public education on the safe use of LPG and etc., etc. So this time we are not just waiting for accidents to happen. We are actively engaging the public on how to prevent these accidents even before they happen. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I know that let me go to the last question or the vexed matter of the Gold for Oil program. Hitherto, the petroleum downstream alone required $400 million every month for the importation of petroleum products. And so you can imagine that if only the petroleum sector, the downstream petroleum sector alone required $400 million a month, if you were to add what would be required by rice importers and poultry importers and pharmaceutical product importers and etc., you can imagine how much dollars Ghana would need as a country for importation in every single month. And that put a lot of pressure on the cedi, led to massive depreciation of the cedi. And right now, under a deregulated petroleum regime, government does not fix prices of petroleum products. Oftentimes, people see me in the traffic and they're like, Mustafa, petrol no borders, Mustafa Tiso. But the truth of the matter is that, I mean, to answer that in Twi also, minti so sir, because it's not the duty of the NPA to fix petroleum prices. What deregulation simply means is that the forces of demand and supply dictate the prices of goods and services. That's what deregulation means. So under our deregulation regime or deregulated regime, which occurred in 2015, so from 2015 till now, we've been operating a deregulated regime, which will mean that it is basically the price of the product on the international market plus the premiums and profits that OMCs and BDCs will put on the petroleum product that will determine its price. And now, in addition to that, the value of the cedi. Why does the value of the cedi determine the price of the product? You all know the simple economics about if the thing costs $100 and you require 5,000 cedis to get $100, and then you buy the product and come. The next time you are going to buy the product and it is still 100 cedis, but it is now 10,000 cedis to $100, it will mean that you have used more cedis to buy the product, and therefore you will increase the price of the product commensurate with how much cedis you have used to buy it. That's the simple explanation for why the exchange rate is a critical part of how much we are buying fuel in our country. So the economic management team decided that then let's eliminate the need for dollars in this whole equation, and then to a very large extent we'll be able to bring down the prices. So what we have, let's use it to get what we want. I think that's also a very common saying even by primary school children, that you use what you have to get what you want. And so what we have as a country is gold. And that's why this place was called the Gold Coast. And so what's the value of the gold? So let's use the gold in exchange for fuel. Now, the reason there's confusion in the minds of people is that people are assuming that when we say gold for oil, we mean that we are taking a bag of gold, go and deposit it with an oil company, and then we are giving petroleum products. That's not how it works. How it works is that the Bank of Ghana buys the gold, okay, from our small-scale miners and so on and so forth. It buys the gold, and in buying this gold, of course, it is buying the gold in cedis. Are you following me? Then this gold, for those companies who are interested in a direct barter, yes, the gold is exchanged for products. For those who are not interested in a direct barter, okay, there is a middle person who does the barter for gold, takes the money, and then takes the gold and pays the Bank of Ghana in dollars, and these dollars are then deposited in offshore accounts, and that is what is used to pay the people who have supplied the oil. And now when they supply the oil, the BDCs who are buying the oil from them buy also in cedis. So our BDCs therefore do not require dollars to buy oil anymore. So once they have bought in cedis, they will price according to the value of the cedi. Mind you, the Bank of Ghana, in doing this international trade with gold, will use Bank of Ghana rates. And therefore, as you all know, Bank of Ghana rates are always, for want of a better term, more reasonable than open market rates. Now, what used to happen was that the Bank of Ghana did not have all of the $400 million that we required every month for the importation of petroleum products by the BDCs. So from April last year, what the NPA did was to get the Ministry of Energy to convince Bank of Ghana to do a special auction for just the petroleum downstream industry. So every 2 weeks, there was an auction by the Bank of Ghana where we were supplied with some, when I say we, I mean the BDCs, were supplied with some amount of dollars so that they do not have to go to the open market to access the dollar whose rates were higher. However, because Bank of Ghana was not able to supply the entire $400 million, on average, they were giving us $120 million every month. So we still had a deficit of about $380 million every month, which the BDCs still sourced from the open market. Okay? And so when they go and source the higher one from the open market, they will do, if you want, a weighted average, okay, between what they got upon, on the open market and what they got from BDC, and use it to price their product. So what we call the forward rating was still a predominant feature of our fuel calculation. So for example, today the CD sells at 11 cedis to $1. But if the petroleum importer is going to price his product, he will price it as, say, 13 cedis to $1, because the volatility was and the unpredictability of the exchange rate did not allow them to, if you want, always sell at the current or going prices. So they needed to do a forward rating in order to be able to make reasonable profit on their business. And so we introduced this gold for oil thing, which we have been doing. So far, 3 cargoes of gold for oil petroleum consignments have arrived in the country. The first one was for 40,000 metric tons of, I'll use the ordinary language, of diesel. And then in the last week, we have had 35,000 metric tons of petrol, and then also another 40,000 metric tons of diesel that have come especially under the Gold for Oil program. Our goal is that ultimately the Gold for Oil program should account for 50% of petroleum product imports into our country, and then the rest of the 50% would be done through the normal channels by the BDCs and so on and so forth. But where NPA comes in as a regulator is that we are going to ensure that if you are supplied fuel or petroleum products under Gold for Oil, that it truly reflects the prices at the pump. Because ultimately that is the aim of government in introducing this program, to ensure that fuel is affordable. They used to call the Minister for Security, Kandapa, Mr. Affordable, when he was Minister for Energy, you know. But ultimately, we want it to be affordable. The first consignment, people called me to ask me, oh, but we understand the first consignment under Gold for Oil has come. Why is it that it hasn't reflected at the pumps? Now, what happened was that, of course, 40,000 metric tons is not enough to, if you want, cause a significant change in the prices. But even so, one of the highest buyers of the Gold for Oil product in the first consignment was GOIL. And GOIL's prices were brought down by up to about 70 pesos. Other OMCs that also got some consignment of Gold for Oil gave us a reduction of about 10 to 20 pesos. That's still not significant though. So this time, NPA's Gold for Oil team, which is led by the Deputy Chief Executive, Periokujeto, the Sheila Ado, the Policy Coordinator, and there is Abbas Tasunti. They've come out with a brilliant idea that in this second consignment of Gold for Oil products that have come, we are going to sell only to OMCs with not less than 45 outlets. You see, because if you are, our local people call something soppy soppy. There are 150 oil marketing companies. If you are selling soppy soppy to all the 150 companies, you will not realize the impact. But if you are selling to the people with the highest number of outlets, then its effects will be felt across the country in terms of the price reduction. So this time we are monitoring to ensure that we are selling only to OMCs that have highest presence in terms of number of outlets and also the spread of the outlets across the country, so that the effect is felt across the country. My boss said I should speak for 30 minutes. Maybe I have spoken for 30 minutes or more, and therefore I would like to end it here. I'm sure elucidation will come better in terms of the questions and answers. And fortunately, I have all the array of expertise that are here to help me to answer your questions where they come. I'm grateful for attention. God bless.
So, you know, Sheikh used to be, I don't know if he still is, a lecturer. And so today you've all had a crash course in the downstream petroleum industry. We're going to take your questions now. In fact, I had 2 questions even ahead, but I think your last submissions answered one on what the team is doing to ensure that it's spread across OMCs that have a wide breadth of outlets. So I'll address that question. I still have one outstanding question, but maybe I'll start from the House. We'll take a first set, like we do, of about 4, and then we'll get responses. Madam, so I'll start with you. So I have 4 here. Let me start here. Yes, madam. Introduce yourself, your media house, and let's hear your question.
My name is Yinka Ibukun, and I'm from Bloomberg News. My first question, thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. My first question is about, we've actually observed from a tracking website that there's a vessel with Russian crude expected to arrive at Tema on Friday. We just wanted to check if you can confirm that that's the case, and if that crude is for the Tema refinery to process.
Okay, let's hear your second question.
My second question is also about is actually for the Gold for Oil program. You broke down the cargoes that have arrived that are expected. My question is if we can have a bit more details about the amount of gold that's being exchanged for each of those transactions, and also about the buyers, especially those who are barter buyers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So your first question is that you have information that there's a vessel with Russian crude that is expected to come to Tema. So can we confirm it and provide any information on that? Sheikh will respond to that one. And then you also want to know some more information on how much gold is being exchanged for these quantities of oil, as we've spoken about, and maybe some more details on who the barter persons are. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is John Awuni. I represent Kesbin. I wanted to find out, some industry players are saying that the reason why every now and then there are hikes in petroleum products is due to some structural issues with NPA, i.e., when the product is shipped, consumers are gifted 60 days, and then the suppliers take like 120 days. So look at the dollar, the fluctuation of the dollar. If the consumers are able to consume the product in 60 days, and then you give the distributor 120 days to settle, in between, the dollar will go up and it will affect the pricing of the product.
So if they close the settlement window,
yes, sir.
It will reduce the volatility.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay. So a view on that thought that if the settlement window is closed, it will reduce the volatilities. There were 2 others.
Good morning. My name is Salom Babiji. I work with the Finder newspaper. First question. In your presentation, you said that 36 OMCs owe the NPA and their licenses have been revoked, and that you are working with the EOCO to retrieve every dime they owe. Could you tell us how much these OMCs owe you? Second one, about the G4O. There are some who have said that the G4O is a knee-jerk solution to a long-term problem, and that it's not sustainable. How sustainable is this program?
And then I'll take a final one.
Thank you, Honorable. My name is Paul Nyuge-Dalafu, and I report for the Daily Statesman. Sheikh, in your presentation, I think I have observed a lot of things, and there is a need for me to bring this to your attention. During the Kufuor's administration, persons in the hinterlands, that is the rural communities, were given access to kerosene because they do not have access to light. and government felt that their light was something necessary for them. So they sent some tankers to those catchment areas that people can purchase the kerosene. And I feel that going from the north, some of the districts like Saboba, Cherponi, Bandai, Pasa, if you go there, there are infiltration of fuel from our neighboring country like Togo. And the fuel from Togo is not, it's as different from Ghana's fuel. It is something white. But if looking at it, it is sold at relatively lower than fuel in Ghana because there are no filling stations close to these people. So when they get out, they get to what is convenient to them. And I am here to hear as to how many barracks of fuel that has been intercepted by the NPA due to the infiltration. Thank you very much.
So, how are you? So, I guess the question you want to ask is, what is the NPA doing to ensure that kerosene can reach these parts of the country where you don't have fuel in general?
Yes.
Can reach parts of the country where proximity to service stations is not as easy as other parts of the country? I think that's a question that he wants to ask.
Yes.
Have I captured it well for you?
Please.
Okay. So, Sheikh, let's take first set, and then I'll come around for the next four.
So, I will answer some of them. Oh, sorry. Okay, so I would let the Gold for Oil team, led by the Deputy Chief Executive, Perry, answer the question, how much, Abbas, are you listening? How much so far has been exchanged for oil under the Gold for Oil deal? And is it a sustainable program? You have the permission of Perry to answer that.
Thank you very much. The Gold for Oil program, as my boss earlier explained, once the gold is sold, we get dollars from the gold, and it's used to finance the import of the petroleum products. The first vessel that arrived, the Bank of Ghana got about $40 million to pay for that consignment. The next consignment also is going to be around the same figure for the diesel, around $40 million. Usually, Bank of Ghana gives us updates after they have made a payment for the cargo. The two cargoes that he mentioned that have arrived, as we speak, the diesel cargo is discharging, and the petrol cargo will discharge after the diesel cargo has completed discharge. We are expecting that by Monday, the discharge would have been completed, and BOG will confirm the exact amount that was paid from for these cargoes. So $40 million was paid for the first cargo. How sustainable is the program? As my boss mentioned, the objective of this program is to ensure that we are getting relatively cheaper petroleum products as compared to what the normal market has been providing. It's evident from the first cargo that the Gold for Oil program give us cheaper prices. This is actually forcing the international oil suppliers to also come on board and offer our BDCs better prices. The BDCs have confirmed to us that ever since the Gold for Oil program started, because the international suppliers realized that the BOST and the Bank of Ghana are getting better offers from other suppliers, they began giving our BDCs lower premiums. The objective is that this can also drive them to give us better premiums. So if we are able to achieve this objective of, first of all, reducing the pressure on the dollar and also bringing our prices down because premium suppliers are giving us these better premiums, and the market kind of has stabilized. As to whether the program will continue for long or not, I think the program framework has mentioned clearly that this is an interim measure to bring some kind of stability to our market. It has been planned to go on for just a year. So if after the year it is sustainable and we want it to continue going because we can see that it's bringing the benefit that we need, then that will be reviewed. So for now, it's a program that's meant to be around for a year. Its sustainability also depends largely on the ability of the Bank of Ghana to get gold to buy from the precious minerals marketing company. So what used to happen was that the small-scale gold exporters export the gold on their own. So from the 1st of January this year, the Lands and Natural Resources Minister gave a directive that these small-scale oil gold exporters are no longer permitted to export their gold. So the Precious Mineral Marketing Company now is aggregating all the gold from them and it sells to the Bank of Ghana. So as long as we are getting the gold from the aggregation, it finances the gold. So what the Lands and Natural Resources Ministry is also doing is to ensure that there are no smuggling of this gold that we expect to finance the import of petroleum products. So a lot is being done to ensure that the program is sustainable for the 1 year that it has been meant to last. Thank you very much. Okay. So the issue about prices being volatile because of the credit periods, I think that is someone's view. It is not justifiable. The reason is, even if you were to pay cash for petroleum products now, paying cash has a price because you would have to get cash from a bank and pay interest on it. And credit periods have been priced in. So even if you are issuing a letter of credit, it has been priced in. It's not that volatile. The volatility we see in petroleum product prices, as my boss explained earlier, is a deregulated market. And the prices are dependent on international world market prices and also the exchange rate. These are the two variables in the pricing formula that make petroleum prices volatile. So if the world market prices keep changing and the exchange rate is not stable, that is what will lead to volatility in petroleum product prices, and not because of the issue about credit. So thank you very much.
So I'll take the question on how to ensure that fuel reaches every nook and cranny of our country. First of all, oil marketing companies are businesses, and people set up businesses in relation to markets. Okay, so it's a purely business decision that somebody has to take as to where to site a filling station. Depends on whether they will get the market for it. So yes, it may be true that there are certain rural communities where, because of the population and the sparseness of the population and the sparseness of the settlements and etc., people would not want to go and establish filling stations. That is why, even though under the NPA laws, people that we call the Gao, those who operate the pump system, are not allowed per law to operate. NPA has decided that for very remote communities where OMCs are not willing to go and site their businesses and their filling stations, we would allow the Gao to operate in those areas in order to serve what, if you want, underserved communities. So that is there. And so I haven't heard, quite frankly, since my life at NPA, that there are any communities that have absolutely no access at all to fuel. Now, in regards to kerosene, the demand for kerosene generally in our country is basically fizzled to zero because of the aggressive electrification programs that various governments have been running. On the African continent, Ghana is the second most electrified, I'm using electrified advisedly. In other words, it is the country that has the most rich in terms of electricity coverage. That's the point I'm making. We are about 89%, Mr. Ali. 87.4% of our country is connected to the national grid. And our goal, even as a country, is that by the end of 2025, we should have achieved 100% coverage. So you can see why the use of kerosene has gone down considerably. These days, if you are looking for kerosene, sometimes I'm looking for kerosene to burn some papers or something, and then I send children to go into Nima to go and get me kerosene. And it's difficult to find kerosene because the purposes for which it was used is basically been rendered redundant as a result of electrification. Now, in terms of Russian crude, let it be stated emphatically that Ghana is in with the international community in not doing business with Russia. So it cannot be the case that the NPA has sanctioned the docking or berthing of a Russian vessel. It's not possible. And we have a unit in the NPA called the Planning Unit, which is under the Economic Regulation and Planning Directorate, which authorizes every vessel that berths on our shores to berth. And we are not, be assured, that going to grant permission for any Russian cargo to berth on our shore. That has to be explicit, unequivocal. And so we don't know of any. If some people are intending to bring in Russian cargo as smuggled product, our security people, Marine Police, Navy are on alert to intercept it. And when it is so intercepted, we will inform the Ghanaian public.
So we're going to take a second batch of 4. Sheikh, when you were talking about, Ghana being the second highest country with a lot of, or a high level of electricity penetration, my mind went to an election at Casford where somebody wanted to say that it will ensure that electricity is connected from Casford to Science. You know that already. Say, yeah, I will electrocute the whole area. Let me take the next batch of 4. 1, 2, 3, and then I'll give you the 4th one, and then I'll come for final batch of 4. So 1, 2, 3, and then I'll give you the 4th one. Then I'll come back for the final 4. Where are you? The final 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You've had a take already, so then we'll wrap it there. Yes, sir. I've also got some questions on Facebook that I would read out to you. Yes, sir.
All right, good morning. My name is Michael Obodu. I work with City FM and City TV. Doc, you stated, I quote, that the forces of demand and supply determine the price of products on the market, on a deregulated market. My question is, isn't the deregulation policy defeated then when government is getting involved in the supply end? Number 2, Abbas mentioned that about $40 million was used to pay for the consignments of gold, about 2 of them. I thought the idea was to trade gold for the product. How come BOG is paying dollars for it? And if indeed BOG did...
Say that again.
Abbas mentioned that the BOG paid $40 million for some 2 consignments of the gold for oil under the policy.
Okay.
We thought the idea was to trade the gold for the product. How come BOG is making...
No, Sheikh explained that there are 2 channels.
Okay.
There is one where the suppliers will take gold.
Okay.
There's one where the gold is taken and then cash is provided to the suppliers. I think I heard him quite clearly. Colleagues, I'm sure you heard him.
Okay, thank you. Then maybe you can help us understand at what rate those consignments were bought for the dollar rate, to help us appreciate how much we are saving. That I hope my question is...
No, I don't understand you.
At what dollar rate were those ones bought?
Very well. Abbas, you understand him? Okay. He'll provide you an answer.
Okay, and then isn't the policy a recipe for disaster, considering the fact that government is now selling to OMCs who have about 45 centers? That would technically knock out those who do not meet that criteria. Wouldn't you be putting them out of business?
Because they will get cheaper supplies.
Because the major ones will get, and then the others wouldn't.
Fair question.
Thank you.
So thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable. My name is Edem Kujo. I work with the EIB Networks from GH1. My first question, I would move away from the vote for you before I come here. So the first question is, there's been a conversation on cheaper fuel. Sheikh mentioned it a number of times. However, we've seen that, for instance, the prices of gas has gone up significantly in the past year, resulting in a lot of market women and a lot of restaurants beginning to opt for charcoal. In fact, it's a report we have done before. And so my question is, what then are, or what then is NPA doing to bring this down so that the whole fight of cheaper fuel becomes a reality? Also, we are hearing that Ghana Gas wants to establish a second processing plant. Is NPA in support of this? And what is NPA also doing to enhance this? Because we are learning that once we have another processing plant locally, it means then that it is possible we could get cheaper fuel down here.
You mean cheaper gas?
Yes, cheaper gas down here. Okay. Now to the gold for oil. We've been told that, in fact, I'll go back to the question by Bloomberg, that there's a ship coming from Russia. For example, the very first ship that brought in the gold, the YCF Sencha, if I'm right, we realized that the vessel moved from Russia. We are told that it was Litasco, which is Lukoil, that brought in the oil. And the vessel moved from Russia, the city of Vostok, if I'm right.
Who's saying this, by the way?
This is from the tracking of the vessel. So the vessel that brought in the first ship, which we were told is the YCF.
So this is a website. This is a tracking website.
This is, yes, a tracking website.
Very well, go ahead.
That says that, yes, that shows that the vessel moved from a region in Russia. In fact, we are told the Deputy Minister of Energy, Honorable Andre Japamesa, has confirmed that indeed it was Litasco that brought in the oil. And when you monitor the ship which was mentioned, the ship came from the Russian region. So I'm trying to follow up on that question. That is the oil that we are getting. I think that's what she probably wants to make. That the cargo, for instance, that is coming in there, is it also the crude cargo or the crude oil that is being used for our gold for oil? So the cargo. So
she says that's not what she's talking about. She says that's not her question. But
okay, but my question.
To understand your question, relax.
Yes, so
to understand your question, you are asking whether the suspected Russian cargo.
Okay, let's take that out. To understand my question,
okay.
My concern is that we are saying we are not trading Russia, but the Litasco, for example, the vessel that brought in, if we check the tracking, it came from Russia. Does it then confirm that Litasco or whoever we are negotiating with is bringing the...
Okay, I think I understand your question. So, Sheikh, the question is that according to his tracking website, the first cargo, according to his tracking website, the first cargo emanated from Russia. Is that something we can confirm? Very well. That's your question, essentially.
Yes, that's it. Yes.
Very well.
And then the very last question.
You've done 3 questions already. I have to move to others. So let me move to some of your colleagues. Gentlemen, yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
My name is Edward Akwa. I'm with the Ghana News Agency. So I don't know if this falls under the purview of the NPA. I want to find out what is the status of TOR at the moment, because we understand a committee was set.
That would be Energy Ministry.
So NPA does not handle that?
NPA will handle to the extent of regulating if they are operating. That's TOR, correct?
Yes.
If TOR is refining, they will regulate them. But the question of whether TOR is working or not is what you're asking, correct?
Yes, I want to find out.
Okay.
But if they don't have the answers.
Very well. Very well.
But secondly, it ties in with what my brother asked. The LPG is also something we need to look at. We understand that last year, consumption reduced by 12%. Now, if something is not done about it, the danger is that there may be a return to charcoal, which has its own implications on the environment. There have been calls that government should scrap taxes on LPG. Is government willing to do that?
LPG pricing,
yes,
and taxes.
Yes, please.
Thank you. We've done 3 so far, so Nana, you are the final person. So, Sheikh, what can you say about the status of TOR? Do we intend to do something about taxes associated with LPG to help it come down? It ties in with the earlier question on gas prices up. Does NPA have a view on a potential Ghana gas expansion, since that expansion could help reduce gas prices because they will have more gas on board? Then there's a question about Litasco. Yes, sir, Nana?
Yeah, good morning, Doctor. Before you came into office, there was a problem of frequent supply of, let's say, energy in general for the electricity. And now we've seen that we have constant supply of energy, petrol or gas for energy. How did you do it? Was it managerial? Was it whatever? Because there was some kind of problem with the energy sector. My second question, I've learned from Minister of Energy, somebody told me that there's a cabal that is obstructing.
Somebody told you.
Yes. I don't want to go into it, but I had a conversation with him. He works.
No, go ahead. I just wanted to be sure I heard you right.
There's a cabal at the, like the man said, toll that is obstructing the importation of crude oil into the country to get low prices and maybe byproducts and things like that. Are you aware of that cabal? And if you know, what are we going to do as a nation? Because cost of petroleum product, we all know, is going high because of exchange that we didn't mention. And then my second question, third question, sorry.
That's your third question.
Yeah. People complain a lot buying from different centers. They say if you buy from Goyle, you get this quantity. You buy from here, get this quantity. You buy from here, I don't know. I work at the Ghana Standard Board before. When they come there for the verification and the test, you get the quality, you get the quantity all right. But moving from that place to maybe to Tamale or Bolga, different thing happens. And so the people are shortchanged at the pumps. So what do you do at your end to make sure that you rectify the situation to give people the quality of their money and their wealth?
Thank you. So, yeah, how standardized are your quantity tests across the country? How standardized are they? Colleagues, you see, that's why I tell you that write the question down so that you go straight. How standardized are the quantity tests? So that, for example, if you check from, let's say, Goyle in Accra, we can be sure that Goyle in Odan is doing the same quantities for 1 liter if you pay the same amount. That's a question you're asking. Yes. So how standardized are the quantities across the country? Secondly, is it true that there's a cabal frustrating the work of the NPA? Do you have a comment on that one? Then there's a question on, yes, I think I've gone through those ones, the status of TOR, if you have a view on that one. There's also another question on whether NPA has played any role in ensuring that there's regular supply of fuel to fire our power plants. I think the power plants are either operating on gas or on heavy fuel oil. Do those come under your regulations, and do you have any role in those ones? Let me take 2 questions on Facebook very quickly, so that when I come back, I just take the final 4. I'll take the final 4 when I come back. So there's a question on Facebook. When will the Takoradi refinery begin operations so that Ghana can refine its own fuel? It's from Richard Adomako. When will the Takoradi refinery begin operations so that Ghana can refine its own fuel? That's on the assumption that there's actually a Takoradi refinery. So, Sheikh, I draw your attention to that. This one is from Agbomadzi Moses, who says, what control systems are you putting in place to ensure that no one takes advantage of the gold for oil project? So we'll take these, and then I'll take a final batch of 4, and then we'll wrap up.
Okay, thank you very much. There were a number of questions regarding the gold for oil and petroleum prices in general. So I'll take those ones. The first question about how do we ensure that the gold for oil program does not defeat the price regulation policy? As we speak, the price regulation policy is still in place. It has not been suspended or cancelled. For gold for oil, as we are all aware, the quantities that are coming in are very, very little compared to our national consumption. And therefore, if the objective of ensuring that the price reflects at the pump, NPA does not come in, then it means that we are just putting the product onto the market, and consumers may eventually not benefit. And that's why in the interim, while the products are, NPA is part of the implementing agencies to ensure that whatever price the reduction we are getting from gold for oil reflects at the pump. So we've not suspended the deregulation policy. Just as an example, with the first cargo that came, the price at which the BDCs sold the product to the OMCs, we just ensured that OMCs revised their one component of their price, but which is the ex-refining price, to reflect the gold for oil price. Under deregulation, the OMCs still set their margins, so that is what they continue to do. We did not set the margins that the OMCs would use. Products that are being imported by the BDCs themselves are still being priced by them, just as the deregulation policy requires them to do. So it is not defeating the purpose. What FX rate was used for the first G for oil cargo? And before I answer that, let me correct what I said earlier. The $40 million was for the first cargo alone, not for 2 cargos, for 1 cargo. And I said that the next 2 cargos are around the same cost, but after BOG has confirmed the cost, we will know what the actual cost for the next 2 cargos are as well. I think the question about gold for has been answered. So there are 2 streams. the gold was liquidated into dollars and was used to pay, and that's how we know the value for the cargo. Are some ONCs not being disadvantaged because of the requirement to have 45 outlets? I think earlier my boss explained that the first cargo that came, it's like we did sopi. There were so many OMCs who lifted the gold for oil product, and we've had consumers consistently asking, we are not seeing the impact at the pump. I think the major impact we saw was the Gore one, because Gore has so many outlets, and everyone saw that their prices dropped from 15.9 to 15.25 because of gold for oil. But for the other outlets, most of you did not see them because these outlets are scattered. You don't know this brand. So, and the OMC, Association of Oil Marketing Companies, also came up with a concern that the way the first cargo was distributed was a bit unfair. There was no clear criteria as to who gets what. And therefore, together with the Association of Oil Marketing Companies, this criteria to have the top 25 oil marketing companies based on 2022 supply in terms of market share were selected. And also, you must have at least 45 retail outlets, because together, they will be able to serve the large majority of consumers, and that's how we came up with this criteria. As the volumes that are being imported and the gold for oil program increase, all our OMCs will be served to as they increase. So this is not a disadvantage. They can still buy from other suppliers, other BDCs that bring in products. So the program will be revised, or the OMCs will be increased as time goes on. I think these are so LPG taxes, the issue about the LPG price. We know that the price of LPG is a key success factor that will ensure that the CRM program also succeeds. And therefore, NPA has been working with the Ministry of Energy to speak to government to see what it can do about the price of LPG. Several papers and analysis have been done on what can be done to bring down the price. So those are still being considered by Cabinet. And when the decision is taken as to which of the taxes on LPG can be touched, then we can come out clearly to say what has been done. But NPA is working assiduously with the Ministry of Energy to ensure that LPG is accessible under the CRM program. Because without the low price or affordable price of LPG, we know that the expectation to increase the consumption to 50% will not be achieved. I don't know if I've been able to answer all the issues relating to pricing. Okay, so I answered that. Deregulation is not defeated by Go for Oil. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the rest of the questions are in regards to gas prices. Yes, the Ministry of Energy has a gas for our LPG for development program. So under the LPG for development program, our goal is that we should be able to achieve, I think, about 50% LPG penetration by 2030. I agree with you that key to people using LPG is the price. Apart from the price, even ability to acquire cylinders in the first place. And so, under our proposed cylinder recirculation model, we are hoping to come out with a model that would make cylinders affordable and then also be able to reduce the prices. I am not able to tell you explicitly that the reduction in prices that we envisage would be the reduction or even the removal of taxes, because tax matters are the domain of the Minister for Finance. However, whatever it takes for us as regulators to ensure that we have prices that are affordable in order to allow people to have access to LPG, we are going to do that. About Ghana Gas establishing a second plant, yes, indeed. As regulators, of course, we have to the establishment of this plant. Of course, they have acquired the necessary licenses and all the regulatory framework procedure that allows them to establish this plant. Right now, Ghana Gas production versus import is about 50-50. Sometimes when Ghana Gas goes down, then it increases the equation to about 60% imports and 40% for local production. We are hoping that, or indeed it is the goal of Ghana Gas, that by the time that the second plant is up and running, we should be able to ramp up local production to about 80%. So that if we are importing only about 20%, then straight away it will help to bring down the prices of LPG. So that is the goal. Yes, Tor is not refining at the moment, but I know that under the direction of the Minister for Energy, Tor has some arrangements in place that would allow Tor to become operational within the shortest possible time. As to whether there is a cabal that is preventing its operations or not, I cannot tell. But generally, cabals exist everywhere. Like I said, people who are smuggling illegal fuels, people who are adulterating, can all be categorized as cabals. So to the extent that there are any group of people who are doing anything that is anti-nation or that is contrary to the aspirations of our country, it can be considered as a cabal. So they may well be, but that shouldn't bother us. What should bother us is that the Minister for Energy is determined that Tor becomes operational within the shortest possible time. There are processes in place now to ensure that activation. I'm sure at the right time, the Minister for Energy will brief the country on that process. Under price deregulation, or under the deregulation regime generally, mind you, the deregulation policy itself is under review. We constituted a review committee to look at it. After about 7 or more years of operation, we thought that it is time to relook at the policy. That committee has completed its work. I guess we've sent it to Ministry of Finance. So it will be looked at. But under the current arrangement, if you are GOIL or Star Oil and you are selling at 5 cedis 40 pesos in Accra, your outlet in Bolga ought to sell as 5 cedis 40 pesos. But under the new arrangement, there is some suggestion by the OMCs that we ought also to consider local economies of scale, in order to allow for a certain window of variation as to how that the measure of variation that will be determined under the review. So for now, yes, I can assure you that it is standard everywhere in the country, at least from OMC to OMC. I mean, within the same OMC. Now, Takoradi Refinery, as a regulator, we are not aware that anybody has applied to the NPA to establish a refinery in Takoradi, except to say that the government itself, the president, has a vision of making Ghana a petroleum hub. So to that extent, a Petroleum Hub Development Corporation Act has been passed. Officers, chief executive, deputy chief executives have been appointed for the Petroleum Hub Development Corporation. And under this Petroleum Hub Development Scheme, let me call it that way, it is enclaved somewhere in the western region, but it's certainly not Takoradi. It's where? Jomoro. In Jomoro, there's a 60,000 hectare of land space, right? 20,000 hectares of land space that has been allocated. It's been granted by the chiefs. All the processes of land acquisition have been gone through. So we have acquired that land to establish a petroleum hub. And under a petroleum hub, we are going to have refineries. Okay? We are going to have, if you want, the entire value chain of the petroleum spectrum housed in that enclave. That would allow Ghana to be a major player in the petroleum space, not only in West Africa, but continent-wide and beyond. So those refineries will be established, but under the Petroleum Hub Development Corporation. The Petroleum Hub Development Corporation chief executive tells me that yes, they have received applications by investors who are willing to establish refineries in that hub. They will bring those applications to us as the regulator for us to scrutinize and go through all the processes. But that is yet to come on stream. What I know is a private investor called Sentio. So Sentio refinery is coming up. It's supposed to be done by the end of the first quarter of this year. And that one was supposed to refine 100,000 barrels a day. It is in Tema. So that is certainly coming on stream. And 100,000 barrels a day refinery will do a lot to boost our fortunes in the petroleum downstream space. Fuels for power plants. I know that it is GMPC that brings in HFO for powering the power plants. And anytime GNPC has called NPA and said, we are bringing in a vessel for powering power plants, we have always given them a laycan to allow them to dock and discharge in order to fuel our power plant. So that one, you don't need to worry. They always have priority. Even when other fuels are docked and ready to discharge per our agreed laycan, we normally shelve them aside and allow the GMPC cargo to discharge, because keeping the lights on is a very important priority for the government. And you will admit that this government has kept the power on for a very long time. And then we will continue to do that into the foreseeable future. These are the ones that I think I have. Thank you.
So we're going to wrap up shortly. We pre-selected a final list of 4, so let's take that one. I have another Facebook question that was just sent to me from Lydia Afi Alomatu. But I think you've dealt with it already, because it was asking about the main challenges in the downstream industry and how you've dealt with it. But I think that's the essence of the presentation. Ghanaian Times.
Thank you very much. I have 2 questions. The first one, Doc, you didn't give us how much the 36 OMCs who are working with the IOCO
how much they owe.
How much they owe.
Okay, go ahead.
And then the next one is still the goal for oil. Now, the ultimate goal of the whole program
Abbas, start coming close.
is to eliminate the cost of forex in the price build-up.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's what they said, that they want to eliminate. I don't think that's what they said.
Okay.
They said they want to reduce the impact. Okay, there are 2 different things.
So, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No,
we've cleared it up. Sometimes some of these words are very important because it changes the whole conversation. Yeah. So yours is just about the 36 OMCs and how much they owe. Abbas, you are safe. No. Come forward, David. There's this gentleman here who has a question. Yeah.
No, my questions have been answered.
They've been answered. Thank you very much. So we'll take the final 2, which means just one more, and then I'll give the last one to the lady at the back. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My name is Emmanuel Abuajiri. I work with Asasi Radio. Now, my first question is, what is the current status of the ban on LPG outlets? For some time now, we know that some
ban on the construction of new establishments. Yes, not ban on. Okay, ban on new.
Thank you for the correction. All right. Secondly, there are some energy stakeholders which think that BOST should not be mandated as the main off-taker of the Gulf oil products, and so BIDEX themselves should have found that, made to off-take the products themselves. What's your take or clarification on that?
Okay, thank you very much. So somebody has an opinion that BOST should not be the initial off-taker. What is your opinion on that opinion? That's the question. Yes, Michelle.
Hi, good morning.
morning. My name is Della Michelle. I work with TV3. My question is going to be based on a statement that was released by the OMCs on the 8th of February. Just a fraction that talks about the fact that this mechanism, that is the gold for oil, is intended to force players to reduce prices at the pumps, create some form of, distortion, which will eventually distort the market and create an uneven playing field. I just want the the boss to just reiterate on that particular fact, the market distortion that these OMCs have brought as a concern from their statement. Thank you.
Very well, I'll get your responses. But I just wanted to make a quick comment on one of the earlier questions about doesn't this gold for oil program defeat, I think that was a question, defeat the deregulation policy. So deregulation policies generally are adopted when you want to open up the market for the forces to play on their own. But market forces sometimes fail. And when market forces fail, which is a normal phenomenon in economics, when market forces fail, governments have a responsibility to intervene. So in the UK, for example, they are doing what they call the energy price cap. Because, again, the forces, it's a deregulated market, the forces of demand and supply are playing, but because of an exogenous matter that has happened, prices have gone through the roof. Will the government sit back quietly and say, let people keep paying God knows how much for gas, especially when they were going towards winter? So what they decided to do was to introduce what they call the energy price cap, where your prices were not going to go beyond a certain amount. Now, it's very easy for somebody to say, okay, so why don't you do that here in Ghana? Find out what their fiscal position is, what their reserves are, how they can fund that cap that they sought to introduce. But government intervened there. And the principle, therefore, is that when you have a market failure, when you have challenges in the market because of an exogenous factor like this, governments have to find a way to intervene. In this instance, here in our republic, this is one of the ways that government is using as an intervention. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the deregulation policy is a bad policy. Good policy, you may have a market failure and then government has to step in. So from the public policy point of view, just to share that as you go through. Sheikh, if you can wrap up for us and then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. That was a brilliant submission. Perry, pay him some consultancy. I don't know how much you will charge. The finance director is sitting behind you. So, yes. So, the finance directorate informs me that the 36 OMCs, by the way, before I even come to the figure, let me make it clear that, quite frankly, the fact that these 36 OMCs owe is not the exclusive reason for which their licenses have been taken. They owe in addition to other infringements of the law, including the fact that for 2 years or more, some of them have not renewed their licenses. So if you haven't come to renew your license, there's no suggestion, therefore, that you want to do business with that license and so on. Now, collectively, they owe 193 million cedis. However, the bulk of it, nearly 80-90% of it, is owed by 8 out of the 36 companies. So the rest just owe very little amounts. But like I can assure you, the IOCO is at their heels, and then every dime will be retrieved. There's one last question that I needed to answer. Okay, the ban on LPG, construction of new LPG outlets. Yes, that ban is in place. In other words, you cannot start the construction of an LPG filling station from the scratch. No. However, the NPA went to cabinet and sought a dispensation, or even if you want, a reprieve for some 63 stranded LPG stations. Because their owners had invested so much, some of them through bank loans, financed their stations almost to completion level when the ban was imposed. Quite frankly, for some of them, banks even went after their properties, sold their properties, and as a compassionate government, the government that just thought, no, for these ones, let's allow them to complete their facilities, operate it, recoup their money, pay their bank loans, and then get even with their businesses. Mind you, the LPG space is, if I'm not mistaken, perhaps the only space, that has 100% Ghanaian involvement or participation. Every single LPG company in Ghana is Ghanaian. That place, we don't have foreign players at all. So these are all Ghanaian businesses. And definitely, the government must be sympathetic to Ghanaian businesses. And that's the reason the president thought that we should lift the ban to allow these Ghanaian businesses who are also employing our fellow Ghanaians to be able to recoup their investments. And that's what happened. There's an argument, and when I went to Parliament recently, some parliamentarians made that argument that some of their constituencies or some communities in their constituencies are so remote that they have to travel very long distances in order to get LPG. And they were still pleading that for very remote areas, we should still allow, even before the rollout of CRM, for people to construct LPG stations. We are still thinking about it, and that is a determination that will be made by the Cabinet of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you very much.
So we started just around 10, and we have to bring down the curtain at this point. I want to thank the team from the MPA for the education you've given us and the time you've had to respond to all our questions. I want to thank you, our colleagues, who also came forth with your questions. Munira, where are you? Where is Muni? Is she here? Sheikh, we want to thank you. This is your home. You know our struggles. And since you left, you have always kept faith with us. You've always supported us. The three people say, Nipaya Diosai. So we have just a little token to say thank you to you and the team, the corporate social responsibility team. You've been helpful to us in the year gone by. So please bring it up this. No, don't open it. You bring it up. I don't want people to see what's in it. Bring it. So first, Sheikh, we have something here that we want to say thank you to you. Thank you so much for all that you continue to do for us here at the Ministry of Information. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Very. No, when you open, you see what's in it. Thank you very much. And then, Madam, thank you very, very, very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. The MPA is helpful to us in many instances, and we just want to say thank you. Like they say in Acts 3:6, silver and gold we don't have, but what we have, we give unto you. So we want to thank you all for coming, and we hope, colleagues, that you will do well to share the various stories.
The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. When the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Adjato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things, where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
No, I'm not gonna declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, be responsible for them.
I think she's very malicious, and whatever vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, what she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with her money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wants it?
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
Now,
back canoe crane. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Menya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy Akofino? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Hello, Ghana for Musomfo, Mammy Kechi, and then some Masia baby, Amma Bruni, while running Pabo Edia Mammy, where their baby out should be a Michia, style BAB, in entertainment industry, in summer Komu, Nenia Coson, as I said, the Bremen, almost what CB, send your corner report to be about better than nature. Say, we at us, our Berman, as I wish that Nisica, Umpemagona, and a solid pa. Me a short episode would say me, which Chamusi Yameba, that the baby are asomo. Mesanso mamo akwa babiem e de ba nkomo ho e wo GhanaWeb TV so na ye sha sia omanfo enim se na wotwe de ache are ho asem ye pa ne nyina ejina e Ghana ball boni Christian Atsu ache se wato nana no we wonse do ne nyina ejina take ho nsensem ya ache asase wo so a e ko wiem na ache se Christian Atsu ne ho akoka bi ene ensam ahodo na ache se etumi akoso omanfo e keka nsem e de fan ye pa ne ba e no na omanfo e bona ba so etwe mu se sana dwumedia na advance ne dipa e wasase so ansana no wato nana no we wonse no nenya sem keto akra no manfo etwemu ekeka nsem na so eno na Aisha Modi echese na she lost tomboy edin semfo bia to dwa otwemu say to de bia enye se o bia obi mpese obeka ho asem na so e bia ka cheni obi aye afi na Ghana for baba chi oma no soko de baba siu so obi ka cho san ai na mo de wo hihye nim na mo pesa na fine the kosi sen na mo ye hihye ho na go na chese system ni de bebre o che manye se bia obi ahye da na se bibi na de ye mpese be ya na se na so wo kwakoye anhwa na akoda ne amane e de ama ne mo echi na o kan wie na kum chacha so betu dwa na o che mu se so no wo tumi pa wo power pa se ya anka kwese na chu we de kono akum chacha obeje no dia mobi for instance Ghana for dodo na ba Ghana hanuma nkofo bebre na mfa so bia se bi nheda ye nuomo so no ni papa bi say eti say kwese na chu tumi to na na won se do aya na are ho nto no kum chacha chire ma se nko woni peye pa anka ni wo ne de nko beje na che so dia mobi for and what you not to go piemu UTV nso a na ye fene sen Abeku Santana emro no so emlo mujumedie United Showbiz jumedie o mutinim na wakase impempi otnas no dwen sem bi ho a na onte ase o because we hu se ni papa fo no aye omontna se nche obehu ana nipa ewu because o hye jumedie a chese omanfo de wie kekeke se Christian na chwete ase ene prisoners yotumi ko ho chese hiafo otumi bo mo sasa twuma branch na emro ate ase ne ne yo kan ne san ono no ne mame wo no wanhye de hu nyema yeso santi ohu so bi ebra na no so etete no tanye suku sa hodre na o sisi afo de etwema project bi na cheso hye ase kra no esanse we ye nim se ye kwakoto aso sa on to aso bia yentimi hu eno na Abeku Santana etwema areho ye pa areho na so owo de eba obia entimi nso na chese ewo se enye siewie nti no de obeka ne se onyankopon chatenhye ne busuafo na bebia nso akwese na twa obia no onyankopon se mfa ne kra nyina ense ye GhanaWeb yenso ne obeka ne se onyame encheche ne busuafo ne re na chese o ma ye krista na twa bebi pa enfanda na Majid Michelle nso sini twani so no ye pan wa Ghana hanu na ono so edna no to nsama ye koso wa krista na twa nsemiemu na otwema osori amanfo na ni titru panye Kristofo ena nyankopon na de mo ono anso na oje osesa asem ne mamo nkan esanse ye Job penso ena Job cancer eno kra na ye Job eri nyankopon tam asem enti so ni party ati say na hwe nya ne say bia yare bo no no wuye na asem bi say tumi ato na Kristo ni tumi tena say e ka say anyame na eje ne fan say ono de say word ni de he doesn't believe in it think be ya Kristofo ne Ghana for sansem na mo ka say nyame na de ma ono ana eje ne Majid Michelle ma ono de so ono mpa de onje ndi sante be ya omanfo musumu njai ka no no Michelle nso de onjai tie na e wataki earthquake ya mu nso e na chese politician bi owo honom a ye friend say ora eye Dr. Luftu eye servers ono eye Turkish politician no dia seda kese ye pa e da kwakoma eye Ghana for ye nyina ye Jacob Caesar na woman for mpo no se cheda o chese o dia seda kese ye pa e da kwakoma no esan so twema emra asem si utumu te sikapudo esan so wetumi aba pa abebedo re ya se utumu se na emu odin ye pa no one for nim se emra earthquake si ye ne chese amanaman ene o mke kan nyina de chese ne sika se no mbe ye mbetumi de aboni bia no bi etumi de konekom yakwa se cheda yin so etumi de muani bi kwaya no na eye Turkish politician ni e de aseda kese ye pan de ma na wotwa mu se ne baba be ye o ma ama o man ne de e ade so mani ye pan ne aseda ne de otumu se ya de a emu odin ye pan Nasala Abasil, Jem Tata, Jem Mekwan Kosefia Jojo, Namekana Sanai. Nana sent a moon a better January 17. Na so we dinner order no coco piemo. I feel upon your Gina Sotiti and say, Ghana Hanamo Ba, Tiffy Mam, when you see Obia. When you say a woman says off on so honoma, so let me a bomb pie diamond and ink account. So no, Tiffy Mam me when whom be pain, when whom be essence a year worn, or not to say a 1 year, while when ye are copying some pencil, 100 and over, to Musanya some kitchen no coin. Osio ko onum e ko kache ne san on bom paye mfama no o person no so nya nkwatenten no san bom no bom paye man se ne be ye obenya nyansa se bi onimde se be ya nyema obetoto no otimi atoto ni ntomanfo ene na meke kan san no akwakoye nhwehwe ni mo chema Ghana fo musumu nya nhwehwe ni no esan so onim nyenti a okọ honum na osebo de Zara man ono so ba Ghana hanoma ye fashionista panye chese asanketa kende todo bia huna otumi skirt na watakin na waje long sausage shoe osmu sa dress ne de emu odzen ankasa ya enya asam keto akra no de nsemfo bi atodwa a otwe mu se ekrito fo ankasa wo Ghana hanu mu em se ekobia ko se ya adwen no se bi nsuo ankasa ne adi arum because ne bibia ba ne atam de esin abeto so aye no se didindinde o se da asem kreni onipa dasani etumitna na obi ekwa amanone akosa nsuo de afa Jordan River de abaga na hanu abeto e de ama te se apple kra ho no meton apple e de ma ene 1 billion ne sense ori apple na chese na odwi ho a onti asio osesa ne manya ekomia kwa secretary som no ya fa no bare dodo ya fa ne tare obi ho no ma so si asori dem weni oti asori dem anopa awie numre onye hwe so obeche obi mpo ade aye bibia ye din na de bia asori dem ne fa ne kosi na me Kristo ni ene fa ne kosi san ne ma chese wo hwa ebo adwe ni ntase so na Kristo fo wo Ghana anu mo yento chirema munja san ne ma na moto na mo ye ne kan Kristo som ne sa wagenya nkopon enya gidie woni mu na chese wo di dwuma de ma no wo che na wo ye se ne nkeka wona no ntina baby enwa wo manfo mfiri baby mba dada wadwe san na ko aye bibia honum na so body nsam ne de ya de watoto bi ye pa wo twem se Ghana for e wo se ne nsam a waka ne nyina no mo fa bibi fenfem se ne be ya e betumi abo oman no ne tumi akɔnanim Baby jet asamwaja na sem na meke na watching so de ukopia mo social media o trendy ye pa na omanfo enim chese obi na kwaka no sa sembe no bi kwaka fa no na nya sanke na okoposti bibia de to ne Twitter page na echi no kan do delete na so nim sisi ade agesa one trant o omanfo monitor na ne nsam o de tro de to mo ni bo fu ye pa na komia kwa se o ma mo social media and agesa one form enim se be di watama kansam e de afọ na komia kwa se mu bi akoye bi makoka baby jet ene baby jet amfan ni wancha no kwa didi atemi odi na ma ebi krambo ekoka ne mawe wo twa mu sa ono ankasa bebo no homwadi hu sa social media show no obehwehwe wechira kwan ayo onye chese nsam o twade to wode manfo twem sa asamwajan wa we de wan kan ye kra chese wan nye ni ye kra no bi aye celebrity na wo sampo ye nipo manfo pewasem na to me tron sansem we de fo bi obi ayenim ni obi di ayo na so sesa pa so matwa sansem we de manfo twem asamwajan we de ntwa wo twa ne de nya de ko ye pa ne ko pimo social media Twitter so manfo eke komadwin ye bi pa e de twa ye baby jet na Ghana hankasa komia kwa sesa woda pan nyane na se we hu se bibi ukoso na bibi twende na chese ewiase asaya ne sa na ya danya ne ya kodwohia de nso ni nyumtuni na kodwohia de ne YouTuber na chese udi ni juma o one ya apo no so nyumtuni de ne obi nim na akọ ya apo no echima eye kodwohia de na akọfa ne nyuma chese wambo na mane nti ya apo no chese ohuhura apaya ni seni kodwohia de nse sisi ade ya apo no eye mia na menu di nkata na wampo na ba me page so ebe ka che mi so menyum nye ontu de ye ni sei ma me na afema ye wi a chese ye nyina obi anim science ase aba afi de me ma kodwohia de se on pen ntoto ye pen no a we nye yi bia no sisi anofa wonyom no no so fa ne platform mo bia nkrosi obia unya onyoma baby kwa de bekwa akoto na omanfo be hye nyom no ne abode ama no fakọ ono so ne platform ni YouTube no ono so be delie wo ho no meka so ochema odwenwa onti ase ochema wa ya aponu na oba no ho no e beka je se menua menwum ni o e na chese oni otumu se post bia na po screenshot bia kodwohia de na de tu dwane tire mu se ye nkita ho a obia ne no nyonko de otumu se nti ase e wo ho no ma e ba ya ansa na bibia e to dwa afedo ni pe de nyum be tu dwa e ya aponu e tire ma kodwohia de na ma me bone management amane wa ma me cash yan fanjo me nwane se wa be post nyom e de agi views ne likes chese bibia e ono e ya pono be bia likes ne reactions no sika na be ban na chese akwakọ piem wa kodwohia de na kachi to chema kodwohia de hwe na post me bibia bi na kodwohia de so okay opoku fa wonku mia na me se me nya nya biem si sa me fa me platform onso fa wonyo ma chese otumu se aye deje yi ankasa na Charter House for nyina CEO aye friend no say eye ma me Theresa ayoade edinsemfo bi atodwa otwema bedu wemre bi pa ahochwe emu odin ankasa chese enya asenketo akra otwema mra no okọ UK no otumu se na sika tafie se na papa support ni tumi boa na chese okọ ni soko afede kodu manchwe ba bi ase ni papa na sikei ebi mme ntomo ye ne den e one of phone friend na danfo ka chese menua sisi ahochra boy e ende no si o enya hwe odi ebra me shop bi wo no kokko wiem na chese wo so tumi ba Ghana hanom na chese light hu nyume na honom shop ye mu na okotena ye na chese otumi de tonton niema enu echi na chese obepie mu ewo ye media ni mo otumi didi ni djuma sisi ano nyame otumi abo anom tete no so ba be ye panimu chese mu anya senketa kan to chema ahohwe ndia wo se ba na wo so waje ne san kakra nyame betumi abo na wo so business no etumi akoso ye de ama na ora Kofi Aban no ye businessman ye e wo Ghana hanom pa na omanfo nim so na nsenso ono so gini din ye pa e wo social media ni nyine gya ne nsem okoka fa ye kodwo antwenumtuni na kodwo antwedi ade bi betu dwa o chemu se go find me na o chema ne papa atwa na no me wonse do na eno ntino hia sika na chese bae no na aye bebre kwa samanfo e chemu sai na papa e wa ye ne mema usika na afa kwa na chese fa ko si o papa na but ono ne de ade ne bae no chema o yesi ne me de ma scholarship e de am omanfo na bae no na kodwo abani e de betu dwa na o chemu se kodwo nchipa de na oka no na wo da ben kra no wabo show concert aka say me fans me followers mo de mo mbra just come and enjoy we are just go home unye bi da na papa ewu ayen ne afa yesika mema wo nefa ko ti papa anya de beba sokra na nsem no kanwe ndo manfo ebo na chi ye pa che say o manfo chema papa mo sa ne ntina wo se wo kasa de fa kodwo ntwi ko so bia nim kodwo ntwi ni impact e wo Ghana anu ye ba no high life enyume to so wabo no ho emodi ye nteba ne sen na che to mi kansa nsem no na eye meji na nsen na che so no so ko pie mu e wo UTV so e no de ntwi mu e ba na wo twom se komia kwa esenya Kofi Aba me kan ye no o manfo enti ase o twema first one na post na Kofi Aba me comment wo so no enye second one na buy na scholarship ne kan no twema first one na kodwo ntwe de buy no o twemu e de to wonom se yes na be betumi abo no na tumi de asie ni papa watwa na nanom e wonse do eno nti na chese ne odi go find me no e buy eno nti na chese sansam ni nyina buy no eno nti na Kofi Aba no ekoko respond na react to that but enye se bia scholarship sensem na chese e man ko wiesa ene meji nchemu ne de odi bi ba yie pa na sento manfo enja so bo keke asansem no nyese bia agro bi na anampo no se na Kofi Aba no manfo agye de abo mu botare se wanka ne ne fan ko sisen no odi ntwemu ni nyina e de abre Ghana for Eraba Jackie Ankra media personality na ochema ono nsesani papa ene general Ankra sisi watwa na nanom wonse do no manfo nim sa na sentem na Jackie Ankra de beto yu ase wose ne papa yetumi e kai ne ye esanso no so abeboa e mo my Ghana yetumi akoso nti se ye bo ene ye big stars ni mpanin form ma ba be di Ghana so wose yetumi bo general Ankra din esanso no so abon ho modin ye pa e wo Ghana hanom na e komia kwa se ne nsem no kan no nkofo bi twema papa ben ono oba ye tu nkruma efiri so niema general Ankra ebebe ye wo Ghana hanom wo Jackie Ankra te honom ye sanya ni dem wo masa ebe ya pe bebi dan enso ye nja wutie kra na so Jackie Ankra ya san kwa san bebi na emi ko pie mu asase radio fo ni din kita na wo twemu so ono sani aba no atumi akoba esanse ne papa general Ankra ono ana wo no Jackie Ankra ntumi nkasa because of ni esisi ni ntino obegina bebi andane nechi e de amanda o twema so wagina ne na so agina ne ne so obekoswa ma support abo support nti support any papa anampo no ampo de obebo support ni papa yie pa esanse ya de ne papa nso ye from mo mabebo mo my Ghana etumi akoswa ne papa enso e kan obi nto manfo enjai so mo keka san e no wanye hye e Jackie Ankra twema ne papa wabon ho modi yie pa nto no so ye bo se ni bia obegina mu yie pa ne etumi de abobi e de awane papa Sewa mi henso obasto no ye nsentreni e wo Ghana hanom na odi nsemfo bi atodwa watwe Ghana Education Service for adwunya ko yi pa otwe mu se ekomia kwa yesa na nsentreni bi koso wo Ghana hanom a ene okoko schools ahodo mo be na teacher ni ene school ni na teacher atwi phone ni camera dey sin so video na mrako a abofra no kasa na otwema asade na wosegie mo hwe na mani ho yie pa na otwema onka se bia ye boni o onka se bia enye esanso ono onka se hu se bia challenges na koso no na mo pese o manfo ehu otwema enye bad sa na so no ebetete emofra na nampo be ha omadwen ye fa esanse nkole ye kan ya de omba benyi da chi bia nti oba na so ba behu se bia na video na sempo ene de aye na what do you think sa akra na obedwen anampo obefilie de afa nti ocheme wo se ni mani mi agi yes mo hwe na mo nka bibia fanfa na teachers no so na mo yes ano because na say ba ku bia ye hu e wo social media na Bernard na find the courses na tumu na ye bibia enko ye kra nti se wa mi he twema Ghana Education Service for we de ne how ne na manual de abetu monimuni on mon share na chese niema we nyina mo ntenesene esan se bibia entumi mbo man ni school sumpo e woga na hanom ekra yi Elikem kumoji opamade ono oni ikeke fusu ono so ebonyo mpa yi na ekomi akoye se na UTV show ise omukwaji omudi ye pa ewo honom na nina ne se na sentimu yesa akode omode nyumfufuro bi aba oni black sheriff omode nyum bi aba na omo uniforms na ata outfit omo yusu ye de bo nyum na cheto mo twa ahomfoni kakra bi ade tudwa na mre be tudwa no e na Elikem ye be tudwa sa asa akode asa uniform die no be nice asa baby as a baby ntini ye kakra nti no ekonya ko say enya guy na say nsam no kan ne de ne chese any social media nkofo edigu ni su eye ankasa na ekobia ko say me okopie mo wo YouTube no na keke photo so that was his time to talk about it say do one na ocho mu say na ekomia Elikem mukra wo sorry a chese bibio bi behye bia wo bibi kan na wo kra ye kan de pamade papa ben pan na woni mpam den pan no wetu ejina so aka se wo Elikem ade opam ye de feyi ankasa dewu na fine ko say wo kra wo manfo sheda mekan wo yes na it's like you are looking down on us and enya nice sabe ankasa de na wo ye jai kan oh na Elikem so say chekege wutu e de na apa che no na wo she na ye kasa won so ba be kebi do you know me okay so do you know me now to me say banter na name why din ye pa we dey we tuma ni nyonko a na we so to ye pa e dey ama ni nyonko na to me say enya asem keto akra yembom free chese free Ghana na yenko eye Nigeria memu na Tonto Dikeh so ye actress a no wa chese utumu se sinitwa no wagini din ye pa ewo mu ye na ekomya ko yesa na senso no ni ku ni ex husband de utumu se emu odin ye pa na ex husband friend say ye olankule chechel na eye Tonto Dikeh se ode futo kakraka kes ye pa e de ma se all over ochema wo choose husband na wo choose obema on be father wo ba bo homodi na choose wisely na wo mu say onam ni akoso we wo no ene ne former husband intem ene ode afutu kese ye pa aba na nsan de wo to social media no enya senketa kra na nam so we no so gina po na wo ka che eye ni kun olankule ni say orei ebe ya nkafa Davido fa ni suban on say na Davido no na yire chi omo mutumi bo ma bra bo na de fa ni love I love ene ne nkeka wo no mutumi say Davido ho no mi Davido che say feeling nkeka bia ene no ye ba no do a onim say edi odzo e de fa ye pa nto de futo kese pa e de ama eye ni kun olankule say bo homodi an she Davido say no si bo no homodi esifa na no atwiri no olankule ko e di nsemfo bia no so ba beto jana o twemu say wo Tonto Dikeh wonam ena keke kansem e de fa me ho ene meet me in court and I meet my lawyers na bibi e wo no bia na ye de beto dwa na nsam na wo keke ka de fa me ho out mu say nsam a wo ken e bo me ho fa na ye gu me ho fi a aye wa adwen se we si wa adwen se me ena be say ma bra bo no so de olankule ne tremu a e ade Tonto Dikeh wo kwa kosamai no e wo court tani mani ya won sesa ni kukusaka no mu mienu ne nkonko hye mu wo court na nsam o ka fa no nyina no se we hu so oja baby e ya sa de na dia ene onko na Tonto Dikeh no nko na na nu ye nya no ofankogu wonu memfa momo na nyumtini Miss V so din semfo bi atudwa a o twemu so no emma no ko senior high school no esanse on person besua ade nti obo no homodia ekoye so ka koye home economics eje on de okwa eduane si eche onu ani na so twema ekomi akoye se mu kokko wie mu no ekotia no kra esanse home economics dwumedie practical so ne nkeka ho a obaye ne kokko wie mu kra de se pa so obetena se musua ade otumu se bibia na enkoye nti twema entumi amboa no education ni ye kra na mro kokko pie mu e wo chese ye joy for omudwumedi omudi wo no na chese no so distance mfo nyina ekokotuja ewo hono Erabato Makiwan so media personality no din semfo bi atudwa a otwemu se ono ankasa aye ne analysis akobimu afili ehu se usually sana emema omo ye broke men at omo ni sika hia for mema no omo ye hia for no ohwema oba ne mpemu agra oh mine omutumi sepa wankasa wo fili good ankasa na ochema ono no wabobi chese wakọ esikafo e na wakọ e omo mu ni sika no otumi se esikafo no esa so omo sika ni ntino ye omo nhada e ma wo time ne san na se chese ye ya ohwiegu ma na wasori na chese okọ na so esa ohia ni broke men no ni sika onim se ni owa ni atopente ni oba otumi bọ no ho mmodi na chese otumi aboa ma wasepa ho ye panto de foto kese pa e de ama se woni Oh, how not up so feel good. Bohomodia, Nectar Bema, amazing one, a Bema, or a broke man, and now Bema own Nisicano, and a Banesana, or Yamre at the moment because on him say, where the my last chance in Antonio, back to back, or to me, Boa now and got away feel good and say, where your Chema or Jinamis or Ghana former, and you all over, may 2 move for year pants, a talking marking with a main country must say. Oh, how no ma, pe bema, or your broke on Nisika, and when the son of a so only dim Pimagra, over to your mouth, a feel good, Ankasankasa. Na eye reverence on ibadu obonyom watanso years of upon year pa na na send dia utumi u follow pa ngebo say obi a o trendy on social media kra na makobi crowd dia ba tu dwa say fe na ede ye na say otwema uye nipa dasani na utiwi ase na kre na mi say John na mi kire preko otari a ene ebohomodia na hu say wote wonom no ya ade ahohom fi edware ate say hyew yi ankasa omo no oda omo ni udidi omo ni uye bibia ye na nsem ye okan ena kokroko host aye friend say yakwame safakan ede aba na otwem sa so ni badu watese ye se woni na make keke sanse meni opeso ma wutie se onu kwame safakan wo ho numi ade a prekonami ye wo no se nye ede beto asati su nebusua efiem eduane omudia no ene oba na se waje coke pa na ya toto ya noa ya che chese ya ho no waje coke bi ede esi nchen Sprite bi wine bi keka wa wo be fili ba se pa na wo kan ene opeso o che o ma hu se sisi ade ene demons no ahohom bone no so mutini mu ene chese he is filled chese enya asem keto kra na mro kan wi no na ekomia ko se eyeso ni bado etwema ne nsem ye okan ye komia ko se amanfo bi kaso boa na se bia odi agro na se bibi oso pese unya evidence a odi bonhomodia na ni abeyifo nje se ne bema abeye oni omonko entinase na umbi so omo se ono ni aso ne bado kan no no kra na se nye no ko so chema chese kwe nam na nkasa no unya wi preko na ma omo ye instantly na demons no ma bet na omu eni to chema hu se demons so de hu demon na ne hu beifo hu demon na ne hu beifo nto de mutu wonom na sa munji ono ne asoni bado e kan na mu de munko na mu ne weche sen wizard fo nkotena se eni nketa na mu bisa no so ne ono so ne bado e kan no e no kra anya sa nya no kra na mu kona sa mmoye bia bebia no ono sa ne bado ogusua ete wonom a o twa mu sa mu di mmoye no ebebre no na marriage counselor bi a friend said DY don't call we footwork ye pa our dear Ghana for 83 ma more relationships when you are mu no and I'm sorry as a relationship ni enkoyi a and ye mpaye samoti asori de mu ni etwetwe nyankopon aso o se we nyina no emfa ye kasa ye mfa ma nyehwe o se work towards your relationship o shona se nkwa Mufa konya no partner sit down discuss it na mu say no we na enkoye dan mu na mu se na ebesi akono na no mu sori na bibia mu de bibia ada na empaye o chema empaye na wo hono ma me na works out but then untumi nkasa bibia ni empaye o sori a wo bo empaye na make sense so no partner mu nkasa osimekwa akobọ mpa what exactly do you want God to do for you no okwa enye ye nti eba na motumi akasa won work won akasa de etia ana homa ye bibia betumi aboa na relationship na ababa kana etumi aye adwuma ye na sapena say sorry na bibia we are going to pray no trema prayers they don't fix relationships nti we dey foto kese pa monje mfa mbọ mo se na ebe ya ebetumi aboa mo ankasa Nyumtini jo metal ono so de ba no nyumtomo tumi ma chese ufilia nkasa na audience mfo bi atudwa o twemu se sana ne we so na ye friend se Salome sana ono so kohia no e social media otumu se na enya asem ketakra na me bisa ne se no mutu no when na tumi approach ne nyonko fa no twemu so ne yire na te se o approach no but then ono twemu o tse ne kan no hu se we are men fimon it's answer the real I didn't me word akoma no no Salome you are my wife na ekomia ko yesa ni nsem ya waken answer me ne share I'm a testimony to that to say we nyina no nyina social media na one ye di adwuma ye nti otwema social media buy na ba be bo no pa so far as to me enya na yere ho no ho so na chese to me nya nska kakra ho nti otwema ene Salome de o nim say 13th August 2020 and at so mu share ayefo na no de nchemu eba na otwemu sana ono niwe ehwa na cheso kushia no social media na since then also the our really the idea ekoyi chese mu odinye ankasa Obefia, my true sister Fia. Say na we da na ye. Ono asem na making na otwema ono. Sapa senkenya nyum to a oto anampo musician anko no she say wa warrior wo ne makra te say enya asem ketakra na so otwema esa ne nyum a oto ene ne nkeka woni nti no I take a whole lot of ne life no nti she say no amana ye release with about otwema send your city one me a wo so aye twen se nyame na dom na say yiri ni die anampo okunu no ebibe mu anampo warrior na e ade a wabɔ no waye krado pan ye pan se obe warrior no so emro kopie mu e wo che say eye neat fm for muju media entertainment show ye mu bi ana odinsen fo ni nya e to ja otwe mu sa bia sankenya nyum to a oto a anko no obe afia de kasisi anko yo be yere message papa a o gi ni din ye pan na so de nyine nkogu no enka echiri oguso wo ho no Mr. Right o and I say Mr. Husband we are still waiting for you to come na che say nya yetumi edi adwuma anesa and our sister Fia egusua twen na che say okwakwa gi ni din ne mfa ne o je say opese o ware e wo man ne nkeka ne egina so ne de ne nkoma wo ho dwumedie no abawieye mi din mami akuachi and so mia na che say me de beso mo mami amabroni enche bi obesan aba no ba bibie ne obesampo e da ba beso mo but until then bye.